It takes future-focused vision to find ideas that become solutions to the world's most pressing concerns. Innovation and creativity are the sparks that ignite to transform lives and society, and these need space to grow.
We are home to these creative and innovative sparks. Our work goes beyond the disciplines, across our 9 faculties, 7 campuses, and being one of Africa's top business schools. As an African global university, we stand proudly among the world's top universities. We remain at the forefront of universal discoveries and provide authentically African solutions to the world's greatest challenges and opportunities. We are pioneers in our fields, from the humanities to cutting-edge technologies, continually seeking ways to improve the world around us. Our hybrid learning systems provide quality education that enables graduates to become adaptable game changers. We have molded nearly 500,000 alumni who have made their mark locally and internationally, and we continue to inspire and equip our students to uphold our firmly rooted culture of excellence. At the heart of what we do is our people. They are creative, critical thinkers who can shape society for the better. Because that is how we teach, learn, innovate, impact, and live. We are the University of Pretoria.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Future Africa at the University of Pretoria. My name is Neeraj Mistry, and I'm the Deputy Director here at Future Africa. So welcome, everyone, on this very special day. It's Africa Day. So turn to the next person next to you and wish them a happy Africa Day. Excellent. What a special occasion to be here on the continent on this wonderful day and have your participation during our Africa Week. So I'm just going to go through a couple of points of housekeeping and then introduce our dear Vice-Chancellor to give the formal opening. So we are sitting in the main auditorium, as many of you have been here before, but for those who haven't, when you walk out of the main auditorium, the building immediately on your left is the Research Commons. We have an exhibition there from the Javits Art Center, which is profiling artwork from the UP students as well as faculty. So please, when you have a moment, walk through that gallery space. The building on the right-hand side is the Research Hub, where we will be serving all refreshments throughout the day, as well as lunch and dinner. And there's a special cocktail dinner this evening. When you make a sharp left outside of this building, there's a little reception area, and Juby, Jonathan, and Jason will be on point if you need any logistic support or any of those needs. And further down is Conference Room 2, where we have exhibition booths from many of our partners and collaborators, including the National Research Foundation and the Department of Science and Innovation. So please pop by those booths. They have people there that will tell you more about their work, as well as materials that you can pick up. And immediately to the left, when you come out, there's a passage that goes down, and that's where you'll find the restrooms. So also, you will find our UP team wearing white t-shirts, and please feel free to stop and ask them if you have any questions or need any help. So with that, I have a couple of words about our Vice-Chancellor before we start the proceedings. Everyone knows Prof. Coupe, and his accolades are too wide to go through for this brief introduction. But there's just 3 things I want to touch on. One, he was recently awarded the Chevalier of the French National Legion of Honor. So well done, Prof, on that. And then 2 other things. One is Prof. Coupe doesn't stop. He's just always on the go. And he's out there fostering collaboration and brokering partnerships. And some of the launches that were announced yesterday were of his doing when he went all over the world, and he would come back and have this long follow-up list for us to do. So it's wonderful to see that many of these partnerships have come to fruition. And then the last point, which I find most endearing, is the fact that despite his position and his crazy schedule, he remains accessible. And you'd often find him walking around campus, taking guests from all over the world, visiting professors, scholars, and showing them the University of Pretoria and all the work we're doing, and stopping to talk to students as he goes along the way. So with that, over to you, Prof, our Vice Chancellor of University of Pretoria.
Thank you, Dr. Misri, for that very kind introduction. Welcome, everyone. It is my great pleasure to officially welcome you to Africa Week at the University of Pretoria on the auspicious occasion of Africa Day, which is commemorated annually on the 25th of May. The organization was created, as you know, in 1963. I would like to reveal that I was born in 1963. I didn't say on the 25th of May. I would like to take this moment to acknowledge the following dignitaries joining us: ambassadors, attachés, government representatives, vice chancellors, and deputy vice chancellors, respectively. There's a lot of vice chancellors in the room, so it would not be proper for me to mention names, except that in academia we have some degree of respect. If your vice chancellor of the university you graduated from is in the room, you have to mention them by name. So I have to mention my vice chancellor from the degree where I graduated with a PhD, the University of Oslo in Norway, Professor Sven Stollen. Thank you, Vice Chancellor. Honored guests, a special word of welcome to everyone joining us today. 60 years ago in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, the 32 African states that had achieved independence at that time agreed to establish the Organization of African Unity, which was the precursor to the African Union, otherwise called as the AU. The AU, remember that the Organization of African Unity transformed into the AU in Durban in South Africa. The day starts an opportunity to pay tribute to those who have contributed to the cause of the liberation from colonial oppression. The economic and political integration of Africa is still ongoing project, as you know. The restoration of dignity for every African man, woman, and child. It is a day on which to honor our diversity and heritage and share dances, songs, and traditional dress from across the continent. Talking about dances and songs, I think we must give the choir another. To all vice chancellors and presidents present here, you don't have something like this, but I can help you. To those of you who are here today who are African, it may be a day rich in history and hope. Happy Africa Day. And to those who have traveled from other parts of the world, we're also so glad that you came to be with us to celebrate on African soil. As you know, some scientific theories do indeed say that all human beings originated from Africa. So welcome home. Some among you contributed to the liberation of Africa through various modes of solidarity, moral and material, and we have not forgotten. I'm sure you agree with me that the University of Pretoria Choir outdid themselves with that splendid performance. Thank you again to the choir. You might not know that the South African national anthem is a musical diamond in that it is one of the only 3 neo-modal anthems in the world. While the term neo-modal may sound like some type of science experiment given its open science, open Africa, it simply means that the melody of the song starts in one key and finishes in another. The anthem contains the languages of the 5 most popular of South Africa's 11 official languages, namely isiXhosa, isiZulu, Sesotho, Afrikaans, and English. I was struck afresh by the lyrics of the final stanza. And it goes, and I quote, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom. Close quote. And how powerful and foundational the concepts of unity and freedom are. This week, as we gather for Africa Week, the University of Pretoria's biennial science leadership event under the theme of Open Africa, Open Science, we recognize how unity and freedom play a vital role in the idea of science as a global public good through the lens of the global open science movement and its importance for the continent. We are delighted to be convening the leadership of prominent African and global scientific networks and international transdisciplinary initiatives in strategic partnership with South Africa's Department of Science and Innovation and the National Research Foundation, and for the many important dialogues that have already begun and which will continue for a long time after Africa Week has reached its completion. The University of Pretoria is now in the final phase of its long-term strategy to guide the university as a national asset in its response to regional, national, continental, and global challenges and priorities. As part of this plan, we've been moving towards reimagining and repositioning UP as a leading research-intensive university in Africa, known for its quality, relevance, and impact, and also for developing people, creating knowledge, and making a difference locally and globally. Pursuant to this goal, we have a very specific framework, the African Global University, that recognizes partnerships and collaborations within the continent and globally are key to addressing the twin interrelated crises, the crisis of our humanity and the crisis of our planet. We recognize that as the challenges and complexities of our disruptive times do not come neatly packaged in silos, boundaries and borders of academic disciplines, nations, and transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary research, therefore offers the best opportunity to create new knowledge and find solutions to the world's most pressing problems. Such knowledge must deliver for our humanity and planet, and it must be transformative and sustainable impact. Must affirm our human agency to be agents of change and drivers of transformation. In addition to the Future Africa platform, where we all are today, we are on our way towards fostering the next generation of science leaders. Our other latest transdisciplinary hubs, including Engineering 4.0, a kilometer from here, hope you have a chance to go there. Innovation Africa at UP, which is the research park in which this institution is located. And some, I understand, have gone to our art center, the Javed UP Art Center, 8 galleries, including a student gallery. And also, it holds a national repository, the Mapungubwe Gold Collection, which relates to one of Africa's most important civilizations, the Mapungubwe civilization. So, with the outcomes of our impactful research reaching far and wide, we believe that the University of Pretoria, acting in concert, in collaboration with other universities here present and not present, can deliver the world away from the existential crisis that we face. Of course, these outcomes are best achieved through, as I've just said, collaboration. And given that we're in partnership with over 3,000 institutions across 70 countries, there are significant opportunities to pool expertise and resources and foster learning. Technology has opened up opportunities for collaboration never before dreamed of. And as a silver lining to the otherwise tragic COVID-19 pandemic, we've been able to harness its potential in wonderful ways. COVID-19 revealed the value of rapid and open access to scientific outputs, as well as the need to collaborate closely with non-scientific stakeholders to co-create solutions to our most difficult problems. Our current list of global challenges is both long and sobering, and I don't intend here to list all of them, but let me include poverty, the burden of disease and inadequate health systems, access to education, rising inequality and disparities of opportunity, underrepresentation in the production of science, technology and innovation gaps, natural resources depletion, loss of biodiversity, land degradation, dare I say, climate change, something we mention every day, natural and human-made disasters, spiraling conflict all around the world, and related humanitarian crises. Researchers working in these domains must engage with societal stakeholders if they are to have any hope of addressing these issues in ways that bring about lasting and sustainable change. This entails adopting transdisciplinary research approaches that acknowledge the importance of values and uncertainty in co-creating solutions with society. The capacity to do this kind of research, and more broadly, to support open science principles, as articulated in the November 2021 UNESCO recommendation, needs to be developed in current and future scientific leadership. I know that I'm preaching to the converted in expounding on the benefits of open science, but given the profound nature of the changes that the movement brings, what is critical to take it forward is leadership. Without a significant culture change in the way stakeholders in the research, education, and knowledge exchange communities create, store, share, and deliver the outputs of their activity, and without fundamental change in the way publications are published and disseminated and paid for, the transition to open science will be hampered. It is up to each individual institution to determine the pace and character of that change. However, leaders everywhere need to do three things: lead, manage, and engage. Leadership comes first because without this, there will be no progress. Leadership includes identifying a strategy to meet objectives, to help instill a willingness to embrace change, seeing it as an opportunity and not a threat. Alongside leadership comes management, because change needs to be managed, and it does not just happen. The third area of activity is engagement, as everyone in the envisaged area of change needs to be engaged to suggest novel strategies and to be able to support the process. Change will not take root if it is simply imposed from the top, and the recipe for success is to engage with different communities and to move forward together as equal partners with a shared vision. It is heartening to see the progress that is happening in the open science movement in many spheres across the world, and by meeting together this week and engaging in robust dialogue, we will serve to greatly strengthen existing efforts. The transition does not come without its fair share of challenges, as you well know, but by developing strong and progressive global collaborative networks, solutions can be devised to ensure that the route to free scientific knowledge for all is opened. This is particularly relevant in the African continent, which will form the focus of today's sessions. Opening science and education in and for Africa, and establishing the value and voice of African science on a global stage is important for many reasons, but perhaps most notably because the future of the world hinges on the future of Africa. This is because, among other things, Africa's population of more than 1.3 billion will double by the middle of this century, potentially rising to 4 billion people by 2100, or around 1/3 of the world's population. I'm reminded about this everywhere I travel in the world. People often say, Africa is important, you can't afford not to be in Africa, the business people will say that, and that, without Africa, there is no future to speak about. It is also the youngest population, and so there is a unique opportunity to educate and upskill a generation that can, apart from Africa's own needs, contribute to high-quality human resources to those regions of the world that have an aging population. This is something that is already happening. At the University of Pretoria, we've embraced our continental identity as an African university, firmly anchored in our locality, South Africa. We are passionate about the continent's unbelievable richness in terms of its people, natural resources, cultures, biodiversity, and environments, and its potential to thrive as a knowledge economy or society that relies on itself for its solutions to its own challenges. We know that the continent is brimming with talent. And as pathbreakers of the African Knowledge Society, our youth, if afforded the opportunity to be the best they can, will contribute significantly to innovation and scientific research excellence, if the necessary resources are also mobilized to allow them to realize their full potential. The considerable obstacles that need to be overcome in order to attain the African Union Agenda's 2063 vision of, and I quote, a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development where poverty is eradicated in one generation, close quote, require workable solutions based on human-centered, transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary research that recognizes the importance of evidence, creativity, and excellence to create change. If science is viewed as a public good, which few would today argue against, it needs to be actively disseminated as widely as possible to contribute optimally to the good of humanity. Increasing the impact and influence of African research and advancing open science for social change in Africa globally cannot be done alone. It requires redoubled efforts to build equitable and sustainable partnerships extended broadly to partners in both the global south and the global north. Tackled collectively, tangible results become achievable. I'm sure you will agree with me that we simply have no time to lose, but need to apply ourselves with diligence and urgency to work that is certainly not for ourselves, but for the very livelihood of our planet and future generations. Let us stand united to achieve the benefits of academic freedom through open science. Once again, happy Africa Day, and thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Coupe. And now I'm delighted to invite our Director at Future Africa, Dr. Huckman, for our first panel of the day, as well as Profs. Brito, Bauer, and Buitendijk to come to the stage.
Thank you very much, Neeraj. Good morning, everybody. And once again, happy Africa Day. As Neeraj has said, it's absolutely fantastic to be celebrating this with all of you. And given the celebratory mood, I almost feel guilty that I'm now in charge of having to steer us into work. Colleagues, by way of introduction to this first session today, we have chosen deliberately, and as you see from the Africa Week program, to interpret the notion of openness in its broadest sense. We talk about openness to the world, we have sessions on opening agendas, opening pathways to action in the spheres of policy and practice, open everything, as Aldo Strobel said yesterday. And as demonstrated in the very rich discussions we had yesterday about networking the networks, there is, I believe, real value in taking such a broad approach. It certainly has already deepened and extended the breadth of our discussions. But perhaps there's also a little danger in going the open everything route. And the danger might be that we begin to dilute our common understanding of the fundamental dimensions and associated imperatives of today's global open science movement, which, as Ahmed Bauer reminded us yesterday, is just beginning to get traction, to gain traction. And by implication, the danger of diluting our efforts to really implement, really realize open science and the powerful benefits that it brings for both science and society, and that Professor Coupe has alluded to in his remarks. So given this, we must start, as we do today, with a focus session on the global open science movement, asking ourselves, why does it matter? What does it entail? Why do we talk about it, as in the strapline of the African Open Science Platform, as the future of science and science for the future? How are we doing on realizing it in policy and practice? Where does responsibilities for implementation lie? And how are potential barriers to implementation overcome? How can they and must they now be overcome? And of course, we want to interrogate these types of issues from the African perspective and ask how Africa can and now must take its rightful place on the global open science and indeed open education stage. So some sense of clarity and conclusions from today's first session will frame the rest of our discussions today and tomorrow. So some of the fantastic lineup of speakers we have today have already been mentioned, and we'll go through that again. I want to upfront welcome all our speakers for this first session and thank them so much for being with us. Let me give you a quick sense of how we're going to organize the session and how we will proceed. So we're going to start with 4 colleagues who have agreed to essentially set the stage for the discussion. We have Lydia Brito from UNESCO, unfortunately not with us in person, but joining us online, who will speak about the 2021 UNESCO Open Science Recommendation, which is a really milestone moment in the movement for that recommendation to be adopted, and talk about its implementation not only globally, but also on our continent. Ahmed Bauer will then, who many of you met yesterday, will talk to us a little bit about the role of universities in the implementation, taking forward the global open science movement. Simone Buitendijk will bring into our discussions the important new ideas and imperatives of open education. And following a tea break that we'll then have, Chiamo Moshechwa is going to give us a brief overview of what's happening in the open science policy making space on the continent. And then following that, we're going to have, following those framing inputs, we will have time for discussion, interactive, open discussion, and we've asked 3 people to challenge us to kickstart that discussion. I will introduce them a little bit later, but let me say up front, I've challenged them and invited them to be provocative. And then finally, we will have somebody, thank goodness for me, I don't have to wrap up. We've actually invited people for each of our sessions today and tomorrow to listen intently to your discussions and to draw out for us at the end of each session some of the conclusions. And with a particular challenge to them to say, what have you heard about action? What have you heard about what we're going to do next? Because we really want our conversations to go beyond talk and towards some practical, concrete outcomes. So with that, Lydia, welcome. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
So
Here
lovely
I am.
to see you. And please, the screen and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And really apologies for not being with you today in presence. Very happy to be online. I want really, first of all, to wish all of you a wonderful Africa Day. I don't think we could have, apologies, the technology is going faster than me. We couldn't have a better topic for Africa Day. Open Africa, open science, and I think both Professor Koppe and AD have introduced quite well why it's so important to bring this idea of openness when we talk about science and Africa development. And I think the imperatives that have already been mentioned in the opening speech, I really believe that the more we look at the challenges we face, the more we need the scientific knowledge, engineering, data, and information. The importance of engagement, as Professor Koppe mentioned, and this idea of collaboration at all levels. The interconnectivity of the challenge we face as societies that really need to bring that openness in science to increase resilience. And clearly we also heard about the knowledge and the gender gaps and the technology gaps and the type of science that we need today. And I think COVID was a good example of that, is really science for transformational change. And I think that's a huge agenda for global science. And when we go down then to the Agenda 2633, the Africa we want, is clearly that we do need science to come up with solutions that are indeed for all, and are solutions that are also sustainable over time. And therefore, the first idea that comes in is that we really need to democratize science if we really want to make sure that the right to science, a human right that many times is forgotten, it's really for all, and is a responsibility of all. And for the Agenda 2633, if we don't have science, technology, innovation, creativity, togetherness, we will not achieve this agenda that is a very ambitious agenda, but it's an agenda that is also for Africa, with Africa, and also for the world. And science is therefore an important component. And therefore, I'm arguing that if we want indeed to democratize science, then we have to embrace fully the open science movement. And allow me to explain why the open science movement is so important for global science and for the impact of science in development. And again, you know, I speak Portuguese, so I decided that I could create words in English, that I would be allowed that space. And so I'm saying that we don't need a new type of science, we need a new type of sciencing, because we do need to do science in different ways with different stakeholders, and really making sure that as we produce scientific knowledge, as we develop new technologies, part of our responsibility in new sciencing is, for example, to interrogate the impact and the responsibility of human behavior as we face the challenge and the impacts of that new knowledge on issues related to social development, environment, economic development. And therefore, as we interrogate that impact, we can then bring solutions that will develop the new behaviors that we need to address existing problems and avoid new ones. The other concept of the new sciencing, and is not new, we have been talking about sustainability science for a long time, but as much as relevant as it was when we start talking about integrating the different science fields. But I would go further, that if we want to do science in a different way, then we need intersectorality, transsectorality of the different fields of science and engineering, but we also need culture and open interactions. So really, it's more than bringing the fields together and methodologically, develop new ways of coming up with solutions to existing problems, but it's about also influencing culture and again, bringing this openness to interactions that would allow us to learn faster and to identify in a more profound way what are the issues. Again, as we produce new knowledge, as we do science in a different way, it should be also a driver for social transformation. So it means that the way we produce scientific knowledge should also have a huge component on communication. And I would say that Gisans, the most important one is how can we build through the process of creating knowledge, new knowledge, we can create a scientific culture, a knowledge societies that can indeed use knowledge to take decisions and to ensure that knowledge will promote social transformation. Again, we heard the importance of collaborating within countries, the continent, with the global north, the global south. And I would say that, again, the process of doing science, because of the complexity of the challenges that we are trying to address through scientific knowledge and development of technology, we need to work across scales. So it's not enough to address the challenge at one level only. We do need to connect global, regional, and local levels. And therefore, as we build our scientific communities in the countries, in the region, continentally, we do need to have programs that really address these different scales. And also, it's forcing us in many ways to question the type of scientific collaboration that we have today, both at regional and global levels. So it's also transformative in the way we engage, in the way we collaborate. The other point that I want to bring it when we talk about the new ways of producing scientific knowledge, it's the role of society and communities. We cannot afford anymore, and I think Professor Koppe was very clear on that. We do need to bring communities, societies together with the scientific community from the beginning, from the first time we start thinking of scientific questions to address challenges or to use better the opportunities that exist for development. These communities, these societies, they have to be with the scientific community and really changing the co-design and the co-production of scientific knowledge. And there are many ways, and clearly one of them is citizen science, where members of the communities, students, etc., they join efforts with the scientific community to get the data, to analyze, to see the different results that we are getting and discuss. And this is important because I'm going back to the importance of develop in societies this culture of science, this scientific culture. In another point, and again, Professor Koppe said, we are an African institution. And that's a very important statement and also a very noble aim for the University of Pretoria. And that means that also the scientific community of the University of Pretoria then have to engage constantly with the different knowledge systems. And we are rich indeed in knowledge, and it's not only on scientific knowledge that Africa is rich. Africa is very rich in local and indigenous knowledge, and many times we don't create this space of bringing these different knowledge systems together to come up with solutions. And again, partner and networking more and in better ways. And I would say also that this sciencing, this new process of producing scientific knowledge, finally is to have embedded in itself the capacity to learn, to unlearn, and to relearn, because we are indeed in a transformational epoch. And therefore, for us, open science it's a very great opportunity, and that's why our member states approved the recommendation on open science, because we do believe that is a huge framework for scientific cooperation for sustainable development. And I would say that the first importance of this framework and this concept of open science, and we saw it during COVID and the inequalities in assessing the benefits of science with the vaccinations, with the technology to maintain people alive in hospitals. And clearly it was, I would say, eye-opening how by making sure that we start discussing this right to assess the benefits, this human right to assess the benefits of science and technology, and also the right to participate in the creation of the knowledge that is needed, in this case, to save lives. It's the open science framework brings this human right very center to what we do in the scientific community. It's also important to say that this open science recommendation and the framework that we have developed together with the many consultations we had at different levels in different regions with different stakeholders, it's the values that underpin this recommendation and principles. So the principle of integrity, inclusion, fair relationships, the importance of diversity, and again, bringing that idea of different knowledge systems and societal organizations, of governance systems, and how can we indeed, as we produce scientific knowledge, guarantee that these principles and values are there. Of course, it's about sharing. It's the word sharing is part of being open, and so is data, is infrastructure, is human capital, but it's also responsibility to ensure that knowledge is a common good and the driver for sustainable development for all and in all places. And so it's not just about sharing resources and opportunities. It's also a shared responsibility. And therefore, we definitely, as UNESCO, defend very much that we do have to promote this open science framework for transformative international scientific cooperation. And what we have done after the approval of the recommendation was to really develop a lot of toolkits in order to address the challenges in making this transition from a more close science systems to a much more open science systems. And clearly part of it and part of what we do, and this one of the challenges, is really to understand this paradigm shift and this cultural change. So how can we understand better what that shift means and how can we act in order to advance? Clearly, the capacity for open science and the capacity to network, the capacity to share, and also to change the way we do science, as I mentioned before. And of course, you do need policy frameworks to support these movements. You need funding mechanisms and incentives that are also different. And clearly, the issue of scientific infrastructure, in particular for Africa, is quite important. Just to frame a little bit why this UNESCO recommendation is so important, is that once the member states approve and promote the recommendation, in this case the UNESCO recommendation on open science, it's a legal instrument, and therefore member states and partners they in a way are committed to report their progress in the implementation of the recommendation. So it is a framework that can support member states to change their policies, their incentives, their funding mechanisms, their scientific collaboration platforms, but it's also a mechanism of learning, because the member states will be reporting to UNESCO General Conference how they are being able to implement, what are the challenges, what are the best practices. And so it's also a global movement. It doesn't stay with one country, with one region, because all of them adopt the recommendation, and therefore they have agreed to embrace the culture and practice of open science. The highlights of the recommendation, the first one is that really is the first international normative instrument on open science. And it also contains a very important, it was a big discussion. How do you define open sciences? So the whole consultation process was really started by agreeing in the definition of open science, and of course agreeing also in core values and guiding principles that I shared with you. The recommendation, as it should, addresses multiple actors and stakeholders, recommends very clear actions on different levels to operationalize the principles of open science, proposes innovative approaches at different stages of the scientific cycle, and clearly calls for a comprehensive open science monitoring framework, because as I said, member states will be reporting. The 4 components of the recommendation are quite interesting, because the first one is about scientific knowledge, open scientific knowledge, and how can we share knowledge, data, and information. The other one is, of course, open science infrastructure. And more than ever, we need open science infrastructure. Science today needs big infrastructure. We deal with big data, and it's very hard for a university, for a country, for a region alone to be able to develop, to establish enough big infrastructure for science to do the science they need to develop. So it's a very important point. But what, in my view, is quite innovative and important is that it also talks about open engagements of societal actors and open dialogue with other knowledge systems. So it's not only about resources, sharing resources, information, data, and knowledge. It's also about engaging in a different way and including the different societal actors and also the different knowledge systems that exists in the world. So the key areas for intervention, when we think from a perspective of Africa in having knowledge as a common good, there are several areas, and I will finish with that we have to act. One clearly is policies, tools, and regional strategies. We have to have the policy framework. We need to have the tools that indeed will allow the scientific community to embrace open science values and principles. Shared infrastructure, shared pooled funding, scientific human capacity. Professor Koppe also spoke about that. How can we really networking with the different universities so that we have the human capacity everywhere in the continent that allows us to produce the knowledge that we need, creating this idea of the scientific culture in societies and really having a new contract with society to really promote the right to knowledge, the right to science, and also the ability to co-design and co-produce new knowledge, and clearly new types of partnerships. Allow me now to go where are we in Africa, and I think we will have, of course, a presentation on the African open science platform that I was very privileged to participate in. Even before UNESCO was talking about the need for this recommendation through the National Science Foundation, South Africa was already bringing a lot of African experts and experts from other parts of the world in saying we do need an African open science platform if we want to have the science and the knowledge we need for development. So the first one is there are already several countries that are developing their national open science policies and roadmaps. There are also countries that have gone even deeper and say it's not enough to have these open science policies, but also institutional policies that will allow the institutions to really embrace open science. Clearly, the issue of capacity building, and there are many initiatives like the Public Library of Open Science, the Training Center in Communication, and of course UNESCO is doing quite a few sub-regional workshops where we've been sharing our toolkits. Platforms and infrastructures, I mentioned already the Open Science platform, but there are also others. And you can see that in all these initiatives, there are quite a few and very different and very important actors that are working together to make it a reality. Open access is another area of the recommendation, and we have several African journals that have embraced open access, allowing therefore scientists to publish their findings online free of charge. This movement has been very much, and we should thank and appreciate the role of the African Journals online platform that has really been pushing this. And this is a movement that I would say it's going only to grow. Open data initiatives such as the South Africa Data Free, Kenya Open Data, and organizations again like the African Open Science Platform that are really working towards fostering this data sharing culture across the continent. Open education resources, many African universities have started offering open education resources, and this is again a movement, and principally now taking, using the digitalization movement. I see this movement growing further. Open source, Africa has been growing in the adoption of open source software. And again, this is a movement that will continue to grow. And therefore, we are moving there. Citizen science involving the public in scientific research is growing also in our continent. And projects like Malaria Spot have really engaged scientists in malaria diagnosis. And of course, the eBird initiative also have involved quite a lot of citizens in data collection. Infrastructure, the development of research infrastructure is of course crucial for open science in Africa. And I think the Science Granting Council initiative in Sub-Saharan Africa, it's one of the initiatives, but we do need to do more in infrastructure. And of course, we are now in evaluation, defining metrics so that we can see how can we monitor the impact and the embracing of open science frameworks. And also, again, recognizing the role of the African Academy of Sciences that are working on the framework that promotes open science practices. So to finalize, Eddie, and sorry for taking so long, I have three groups that I would like to put forward for discussion. And the first one is leadership and commitment from the highest political level. First of all, to have the science policies that are indeed integrated and aligned with national and regional development plans, and that can complement also other policies. So there is a need of integration of policies when we talk about open science, multi-stakeholders, multi-dimensions, then it also means that at the highest level, we have that commitment for science, but we also have to make sure that those policies are also integrated with the rest of the policies that are so important for development. And I think one of the speakers today will speak about the education systems, but really the political commitment to transform the education systems, including higher education institutions. The Secretary General of the United Nations launched the initiative of transforming education. And this is fundamental really to also embrace open science, and that the education systems themselves are based on that framework. Also, the issue politically that we have to invest massively in science and in share research infrastructure can serve African development priorities, and we need to continue to engage the highest political level. I always believe that we could have much more science investment and much more clarity on the role of science in development if the scientists start getting involved also in political leadership. I truly believe that a good scientist could be a very good leader and could place science in a much better position than we are today. Of course, the research funding that I mentioned again, and to make really science, technology, and innovation as a political priority. And again, the issue of being Africa the youngest continent and the source of the new generation of global researchers, as Professor Koppe mentioned, it's very important that we create research funding mechanisms that can allow our young people to become these global researchers so needed for humanity. I think Professor Bawa will speak more about universities, but again, I think there is a huge role of research institutions, scientific unions, scientific academies, and universities to really make sure that we promote more collaboration among Africa research ecosystems and globally, and refine the agendas with the stakeholders in society and in the leadership positions in the countries. Also clearly, and that's why it's so important, the institutional embracement and the changes institutionally to embrace open science principles, because that really means that there is a change also at the institutional level. Promote open science for citizen science and co-design and production that we talked about, and clearly encourage and foster early career scientists, in particular female scientists, as the world needs more science, and science in Africa needs much more scientists than we have today. And then finally, just to conclude on partnerships, we do need a different type of collaboration that really promotes science for caring, and that really promotes also mutual development of scientific capacity. We cannot afford, we don't have any more time to have collaborations that are predatory, that don't leave more capacity after the interaction. We are back to what we were before. So that the interactions in itself have to be open, have to be transformative, have to bring more capacity. Also anticipate new risks and ethical considerations. And again, going back to a new type of sciencing, this idea that we are responsible to analyze the risks and the ethical considerations. And of course, in collaboration, in partnerships, embracing the open science principles and values to inform the networking and joint research programs, funding mechanisms in the case for Africa that are aligned with African development priorities and that invest in this new generation of global researchers. And finally, change the current research culture and recognize that researchers that share, collaborate, and engage with other researchers and society are really the type of researchers that we need in today's world. Thank you very much, and apologies, Edie, for taking so long.
I always forgive you, Lydia. Lydia, thank you so much for that very comprehensive and valuable framing input for us. I don't know whether you are able to stay with us for a while, but please feel free to do so. It would be great if you could perhaps find a way of participating throughout the session, but we do understand if you need to move on, given your busy UNESCO schedule. I think one of the issues you've picked up on makes a nice transition to the next framing input from Ahmed Bauer, and that is about the role of universities. It's interesting to me that in your slides, universities are not mentioned often, and I think I'm going to put it out there that possibly the higher education sector has not been as engaged as it could have been and should have been, both in the development of the recommendation and now in the complex architecture of its implementation. So that's a nice challenge for Ahmed to pick up. Ahmed, would you join us, please? Ahmed, who all of you know, former CEO of the University of South Africa and member of the International Science Council's Open Science Working Group. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody, and it's a real pleasure to be here again. And I'm pretty sure that it's never happened to me before, where I had to appear twice at a conference. But Professor Cooper, thank you very much for your introductory remarks. I think it was captured sort of a lot of what had to be said, and thank you so much. And it's very uncommon to have a vice-chancellor and a previous vice-chancellor in the same room. Right? So Professor Delaray and Professor Cooper, it's good to see you. Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. So, I'm going to begin just by saying that I've been asked to speak about the role of universities in designing, but I want to sort of also reverse that to some extent, because I think that it's not just about universities, the role of universities in terms of sort of building an open science kind of movement and so on, but it's also about the way in which we have to think about open science as saving universities, right? There's a kind of there's a kind of synergistic relationship there that we have to keep in mind, it seems to me. And I want to just kind of begin by reflecting a little bit, if you like, on South Africa. That is, and just to begin by saying, that we had student movements, kind of the Rhodes Must Fall and Fees Must Fall movements in 2015, 2017. They raised two major issues. The one was the issue around, South African universities being trapped in a colonial imagination, and the idea of really kind of shifting them beyond that. And the second one, of course, is simply the following, and that was that in a country such as South Africa, which is a democracy and so on, that it's just simply untenable for young South Africans who are admitted to a university to not be able to take up those positions because they don't have the money. I mean, it's just an untenable position. And I don't think anybody disagreed with either of those. But that's not what I want to talk about. What I want to say is that there was a day in mid-October 2016, when 18 of the 26 universities had been shut. The other 8 were sort of teetering on kind of closure. There were murmurings from the Department of Higher Education and Training that we should shut down the system. Sort of we resisted that. And except for the vice-chancellors and their teams, there was absolutely no defense of the university system. Now, not from government, not from industry, not from community-based organizations, not from parents. So one had to ask the question, who owns the universities? Why was there such a high level of alienation of the universities, in the broader community, if you like? Now, of course, I'm caricaturing the situation, right? Because, in fact, people were sort of saying, we must be careful, this might push the universities too far and so on. But there is a very serious question here, which is just who owns the universities? Do they belong to the vice-chancellors? Clearly not. Do they belong to the councils? Clearly not. Do they belong to government? Clearly not. They are social institutions. And that really kind of struck me as something that we had to address. And then, of course, we had COVID-19, and COVID-19 raised again this very devastating sense, in fact, that we were, first of all, a very unequal society. But secondly, that our universities that there were huge disparities between our universities and within our universities, and that we were in grave danger of having a bifurcated sort of system where those privileged young people would complete the degree, go online, and then a very large section of students who would just not be able to do that. Fortunately, we were able to kind of pull it all together, and now both events pointed to the need for universities in a society as unequal as ours to develop kind of a strong social justice underpinnings as they imagine their future. And I'm very pleased to say that now you go to any university and one kind of hears, at least kind of in their vision statements, in the statements the vice chancellors make and so on, the importance of social justice sort of underpinnings for those universities. And it seems to me at least that when we think about an open science initiative in a country such as ours, we have to see it as an instrument, if you like, as one instrument in this process of conceptualizing a social justice approach to science, more importantly for my talk today, for universities. And to think about the Open Science Initiative as a social justice response to the huge disparities that we see, not just in our society, but across the world in many respects. Of course, there are other huge challenges that an open science approach would take. One of them is clearly the idea of the distrust of experts, the slide into anti-intellectualism. And of course, I think we all have to just accept, that in some ways, what this open science initiative does for the universities, at least, is kind of interrogate, if you like, the core kind of activities of universities. It forces us to rethink the way in which we think about the relationship between universities and society, universities and students, and so on. Okay. So, I think that, let me just begin by saying that there are a range of things that the universities have to take up. The first point I wanted to mention is the issue of thinking of this as a social justice enterprise. There's still a huge amount of intellectual work that has to be done. And I think that one of the things that we have to consider is just the role of universities in generating research on open science. If you do a search just do a Google search on open science on any platform, what you see are tens of thousands of articles on open science. The vast majority of those are produced in universities. What it means is that the whole concept of open science is now very much beginning to pervade the research enterprise. And more importantly, of course, it's not all just one directional. It's not about open science being good. It's also about the critiques of open science, which are really important because they provide us with a basis of really sharpening our understanding of open science. And as Dr. Brito indicated, we're still sort of grappling with kind of definitions and infrastructures and so on, especially in a society like ours. COVID-19, of course, really provided us with an important experiment in open science. What we saw was dramatic shifts in scholarly publishing. 34% of the articles that were published during COVID-19 were published in preprints. Now, that wasn't not because people couldn't find other venues to publish in. It was because they wanted the stuff to get out so that we could begin to act at speed. More importantly, of course, the big publishers kind of made their websites kind of available, made their databases available. Anything to do with COVID-19 was made available. Of course, those have now been shut down again. But it did show, in fact, that the potential for moving towards an open access kind of enterprise is very much on the cards. Secondly, we had the sharing of data. I was intrigued to hear, for example, that the first genome of the COVID-19, of the SARS-CoV-2, the virus at least, was distributed around the world on Twitter. Just an indication, in fact, that there are huge changes taking place in scientific communication and so on. Thirdly, it was the use of technology in collaborative work, and just the way in which there was huge sharing of infrastructure and so on for us to be able to make huge progress. And these were all very good kind of indications of what uses we can derive from opening up the science system as much as possible. This becomes even more pertinent now, when at a time when we're entering another Cold War, and we are seeing, in fact, the fracturing of the global kind of science system. We are seeing people being arrested because they come from a particular country. We're seeing people being excluded from research groups, and so on. And so at a time when we should be moving towards opening up, we are seeing, in fact, seeing a closing down. It's interesting that the G7 issued a statement last week, and I understand we'll hear more about that a little later on open science, and I think that's very important. But it also, we also have to be very careful about the kind of the nitty-gritty of that statement, just who is included and who is excluded and so on. So that's something we should really pay attention to. The second point I want to make is that science is by definition a public good, and it must be protected as a public good. Notwithstanding the explosion in scientific outputs that we see in recent years, 30 years of globalization has really commodified science and its products, even when the vast bulk of the funding for science is drawn from the public purse. And we have to understand how to address this commodification of science. And it has to be at the center of this discussion around open science. At a time when humanity faces some of its potentially most devastating challenges, from global warming and climate change and the disastrous loss of biodiversity and so on, this public good of science, public good role of science in producing evidence for new policy interventions, new green technologies, culture change, circular economic models, and so on, has never been more important. And the public good role of science must be protected. Otherwise, we'll just simply not meet the demands of these grand challenges that we face. The third point I'd like to make is that in societies like ours, we often have sort of multiple knowledge systems coexisting with each other. Dr. Brito kind of referred to this in her talk. Not only coexisting knowledge systems, but also cohabited knowledge systems, by individuals and communities. So people sort of slide between knowledge systems, in their everyday lives. The issue of epistemic access in such cases is clearly important to secure, and it has to be seen also as a kind of social justice framework in providing those marginalized knowledge systems into the broader discourse and scientific discourse, if you like. The fourth point I'd like to make is that while we have a wonderfully rich global scientific enterprise underway, we are also witnessing a deeply concerning rise of unethical practices. This is probably not new, but there does appear to be an acceleration of the reported cases of falsified experimental results, slicing and dicing of research papers, etc. Just we can have a list of poor practices. Just one little piece of information. In a recent issue of Science, there was a report of a study by a neuropsychologist, Bernard Sabel, who estimated, using what he called a fake paper detector, after screening 5,000 papers in the neurosciences, he estimates that up to 34% of neuroscience papers published in 2020 were likely made up or plagiarized. 34%. So there are myriad other reports of this nature, and they're buzzing in my head. So if somebody wants to talk about them, I'm happy to talk about them. What this does mean is that the current system is simply not working. We've got this tremendous push for research outputs. It's publish or perish. Whatever, however we think about this kind of push for publications and so on. But the system is simply not working. We are producing bad practices. So that has to be central to this reimagination of the way in which we do science. The fifth point I'd like to make is just the fact that is the impact of the social movements, the Me Too movement, Black Lives Matter movement, and other movements, which has really highlighted sort of poor practices in science along the lines of oppressive practices, harassment, exclusionary practices, and so on. Yet again, an indication that all is not sort of healthy and hunky-dory in the science system. So the policy work on open science must, it seems to me, address these 5 issues and others. While it is important for the African open science platforms to be aligned with the core principles of the global open science framework, for example, laid out by Dr. Lydia Brito and the UNESCO one, it is just as important for the open science platforms that we work on to be carefully and rigorously indigenized. So I'm not going to go into what open science is, because I think we heard that from Dr. Brito already, and I'm going to give that a pass. But I think the critical point is that the idea of open science is to foster higher levels of collaboration and to open up the process of evaluation, assessment, dissemination through the inclusion of other social actors and so on. So I think that we have to see that as being a fundamental requirement. So in the South African system, more than 90% of the formal research output is, and I dare say this is true for many other systems, emanate from our universities. Clearly, universities are important in this whole discussion. So this makes it absolutely critical for universities to be central to this process, and for intensive scholarly involvement in the shaping of an open science approach to the knowledge enterprise. I've mentioned this already, but this is a really important point, that actually we must really turn to our universities for a rigorous kind of analysis of open science, what its potential is, what its dangers are, and so on and so forth. And just to continue with this, just to say that that universities have to kind of really look at the whole value chain in terms of scholarly investigations. And I just mentioned earlier that if one does simply an open science kind of a search for open science on just one database, which is Science Open, 18,000 papers pitch up there. And what that tells you is that there's a lot of work going on. In the case of our continent and its universities, this work has great significance since, as may be expected, the general progress made on open science has been driven by the research agendas of the global north. More importantly, good scholarly work interrogates these dominant models of open science, producing interesting critiques which can help us to shape better systems. The second point on this is that universities have a key role in developing the physical and socio-cultural infrastructures required for open science platforms. The UNESCO recommendations very eloquently capture the way in which open science enhances the research process, and I won't go through that again, but just to say that, quoting from that document that Lydia kind of shared with us, what it does is that it builds on the essential principles of academic freedom, research integrity, scientific excellence. Open science then sets out a new paradigm that integrates into the scientific enterprise practices for reproducibility, transparency, sharing, and collaboration, resulting from the increased opening of scientific contents, tools, and processes. What that tells us is that, if our universities are the major drivers of research output, this is really important for the universities' kind of research enterprises. This is a challenge for universities, ensuring that both the physical and social cultural infrastructures are in place for this. For instance, what kind of infrastructure will allow for the access of data? Is this to be managed institutionally, or is it to be managed nationally, or is it to be managed globally? And what are the implications of each of these? If they are to be managed globally, what does that mean, like for the global infrastructure, if you like, in terms of the inequities that are so prevalent in our systems? And the big question really is, just to what extent and how do our universities contribute to the national, continental, and those global infrastructures. What kind of governance model will there be, and how will African societies participate in those governance models? So those are all big research questions which still need to be addressed. The third point I'd like to make is that universities imbibe and develop an open science culture as universities imbibe and develop an open science culture, this will permeate into the undergraduate programs and graduate programs and generate a richer learning experience for students, pushing them towards new understandings of the value of knowledge that they develop and the use that they may be put into. So in other words, sort of producing a broad kind of approach that kind of permeates society, if you like, about new approaches to science. The fourth point is as universities engage with other sectors, industry, government, communities, the culture of open science may produce high levels of trust. And it seems to me that we have to think about trust, not just simply as sort of this, kind of, the general kind of approach that we have now to the slide towards anti-intellectualism is that, it's a result of populism, it's a result of, kind of the undermining of popular kind of, sorry, let me just rephrase that a little bit. It's a result of populism, and that what we need to do is to understand that there's also a role for universities to sharpen the way in which they kind of communicate science, they kind of engage with communities, they engage with broader society. So some concluding thoughts. The first one is, all of our governments have been very proactively kind of involved in adopting open science platforms. We have to ask the question why. Now, I'm not, by the way, I chaired the South African model, and I see Dan is sitting there, so I don't want to sort of, we've had a very good relationship. I've had a very good relationship with the Department of Science and Innovation. So it's not about, but it is a question of saying, who's going to pay for it? Is this kind of, are governments aligning themselves with this because they think it's, going to make it cheaper to do science? What are the, we have to interrogate that. Secondly, as we grapple as a continent with the adoption of open science policies and procedures, with research culture change, with the way in which we measure research, and with the establishment of the necessary infrastructures, we are also in danger of folding into the dominant models of open science in the global north. And I think we have to be very careful about that. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't be a part of the global system. It just means that we have to make sure that open science works for us. Then we have to understand that we have to open upwards and downwards. That it's also about saying we must engage globally, but open science is also an instrument for us to really permeate into a broader society, if you like. Just this idea of, I used this phrase, this word yesterday, this idea of locatedness, trying to understand how universities can become much more anchor-based, if you like, in the institutions, in the communities that they find themselves in. Thirdly, and I suspect that we'll hear this in the next talk, it's the issue around access to higher education, just coming to grips with the idea that with the large demographic shifts that Professor Coupe kind of mentioned earlier on, that we have to really take on this big challenge. And then thirdly, is this idea of understanding how to optimize the use of technology, but not for the purpose of technology, but trying to understand sort of in the Japanese model, if you like, this idea of society 5.0, where you kind of place the human beings at the center and bring everything around to kind of really ensure the well-being of human beings. All of those, in fact, should really be interwoven into our work on open science. Yeah, I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Deeply challenging. And colleagues, what I want to assure you about is we are going over time a little bit, but you're going to have, I think the first two speakers, and I'm sure Simone, you're going to do the same, you're going to raise challenges that we're going to be confronting throughout the rest of today and tomorrow. The other thing I wanted to show you about is that you will have an opportunity to engage in conversation with Ahmed and Simone, and if Lydia is still online when we go into our open discussion. And thirdly, you will get a tea break. No, please, Simone, we're looking forward to your presentation now, and then we'll break for tea after that. Welcome.
Thank you for being here with me, and thank you, University of Pretoria, Professor Coupe, for inviting me and lots of my lead colleagues. It's been an amazing experience, and I hope I can contribute something to the discussion by talking about open university education for the SDGs. So let me start. How do I do this? Oh, there we go. Let me start with the slide that's no doubt really familiar with for all of you. But I think it's important to always think about the why. Why are we doing everything we're doing this week, this day? Why are we being at universities? Why are we doing our research, our education? And it has to be to make a huge impact on the global challenges. The global challenges, I think, can be impacted by universities. They're probably the best networked institutions to make a huge dent, but they need to be absolutely collaborative. And that's what I want to talk about today. Radical collaboration. We have no time to waste. We have to collaborate as if our lives depend on it, because they actually do. So if we look at all these 17 challenges, there are a few that are, I think we all have our sort of favorites. The one that I think we need to talk about more is gender equity. If we don't think about women as change makers, if we don't empower women, if we don't realize that all these global challenges impact on women so much more than they do on men, and especially women in the global south, I don't think we can make the changes we need to. And women are often also the people who bring up the next generation. And we've heard it in Professor Coupe's speech. That's really what we're talking about today, the next generation. So for me, gender equity is a really important one that we need to center in everything we're doing also these days. But then, of course, quality education. If we don't educate the global population, they can't be the change makers that we need. And I think the last one, that's another one that I'm very fond of, the partnership for the goals. We need many more partnerships. And yesterday was about partnerships among partnerships among partnerships. Now, different networks of networks. And I think that's what this week, this day should be all about. I think I'm having it upside down. So global challenges, we've heard it many times during this conference, require comprehensive, transdisciplinary, evidence-based and inclusive solutions. And universities should be at the heart of implementing and devising all of these challenges. And we can be hugely influential. But as I just said, we need to be driven by radical collaboration. And we need to open up science, but also higher education, to the huge population of talented young people. We can't teach them in brick and mortar universities. There simply aren't enough of us. And we need to collaborate across the globe to make sure that everybody has the chance to actually rise to the level of their intellect and become the global change makers that they can be. There you go. So strategic imperatives for global higher education, and they're at the heart of this conference very clearly. Again, be radically collaborative, be highly values-based. We need to think of our values. Generosity, compassion, I think they're words that universities don't use anyway frequently enough. We need to be much more generous, not think about us, not think about what's in it for us, but think about what we can do for the world. And we need to focus on reducing inequalities. And if we keep doing that, we'll figure out how to be collaborative and how to be values-led, because inequalities are at the heart of all the global challenges. So we should redefine our core missions of education, research, and societal impact. It can't be about competition, it can't be about the rankings, it can't be about an elitist system that only admits a few bright minds to get the education they deserve. We need to be radically open And we should never forget that we're training as universities the next generation of global citizens and change makers. And for me, that's much more of a core mission than our research. Of course, we need to do it with our research. It's research-led education. But education really is at the heart of everything universities do. And it's because we are training the next generation. And as Professor Cooper was saying, 1/3 of young people actually, or who are now young people, will be, 1/3 of the global population will be in Africa. So if we don't train the African bright minds to be the change makers of tomorrow, I think we're all going to lose. And digital technology and global online education can be truly disruptive because they can bring education to the globe at a scale and a quality that's previously unprecedented. And we can't put people literally on planes and bring them to the global north. We can't build enough brick and mortar universities in the global south. So we need to use this new technology to do education, higher education at a scale and quality that was previously unprecedented. So digital technology and online education can really enhance these opportunities for radical collaboration because it can truly create inclusive, accessible, truly global classrooms and at a scale again and a quality that otherwise would be completely impossible. Students from UP and Leeds tomorrow could be in one classroom, maybe with teachers working together, and also training students in the global north about the problems that the global south faces, which are universal problems, which are ours. And we need to stop thinking about others and us versus them. We need to think really about global. There are no others. We're all in this together. So to create classrooms where we literally can all be together, even if it's in a virtual space, and learn from each other, where the teachers actually also become the students, because the students bring their own lived experiences into those classrooms. I've seen it. It's happening already. But we need to do it at a much larger scale. And it can also stimulate knowledge production. We've heard that in the first two talks. That's truly borderless. We don't need to think about borders when we use online and virtual technology. It's truly equitable. And the speed, and we've seen it in COVID, can be absolutely breathtaking. And if we then also use the civic societies, if we can think about what people in the communities need and make sure that we answer their research questions, that we also use them as producers of knowledge, and we start thinking about knowledge from a very different perspective, not the white global north lens of knowledge production and excellent science, we can really make huge strides. So I just want to give you two examples of what's happening at the University of Leeds, but not just at the University of Leeds. And they're both in collaboration with many others. So one is our Global Health Education Group initiative. So the challenge is that we have a global shortfall of a predicted 10 million healthcare workers by 2030. That's really soon. And it just means we can't deliver healthcare at the level and the quality we need to. Today, at this moment. Today, women are dying in childbirth, mostly completely unnecessarily, because there simply aren't enough trained midwives and aren't enough places where they can be helped. And that's just one example. So what we want to do together with this company is create an online platform, use virtual and artificial reality to train students and make sure that they get the clinical placements either in hospitals but also in communities that otherwise they couldn't get. You can only accommodate 2-3 students in your GP practice, and the placements are often the bottleneck. So we're using these smart glasses. I should point there. We're using these smart glasses so students can live stream into the actual clinical sessions, and we're developing technologies like e-otoscope, so students can see in the inner ear when the clinician, or in the ear when the clinician is using it, e-stethoscopes, and of course the technology is developing so rapidly, and the quality of those kind of placements is so much better than when you're actually trailing a physician like I used to do when I was a medical student. You have no idea what they're doing. And this can absolutely transform medical training, it can transform upskilling, and here too, tomorrow, we could have lead students beaming into a practice in Pretoria or in a rural area around Pretoria and looking at patients or people in this community. And of course, that could mean that we really truly can reverse education. We're not doing this for money, we're doing this because we really want to change the planet and help the global shortfall, which is I think really awful, and it will keep increasing inequalities if we keep this from happening. And another example, and you'll hear more about that in our lunch session just shortly is the Knowledge Equity Network, which is about open education, open university education, open access to science, different sources of knowledge, completely redefining how we do university education, how we publish our data, and how we truly create equitable access to higher education, to science, and think about the human right to all of this, which we just don't honor nearly enough. And the University of Pretoria has been with us from the very beginning. It started in Leeds, but it very clearly will be expanding rapidly, I hope. And there too, the Global North, Global South collaboration is absolutely pivotal, because we can't create equitable knowledge, access to knowledge, if we don't work very, very closely as a collaborative group of universities. And we need African universities for this. We need you to tell us what you need, how we can help, and exhibit that generosity towards each other and move away from just thinking about us. Next slide, please. I think someone is magically doing it for me. So I want to spend a few minutes talking about competition versus collaboration, and maybe about feelings, because we haven't yet talked about how it makes us feel as human beings, to be very competitive or not, to be very collaborative. I think if healthy competition ever existed in academia, I know it's a term we use a lot, I think it's an oxymoron, I just don't think it really exists. We've, at this moment, collectively moved far beyond it. I think we can all agree, especially people at this conference here today, that the competition we experience in academia globally at the moment is very unhealthy. And I think it's literally costing lives at the moment, because we're so focused on the rankings and making sure that we're outsmarting each other. And it's not a system that's conducive to anything that we're talking about today, to solving these big problems the global population has. So the consequences, I think, are really severe for our communities, communities around Pretoria, communities in Leeds, communities anywhere, for the world, but also for us as individuals. It doesn't make us very happy. And I think it's completely okay to want to be happy. And I'm done with competing, because it's exhausting. And I know it does not make me feel very happy. I did it earlier in my career because I felt I had to. And now that I look back, I realize how deeply unhappy it's made me for decades. And I'm old enough now to say no more. I really don't want to do it anymore. So how does relentless competition make us feel? I think the biggest problem is that it makes us feel we need to win from someone else to get what we need for our survival, to get our existential needs met. We need to win. I mean, how insane is that? And it's absolutely not from an evolutionary biology perspective. It's not healthy either. Humanity is really good at collaborating, much better at it than we give ourselves credit for. And we're naturally inclined to work in groups, to be collaborative. And if we're not, if we feel like we have to beat someone else, literally sometimes, to get what we need, I mean, what an unhappy existence that is. It also makes us measure ourselves against others. So no matter how well we're doing, no matter how great our efforts are, if there are others who do it slightly better by whatever metrics, because of course there's huge bias in the way we assess good or better, then we're still unhappy. We're still feeling like we're not doing well enough, even though we're doing the things at our own best effort. It makes us feel extremely anxious about the future, because even if you move up in some kind of ranking, if you're at the top, you know what's going to happen. You can only go down, and you can see the competition already moving up. So we're very anxious. We're always feeling like it's never enough. So this sense that it's never good enough comes from extreme competition. It makes us feel very isolated, because you don't want to really work together with others if you feel like they're your competitors and that they can actually threaten you in this existential way. It makes us very protective of our own interests. It's always about what's in it for me. It's never about how can I be generous to others. And it makes us extremely defensive. And if need be, if we feel it's need be, it will make us aggressive as well. And you can see this at an individual level, at an institutional level, and of course at a global political level as well. So let's now go into slightly more nice territory. If you can give me the next slide. There it is, radical collaboration. Oh, one back please. We need to spend a bit of time on this one. So if we think about radical collaboration, thinking about opening ourselves up, thinking about being softer and not having that whole wall around us, then we can know that what we truly need is available. I think everything that we need as humans is available on this planet right now. It's just very poorly distributed. And if we feel the power of the group, if we feel that we're protecting others, but we're also being protected in return, we can be confident that what we need really is available. It may not be as much as we think we need, but we don't need as much as we think we need. So our existential needs will be met if we're able to collaborate and if we're able to think about each other, not just about ourselves. It makes us focus on living our own best work lives instead of constantly looking at someone else who may be doing something slightly better than we're doing it. We can truly live up to our own potential instead of measuring ourselves against others. It makes us secure about the future, because what could possibly be wrong if we're protected by the group, if we're collaborative, if we're working together, if we're giving. And once we truly start giving, we'll also start receiving when we need something for our survival. And of course, it makes us feel connected. It makes us feel that our best effort is good enough. We don't constantly have to measure up. We don't have to feel like more, because otherwise we're not good enough. And it makes us feel very generous. And I think this word generosity for me is really key in everything I want to do at the University of Leeds as a leader in higher education, together with other leaders in higher education. I think we've forgotten a bit about the power of generosity, and being generous really makes you happy. And again, it's allowed. I think it's okay if we want to be happy. And it makes us feel very compassionate. And they're all giving values. They're not, you can't demand compassion from someone else. It needs to start here. It needs to start with us. We need to start being generous, compassionate, thinking about others, thinking about what we can do for the world instead of what others in the world can do for us. And I'm convinced that this conference is about all of this. And one of the reasons why we were all so smiley and so happy and so relaxed and in such a wonderful mood yesterday, you really missed something, Tawana, but your spirit was there. We talked about you a lot. It's such a powerful feeling to be among people who get it and also want this. For me, this is just an absolutely brilliant conference. I don't think I've ever been at one where the spirit is like the way it is now. And it is because we're all collaborative. For us, it's normal. Of course, why shouldn't we be? So I'm convinced that if we continue like this, and if we connect the networks and the networks and the networks, this can become a truly global movement that will truly help the world to be a better place. And I'll end with my last slide, which I use for every presentation I give. And I really mean it. I think together we can make the world a better place. Thank you very much.
Simone, thank you very much. Collaboration is a kind of a feel-good topic, and it's also important to be reminded of the competitive cultures that we still battle with. So, colleagues, I feel like we're back at that place where open everything, right? So I'm not sure, but it's hugely challenging. And as we go after our break into our open discussion, I would ask our three challenge statement speakers to really also reflect on what you've heard and help us kickstart a lively conversation. We have a tea break now, and the good news is that it's going to be 17 minutes long. So I'd like you back here by 11:15, please. Thank you very much to our three speakers this morning. Not yet. Now you can. So, yesterday I was saying how much I was enjoying myself. Today I'm under a bit of pressure and stress because I haven't managed the time properly. But what we're going to do, colleagues, remember, first of all, remember this is a framing session. I think a lot of the issues that have been raised, and it's been so wide, are going to come back in the sessions that are planned for the rest of the day and indeed for tomorrow. So what I would like to do now is ask Chiamo Mochehwa, incoming director of the African Open Science Platform, to give us a 10-minute overview of what's happening in the policy-making domain. And then we've got three fantastic colleagues, Kostas Glinas, who was head of the Open Science Unit at the European Commission until recently, our own DVC Loretta Ferris and Dan de Toy from DSI. They are going to give us some challenge statements to kickstart a conversation. And I've invited Ahmed to join us in case there are also questions for him. Without further ado, Chiama, your 10 minutes start now.
Thank you very much, Heidi. She forgot to mention she cut my time by 5 minutes. I'll try to stick to the time. Colleagues, I'm very excited to be here, especially following the very, very illustrious speakers who came before me. I think this is a very critical forum, and I'm hoping that in the future going forward, I will really have a very great representation of African leadership and African institutions right here, not virtually, but physically. So my job is fairly straightforward, given the framing, but I could not resist putting in a few slides about what ASP is, given that ASP was mentioned yesterday. We're really trying to create a platform, an open science diplomacy platform in the continent to make sure that we can enhance interactivity and obviously amplify the very good work that has been done across the continent, but not very visible. We also want to make sure that we have this commonality of purpose and voice of Africa in all the forums that we engage in. UNESCO Open Science recommendations have been mentioned a lot. ASP will endeavor to be a vehicle for that implementation. Showcasing African research is quite critical as well. And I think it's very, very important for us to also take a pragmatic approach as and when we unveil and unravel ASP. And I could not resist also to share with you the main strengths, namely because there are networks here to see when you look at our strategy, how you can plug in. Infrastructure is a key issue in terms of making sure that our scientists can obviously do the best research they can do in the continent through the infrastructure we provide. And policy, the topic that I'm going to talk about, is critical. So ASP endeavors to be part of that policy formulation process in the continent. And of course, the two networks at the bottom there. We are a network of networks, not networks of networks yet, but we are getting there. So we encourage you to link into us to amplify those good things that we are doing in the continent. We should be the go-to place when you want to engage the continent when you're looking for collaborations. Colleagues, collaborations have been mentioned. We need to collaborate around those use cases that obviously enhance open science in the continent. I have to mention this to provide the policy environment in the continent. We agree that there are some very good policies. Science has to be a vehicle for solving societal challenges amidst the digital transformation. I think it's very critical. Africa has digital transformation strategy, and there are some sectors like space sciences that provides a very, very good opportunity to advance the continent. I have to mention the landscape study that was done to showcase what is happening in the continent regarding open science, and one of the key findings is that there's very big gaps in policy development, which is why we're here today discussing the need for policy. Colleagues, Africa itself sees commitment in operationalizing the UNESCO Open Science recommendations. We were in Kigali in 2022. Some of the messages that emanated reflected that commitment. Indeed, countries are encouraged to adopt those recommendations and concretely to invest in open science and also to develop the requisite policies. Looking globally, the issue of research infrastructures has been touched upon. It's very critical. We are also in Brno in Czech Republic in 2022 to discuss the issue of research infrastructures and what policymakers must do. And this is a challenge also for African scientific ecosystems and indeed for governments for funding regarding research infrastructures. And then for research infrastructure to also collaborate to make sure that those countries that do not have sufficient infrastructures can obviously also benefit. I'm aware that South Africa has got a research infrastructures roadmap. I'm not sure that many African countries have, but it's a critical one. Colleagues, when we develop these open science policies, there are a number of things that we need to consider. The values, the principles have been touched upon, and the context in which these policies are developed for has to be important. The SDGs have been mentioned. The NDP plans have been mentioned. I think it's very, very critical to contextualize the policies that we develop, and of course, the principles that the policies will enshrine. Colleagues, I think it's also very critical for our policies, open science policies, to be able to talk to other policies, to make sure that we knit the weave, so to say, to connect the dots, to make sure that we use open science policies to also touch upon other sectors. Colleagues, I think there's a very instrumental point to make here. Let our national policies be the scaffolding that will help us to develop harmonized institutional policies. There are bottom-up approaches, but we really need to make sure that we have those national level policies to direct everything. And of course, there is a lot of activity going on. There is need for dialogue. So this slide captures the very, very good work done by various actors to enhance this dialogue about policy. And I'm very excited that the vice chancellors are here, providing leadership at organizations of your universities. There is some interventions to really not educate, but to dialogue with vice chancellors at a lower level regarding institutional policies, but also at the national level. There is a very big gap in terms of guidance and policy frameworks at the national level. Colleagues at ASP, we are developing a policy tracker because it's very important to have that information at our fingertips. Who is doing what and where and how? And make sure that we also share those best experiences. I'm just showing you there the main things that we are collecting and the information that has also been shared there in the previous slide by Professor Bruto regarding what's happening in the continent. You can see there's some steady progress, but we're not there yet. The only country that I know of that has ratified and adopted an open science policy is Ethiopia. And it's very good to look at that. It's a 6-page document, 2 of which are addendums, and it has to be very lightweight, because then you need the implementation plans and the roadmap to be able to expand on it. But colleagues, it's very, very critical to have initiatives associated with these policies. There's an example of the policy. If I had time, I'll go through it, and I encourage you to have a look at it for those that are working towards developing policies. And of course, at institutional level, there is some good data about what's happening at university level, but like I said, this has to be informed by national policy. Colleagues, the elephant in the room, I could not resist putting this slide in. Can Africa fund research? There was a very good work done by His Excellency Mbeki's panel, commissioned by UNECA and AU, regarding resources leaving the continent. Here's a challenge. If we could stem the flow of these illicit funds, which amounts to $50 to $60 billion a year, by some estimates over $1 trillion in the past 50 years, could you not fund research? Could you not fund our ecosystems? It's a challenge because I'm saying this because this is Africa Week. Let's not forget that Africa can do more to dictate the agenda regarding funding. And I have to mention that the private sector can do more as well, because some of these illicit flows happen because of commercial activities, misinvoicing, tax evasion, and others. So really, I just wanted to make sure that we have that in there as well. We were in Abidjan around the space sciences sector. African Space Agency is up and running, coordinating space activities. The strategy is developed. There's also some activities. I'm mentioning this because there's an opportunity for open science to be effected through some of these developments. Very, very good opportunities in Abidjan. And then, of course, on the other side, we know the challenges. And we know that whatever we are doing regarding policy must affect the lives on the ground. I took some time to go through some of the markets. And you can see the vigor and the energy of the farmers and the entrepreneurs. But I think we need to talk to policy that changes lives. And then a few days later, I went to Morocco. They pride themselves in having the first university in the world. 1857 BC, they had university in Fez. And they want to be going for the place to go for in terms of leading Africa. And this is a private company that is investing in a university, because that company mines phosphates, the biggest phosphate producer in the world, funding a university, and this university has a data center. The biggest supercomputing facility in Africa is now in Morocco. And I say, let's work together to provide infrastructure support for the continent to make sure that we do what we need to do. Colleagues, those are my 10 minutes. I think I've done very well, Heidi. I've got 1 minute to spare, but I think it's critical that we have this context to make sure that not only do we develop policies nationally, but policies that allow us regionally to collaborate. Where are the data governance frameworks that allows us in East Africa or West Africa or North Africa to be able to work together in these endeavors, notwithstanding that we need to create these regional and global platforms for open science. So I think I'll stop there with 49 seconds to go. Thank you.
Shamo, I owe you. You're not going to let me forget that. Please take a seat. Thank you so much. And I'm glad you've had this opportunity to also just highlight the African Open Science Platform, such a critical initiative. Simone, welcome. Please join us. No problem. So 3 challenge statements to open up a conversation. Kostas, directly over to you.
Thank you, Heidi. Glad to be here. So I was asked to be provocative. I'll try. We all agree on open science, I think, so I won't argue about it. We were told that this is to improve efficiency, it produces better quality results, inclusiveness, equity, more trust by society and by citizens to science. I would add that also that this improves the productivity of science and produces far more innovation. That's currently the case. So, but do we actually have a problem? Is it that we're not producing high quality science, or we're not productive enough? Yes, we have a big problem. Quality, what is the measure for it? It's not where you publish. It is one measure of quality, for example, is reproducibility. And we heard this morning that it is a very bad track record that is in developing reproducibility. In some areas, like biomedical research, studies after study show that up to 85% of biomedical research, and we're spending almost 400 billion per year globally on biomedical research, up to 85% is not reproducible. What does it mean not reproducible? It means it cannot be trusted. Others cannot rely on these results to go further. What a waste. Does the taxpayer know? I mean, it is really a bomb at the foundations of the science enterprise. Innovation. We're not producing innovation anymore. Innovation goes down and down. It is study after study also shows that the rate of breakthroughs, not published papers go up exponentially, but the rate of breakthroughs is remarkably constant since the 1950s. And this you can show has been demonstrated for cancer, where they measure this in a number of years saved from the life of patients. It's true for engineering in all areas, it's true for agriculture, it's true for everything, all areas, it goes down. Money has gone 20, 30, 40 times up since the 1950s, depending on the area. The number of researchers has gone up 2 orders of magnitude, but we're still producing the same rhythm, so it means productivity has plummeted. Why? I don't have the time to expand on this. So, yes, we desperately need another system. We desperately need to fix the system. Professor Ahmed said it earlier, that the system is broken, and I couldn't agree more. We have a big problem there. So open science is about fixing the system. And do we actually do it? Because we've been talking about open science for 10 years. Yeah, we do it a little bit, but not much. Everybody said that COVID-19 crisis gave a big boost to open science. It's somewhat true, but only somewhat. If you take the first 6 months, because there was a study by Wellcome Trust of papers published on COVID-19, the number of those that made their data available, or even that they had a data availability statement within the paper, is actually less than the average. You would say, I mean, it's a world crisis, and people should be open, should be sharing. No, they are not sharing. And climate change, for example, and biodiversity, the percentage, according to Koki from Curtis University, the percentage of papers that are closed, because this is a world emergency, it is higher than the average number of papers closed. So why is that, does this happen? I have 4 reasons. I'll name them only, I won't expand. So first is so obvious, but we don't pay any attention, is the rewards and incentive system. You don't get rewarded for being open. You don't, I mean, curating your data set and make it available to others takes time. Why would you do it? Better write a paper on whatever, because this counts for your career. And we have a research assessment system that works against quality in science. It's as bad as this. And when I say research assessment system, I mean the way we assess individuals, researchers, the way we assess research institutions, and the way funders assess research proposals. We need to reform entirely our research assessment system, and then align to what we're saying. Because you get what you reward. You get the behavior you reward. So we're saying everything we're saying today and probably tomorrow and so on, but rewarding the opposite. Are we rewarding teamwork? No, we're rewarding individuals. Are we rewarding stewardship and caring after a community? No, we're not. We're rewarding bringing money to the university, for example, and publishing papers in as prestigious journals as possible. Quote unquote, the prestigious. So first is research assessment. Second is, I'm very glad that the Vice Chancellor said this earlier on this morning, we need to entirely reform our publishing system because it's at the root of many of the ills of the science system. Third, and this varies according to country and continent, we need to provide the adequate infrastructure. And a lot has been done in Africa, for example, through UbuntuNet Alliance and through others in telecommunication connections, but there is much more, especially regarding data and the governance of data and the infrastructure for the governance of data. And it's a whole discussion about this. And finally, equity. Equity, yes, open science will improve equity, and there are solutions to this, but equity within a society, within a country, and within a research community, regarding equity in between countries, or in between continents even, we don't have good solutions yet. You have seen what happened in COP15 in Montreal about the Convention on Biodiversity, how long this took. So we need to develop solutions in equity, and I don't have a good answer to this. So my challenges to you, my two challenges, is first, start today reforming the way you assess researchers and research. This can be done this afternoon, it can be done tomorrow morning. It's not so, there's nothing stopping you. There's nothing stopping a university, University of Pretoria, for example, to look at all the templates it uses for hiring, to look at how you publish empty positions, to look at the criteria for promoting a professor from associate to full professor, whatever. There's nothing stopping you to do this. Why people don't do it? Some people do it, but why most people don't do it? Because you don't want to be the first to do it, because it's hard to do it alone. That's why this is where collaboration comes in, and this is really transformative collaboration that Heidi was talking about yesterday. And second challenge to you, take ownership of what you produce. Take ownership and care about what you produce. Don't give away the IP, the intellectual property. Know what you produce. Most universities do not know what they produce, not in terms of papers only, but all their production, software, we heard earlier, software, data, procedures, methodologies, ways to engage with society. Take ownership of that, care about this, and collaborate to put in place the infrastructure that is needed to do it. And this can be extremely practical. There are very concrete things that one needs to do to go about effecting change in these areas. The catch is that most of it needs to be done by collaboration. You cannot have an infrastructure in the University of Pretoria and another one in another university, or even an infrastructure in South Africa and another one. This needs to be done through collaboration, but it is mature. It's mature. What is lacking is really ambitious action.
So in putting my statement out there, I'm really not wearing my cap as an academic, as VP academic, but I'm wearing my cap as an academic and drawing on the work that I've done in environmental law and policy making together with government and UNEP about 20 years ago. And my central argument is this, that when it comes to calling for open science, Africa has been making the call and has been driving the incorporation thereof in policy making. So I want to connect to the theme of policy. And we've been doing so at the international level for decades. And in this way, we've contributed already also to the development of parameters for how we engage with shared knowledge. And I want to use two examples, hopefully real quick, when I make this point. But also I have to put this proviso in, that I'm kind of recasting. This is work that was done probably about two decades ago, and I'm kind of reframing history, because I think if we go back in time and ask any of us that were involved in those processes, are you contributing to open science? We would have said, what? So no, that was not. But looking back, I can see where those achievements has been, and I can also caution us very strongly to not try and reinvent the wheel, but to actually build on the lessons from the past. But the first example is around that of technology transfer. Now, in the environmental policy making space at an international level, governments, in partnership with the scientific community, including legal scholars, responded to the imperative to address the emerging, at that point, really 20 years ago, emerging global crisis of biodiversity loss, climate change, proliferation of pollution levels, etc. And we engaged in the rulemaking at an international level. And as all of these multilateral environmental agreements were being negotiated, such as the Climate Change Convention or the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants, for example, one of the big arguments that African governments and also other governments from the global south were making was that if we want this kind of global commitment to address these environmental crises were to succeed, we are going to require support and a commitment to capacity building in the scientific space in order for us to actually meet our commitments. So these were commitments such as, for example, removing carbon from the atmosphere. We simply, many of us in the African space at the time, 20 years ago, we said we don't have the capacity for that. So can we agree on technology transfer? Can we agree on open science? Can we agree on removing imperatives such as licensing of scientific endeavors? Can we remove intellectual property barriers so that we can actually all contribute to fulfilling this commitment? And so, as a result of making these arguments, those commitments or those provisions were built into the agreement. So if you look at any of these agreements, you would find provisions that addresses transfer of technology. But of course, now at every COP of whether it's climate change or the POPs Convention, we still ask the question, well, we have this provision, how are we going about implementing it? So there remains an implementation gap, and I think that's where we as scientists can pick up the challenge in actually bringing about technology transfer. The second example comes from the work that we've done to create parameters for the use of open access to indigenous and traditional knowledge systems, something that Ahmed has referred to already. I think something that our previous speaker has also referred to. What happened about 2 decades ago was also, once again, because these kinds of knowledge systems are systems that are inherently open, that are developed, so indigenous knowledge, let's say, for example, around the use of indigenous plants for pharmaceutical processes and for pharmaceutical inventions, is the kind of knowledge that traditionally has been open, been shared, developed, and shared on again. And as a result, because it was this sort of open knowledge, it has actually been used and has underpinned many pharmaceutical inventions without any kind of acknowledgement of the contribution by indigenous knowledge and indigenous communities, and also by any kind of sharing of benefits. And hence the call in the early 2000s for having some form of regulatory framework that would put in place mechanisms to address the risks of open access. And that's in essence what we ended up developing through an instrument, for example, such as the Nagoya Protocol on access and benefit sharing. Regionally here on the continent, we also developed the Swakopmund Protocol on the protection of traditional knowledge and expressions of folklore. And then the AU developed a model law for access and benefit sharing. And that the idea of a model law is that it is a legal instrument that can be used by any government. Once again, I think it's the notion of a shared model for legal regulations. And the framework for protecting traditional knowledge are the frameworks that we are talking about this morning, because it embeds concepts such as informed consent, sharing of knowledge and data, transparency, equity, reciprocity. These were the things that African governments, African scholars passionately argued for 20 years ago. And we got it into an international agreement. So colleagues, as Africans, we're not playing catch up in the policy-making space. We've already positioned ourselves in a very particular manner. And I think the challenge for us now is how do we collaborate so that we do not ask these questions or make these arguments only to advance the African situation, but actually the global situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heide, and good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for this opportunity to provide you with a bureaucrat's perspective on this important theme. Now, when I saw the program and the list of eminent thought leaders and experts, all people I highly admire, I was a bit hesitant and wondered what value can I potentially add to this discussion. But having listened carefully and having been inspired by your interventions, there are three challenges I would like to pose to you. First of all, you always start with any challenge with yourself, a challenge to myself. Then secondly, a challenge to you, largely perhaps a challenge to the world at large. And the challenge to me is, when we talk about open science, actually just remember what's the purpose behind it, what this is about. Now, if I had 1 rand, forget a bit about the fall of the currency's value, but if I had 1 rand for every time a week I write the word open science in some kind of policy document, in some email, in some speech from my minister, in some speech I make myself, I would be extremely rich. And that's what worries me. Open science is very much in that space of science diplomacy, SDGs, just transition is starting to get there. Before it was sustainable development, digital divide, of buzzwords. Buzzwords people like myself who live in the policy space use all the time, and we all talk about it here, we all agree about it, but we, I think, sometimes run the risk of forgetting what it's about. And because it's easy to talk about it, so no one's going to argue against it. So that's really the first challenge. Yes, South Africa has passionately supported, and we do passionately support the UNESCO recommendation on open science. In our decadal plan, which is our 10-year vision for science and innovation in South Africa, you will see open science reference perhaps on every second page. With Professor Bawa and others, we have developed policy frameworks, etc. But the challenge is, yeah, it's good, but why do we do it? And we do it ultimately because science must make a difference in the lives of people. So that's a challenge to me, and perhaps you can associate yourself with that challenge if you're appropriate. And then the second challenge exactly would be to you, where I'm challenging you actually to tell us what we should do. Now, those like me of my age may remember a long time ago on South African television, there was an advert for a bank which had a catchphrase, "What can we do for you?" The bank coming to you and say, "How can we help you?" Now, I recently had a very sobering experience where I spoke at an innovation event for young entrepreneurs, and I thought I was on good form. Said all the right things about the knowledge economy, entrepreneurship, etc. And I felt good about myself and what I said. And then afterwards, a young lady came to me and said, "Well, you look like a nice guy. You use quite a bit of nice words here, but you actually don't know what you're talking about." That's not our reality. I mean, if in government you want to do something, fix the roads, fix the electricity, but stay out of a space you do not actually understand. Now, I actually disagree with her. I believe there is a role for government in that space, but I do not want to pretend here that I actually fully understand your space. So that's my challenge to you. Hopefully we'll come to that during the discussion, and I think Professor Bawa sort of very politely hinted at already. What should we do in government, whether the DSI, the DHCT? We control the public purse, so we have money. We're going to invest open science. How should we advance open science? How should we advance it? We support development of people. What do you want us, our NRF, Council for Higher Education, what reform is needed? And what type of partnerships should you need? Do you want us to fund the African Open Science Platform, which we do? Yes. Yeah. So yeah, that's very sincerely to you, is the challenge. So that we can make sure that these decadal plans and all these policy documents actually turn into reality. And I think the last topic, which would be the challenge to the world, if sounds very, very ambitious, is to that when we have this discussion, let's not forget the real politic in which it takes place, so that we can again actually have that impact. Now, Professor Bawa did refer to the G7 statement, and I agree with him. There's good language there, but there's also worrying language there. And we live in dangerous times, we all know that. Rising geopolitical tensions, a weakening of that commitment to solidarity and multilateralism, which we all need. And that is also, we're starting to see it in science. I'm not making any value judgments, but there are countries today which are excluded from scientific programs, restrictions on the travel of science. And that's not consistent with open science. So we cannot have the open science discourse on the one hand pretending all is well without interrogating that. My friend Kostas Glinos, for many, many years worked at the European Commission, and I always think the EU never really got credit for what it achieved through its framework programs, which really was almost like a precursor for open science. But for the first time, and you don't have to comment on that, Kostas Glinos, we're starting to see in that framework program restricted areas which are not open for participation by everyone. And that's not only about geopolitical, it's also about economic reasons, competitiveness. So open science also exists very much within that framework. And let me not point fingers, also look at myself. We spoke about large-scale research infrastructures earlier. Now our flagship project, Square Kilometre Array, radio telescopes in which we invest, passionate about it, but how do you get access to the data from the SKA? Only if you pay. It's only for the member countries. And why do we do that? Because otherwise we would pay for it. And that's the reality. And some of these concerns are very real. So in order to then move this agenda forward, that would be my challenges to you. Let's remember why we do it. Please challenge us in government. And yeah, let's also just put it in the real world. Thank you.
So colleagues, please join me in giving all our speakers today another round of applause. The challenge is now for you. I'm going to invite you not to ask them questions because we just don't have the time for them to, do the usual panel Q&A. Rather, let's take some time to hear from you what struck you as a challenge that you think we need to take forward. Have you heard anything new that you find particularly interesting and exciting? Are there concerns? And then I will come back to each of you to say, do the same. What have you heard from your colleagues? 1 minute each. And thank you for being good with time. So it's open for comments, observations, issues you want to flag for continued discussion today and tomorrow. Ed.
I've said this before and I'll say it again. Research assessment is at the root of everything. I want to echo that. And I want to echo that because it is at the root of everything. We need to be measuring what we value, and we need to value what we're measuring. And it makes no sense to me measuring the number of papers that are produced from a lab. That's not to say that it makes no sense to be assessing the papers from that lab, but it shouldn't be the number. It should be the reproducibility, the content, the openness, the societal impact, etc., etc., etc. But research assessment lies at the heart. We have to fix that. Sorry, Ed Gerstner, Springer Nature, publishers of lots of journals. Prestigious ones too.
I wonder to what extent this idea of open science and open Africa is adequately informed by the existing historically entrenched power asymmetries and inequities. if we make the existing system efficient, effective through all our networks or networks of networks by putting more money into it, we are reinforcing the already existing unjust relations, inequities at the epistemic level, at the language level, and everything. The right to education in this world is the right to Western education. It's not the right to the way that people are cultivating knowledge in their communities. So for me, unless we acknowledge that scientific knowledge production in the continent is essentially shaped by this logic of colonialism, very extractivist, and mainly serving the existing system of political economic domination, we will somehow be trapped into the existing logic. So I think we need to go beyond the existing system so that the openness is not reinforcing inequities in unjust relations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm a scholarly communications library director at University of Pretoria. I just want to know, when are we going to take altmetrics seriously? Thank you.
I'm Hester Duplessis, and I'm affiliated here with Future Africa. I just want to ask everybody to not participate in the pleasure of forgetting. And that's to quote David Reeve, who's been talking about how we remember things. And I think the reference to the many efforts that went into the protection of our indigenous knowledge systems is a point in case. We've been working in this area for many, many years. The second question or statement I want to make is just to remind everybody that we're working with a technology that doesn't belong to anybody in this country or on this continent. We are pandering to a system that's been designed by new rock stars in the global arena. And I think Kostas reminded us of that during his previous visit here to Future Africa. Let's keep that in mind, and also let's keep in mind that we're working with technology that hasn't got a personality, that hasn't got an identity or anything like that. So it is very much in our hands to make what we want it to do, rather than it forcing us to do things. And that includes the data that we use, that includes the money that's being made in open source publication that is actually becoming a very big problem.
I think the one thing that I've noticed has been absent a lot is the role of education and the students themselves in this whole process. Our jobs are to allow students to make the decisions about what they want to put into their own brains. We shouldn't just be dictating, thou shalt learn X. Also, it's a process of empowerment, giving them the confidence to go out, engage with the communities that we're overlooking, or explore new ways of looking with a big emphasis on problem solving. There are whole lots of things that happen in the academy educationally that are very much at odds with what we're talking about doing today. And I think we need to spend a lot of time thinking about that aspect of it. It's probably our primary mission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And following the last speaker, this is like a breath of fresh air, this session, because I think we've all been focusing on the principles and how we do better, and we can all agree on that. That's drinking the Kool-Aid. But now we're getting to what's in the way and what are some of the major obstacles. And if we don't take care of that, we're not being honest. So may I please just raise two of a list I could, but two out of my recent experience even. Firstly, the plight of early career researchers, the pressures they are under. When I go to my departmental meetings and I look around, in the eyes of the early career researchers, I don't see huge amounts of pleasure and joy. I see fear, because they are being demanded to publish in A-star journals. Quantity, not necessarily quality, although they're all interested in quality. A second one on that, many of my students who have returned to China, sorry, I didn't give my name, John Hearn, I'm from the University of Sydney and the Australia-Africa Universities Network. Many of my young ECRs who go back to China, you wouldn't believe the demands made on them in terms of publications, grants, and so forth. But all the currents are against, because for them to put in a grant in their own name is impossible. They contribute in a minor way and they don't get credit. I'll leave it there, but I think there are many things, and if I may raise one more thing, because I think it's linked directly, the rankings. The many good things about the rankings in opening some of the criteria of good performance in academia. However, there's something wrong with a system that's self-feeding, that you join to be ranked, you pay to be ranked, you provide the data to be ranked, which isn't necessarily looked at, and then you just are under such a pressure to keep selecting the data to keep your rankings up. It's open for abuse.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Petiwe Matutu, the CEO of Universities South Africa, which is the collective body of universities in South Africa. I'm just looking at the latest discussion on the impediments that we need to consider and think about. In the South African context, for instance, we've got our legislation, which is the SA Copyright Act, the IP laws and regulations, which are protecting our copyright and our IP. As a consequence of that, our draft open access policy is talking about as open as possible, as closed as necessary. So there is that balance which has to be struck for us to talk about open access. And then we look at other countries following all the geopolitical tensions which have come up. I've had a briefing by one of the countries which is saying that the publications have to be considered at the level of state security before they are given any kind of go-ahead, both in terms of publishing and making the information accessible to the general public. And also there has been a clear restrictions on the countries that they can work with in terms of R&D and publishing, which are stemming from these geopolitical tensions that we have currently. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Zagale Chaka. I am currently doing my Master's in Information Sciences here at the University of Pretoria. So I am just curious because I'm doing my research on open sciences. Okay, so I just want to know if the libraries or institutions in South Africa are collaborating with each other to implement the practices of open sciences before collaborating with other countries in Africa?
Yes, good morning. Milan Tandu, I'm from the island of Mauritius, and I'm affiliated to the University of Cambridge. Thank you for the excellent panel, very great comments and food for thought. And thank you, Professor Jonathan, for stealing all my points. But I have three. I think the first is the question about quality, the second is systemic issue, and then the third is about power. I think for the first one, we talk a lot about opening science and access, but I do think that quality data matters. This is what I call the difference between big data and thick data. And I think we should be focusing a lot about the type of science that matters and what type needs to be opened, because not all science actually would benefit from being open now and today. The second point is about the systemic issue. And as a young researcher, although I'm not so young anymore, I got refused a paper yesterday with 56 case studies from Africa. 16 reviewers refused to review it. And this is a question about not the quality of our paper, because it was a good paper, but it's about the interest, about having these open information and results that are both negative and positive from Africa. And I think this is a systemic problem that you were trying to address. Then the third is about power. I think, data is power, is a vehicle for power. And we're keeping the power between researchers and policymakers, and this power is being taken over by citizens. And Tolu is here, and she's showing that we can open data through citizens, and we need to make space for this to organically happen. So yeah, thank you.
Point from your side?
Thank you for the rich discussion. I think what was really captured here were all the issues related to open science. And I think also the work that's been done to influence the policy to address many of these issues. And in life, policy can influence practice, but also practice can inform policy. And so my question is there a possibility to develop a critical mass of early adopter universities with higher education that adopt 3 or 4 practices related to open science that then start embedding like a Trojan horse the systemic shift that we require? Because when we look at the entire system, it's daunting, it's overwhelming, we don't know where to start. But could there be those 3 or 4 practices that start that wave of shift among early adopter universities?
Thank you, Neeraj. If I may just add one observation from my side of today's discussion. What I find really interesting, and it relates to your point, Don, about the buzzwords, what I find interesting is that 5 years ago, when we started discussing open science, it was only about open access and open data, fair data and data management, etc. What have you heard today? Less about that and much more about the openness to society. That's a good thing, but it also concerns me slightly because there's so much work still to be done on open access and open data. So it's just an observation. I find that really interesting. So can I start, Simone, with you? Really, what is your one take-home from this, or one put on the agenda for further discussion? Please.
Yeah, let me start by saying that I think this is just amazing. We should realize how unbelievably important it is that together as a group we've nailed it. We know what the problem is, we've seen it, we've dissected it, we've analyzed it, we know what the solutions are, and that is just incredible. I can't imagine any other group anywhere else in the world having done what we're doing today. So let's please give ourselves some credit for that. And then I want to go to what Kostas was saying. We can start today, we can start tomorrow. People in leadership at universities, of course, can have a slightly wider bandwidth. But for all leaders, I have no doubt. So you can all start in your own circles, and if we work together, we can really make it work. So let me just tell you really quickly what we're doing in Leeds. We're overhauling our curriculum to make it interactive, so students will be trained in the way we want them to be trained. We're changing the research culture to do everything that we've been talking about today. We're moving away from the rankings. In Leeds, we don't talk about them anymore. It's forbidden. They're not important. That's not what we're all about. And we want to focus very, very much on Global South collaboration. It's in our strategy. We're spending money on it. It's in our policies. Everybody knows it. And of course, that's an example that can be followed by others as well. And we need to do it because we want to change the world. So I'll stop here because I only have 1 minute. Yes. So this is not about tinkering around the edges. This is really about overhauling the system that's neo-colonial, that's inequitable, it has huge bias in it, and that's really hurting the global population. But we can start today.
Good. Start on Africa Day. Good. Ahmed, sound bites.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you know, the thing that occurred to me when we were working on the South African open science policy was that it's just the way in which our thinking about open science kind of really brought up like the need for us, first of all, to think in terms of the ecosystem, right? Research assessments, the way in which kind of funding occurs and so on. And secondly, the need for policy consonance across the system. So in other words, it's government policy, it's national policy, it's institutional policy and so on. And that you have to get these to work together, you know. So the ecosystem approach, I think, seems to me at least to be fundamental to shifting this. Because in the South African case at least, you can trace a lot of the bad practices in research to the way in which research is funded. It's as simple as that, you know. So you have to get consonance, policy consonance. If you want to move in an open policy, open science direction, then we have to kind of get the policies to work in the same direction. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Ahmed. Don.
My takeaway message would be from the colleague at the back from Bristol. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name. But yeah, that's such an important point. It cannot only be open science in the existing system. It has to be a change system. And apologies, I'm going to fall in my own trap and use a buzzword, a transform system. A buzzword which is often abused, but yeah, if you're going to change things, improve things, there has to be true information. And that goes through, Niresh, building blocks, step-by-step, concrete actions. I mean, leave the political motherhood and apple pie speeches to me. That's my job. But then concrete action, JAMO, African Open Science Platform, communities of practice, disruptive change. That's what we need.
Lovely. Thanks, Don. Loretta.
Yeah, it occurred to me, you know, as we were sitting here and having this conversation, that we really benefit from having diverse perspectives in the room. Because as I was listening both to Dan and Kostas, it required me to think about, well, you're really casting a light on us as universities and asking the questions that we don't always ask ourselves. And we don't ask ourselves those questions because we're all the same sitting in the room. But I think there's some important challenges that you've raised that we need to think about. I mean, you asked the question of who is in the room, you know, and to what extent does geopolitics determine who is in the room when we talk about open science, or how open is it when there are certain voices that are excluded? Often because also as universities, we align ourselves ideological in a very particular way and say, well, we can't invite so-and-so country because of for whatever reason. And then Kostas, I think you made a very important point about our own practices. And so we're talking about open science, but, you know, when it comes to, as you've said, when it comes to promotion, you know, we're looking at where did you publish? We look at the H index, you know. We're not asking the question and saying, if we're a university that really wants to drive open science, are we going to look at the extent to which you as a lecturer that's up for promotion is in the business of developing open science? How did you develop your own research? We only look at where do you publish. So I guess I want to thank you for critiquing us so that we can think a little bit more.
Thanks, Loretta. Kostas?
I would like to take up 2 points briefly. One is about the early career researchers, because it's probably the only point that was not sufficiently discussed till now in the conference, and I think it's so important, because if you transform the system, you don't transform it for the senior researchers. By the time transformation is over, they will have retired, right? So it is for the young generation. And in our governance structures for science, the young researchers, the early career researchers, not necessarily young, but early career researchers, do not participate typically. So they have a very weak voice or none at all. So we have to think about that. And I would like to, I read a very interesting study last year about the Netherlands, where the research profession was found to be the most unhealthy profession can have, worse than heavy industry, worse than mining. Yeah, the most unhealthy, because mainly of psychological health problems due to the large pressure and so on mentioned earlier. And the second point is that, on the same point that Dan commented on, yes, we should acknowledge that the current system has produced inequalities at all levels between countries and so on. This is true. And open science, however, is not going to improve the current system simply so that we have more inequalities. I read a number of papers last year showing how the current assessment system reproduces inequalities, not only between countries, but also between people within a country, and how it reproduces racism. Yeah, I'm talking about Europe now because the studies were European, because there is racism, obviously, how it reproduces sexism in Europe, and how these things are embedded into the current assessment system. Very interesting to see how. So, yes, we should acknowledge, and moving away from the current system will benefit, of course, Africa, for instance, but will benefit European countries or the United States or whoever also. Because all countries suffer from the mechanism by which this type of sexism, racism, inequalities and so on come in, happens in different ways in all countries.
Thanks, Kostas. Chiama, don't think you can make up for your 2
That's the thing. So I'm
minutes
hoping
that
you put me last because there's ample time that you reserved.
1 minute.
Colleagues, I think this is an exciting opportunity to engage, and I would like to see these conversations followed up in future conferences. I think that's often the challenge. We have these conversations, but going forward, we don't consolidate and follow up. As for my last note, Heidi, when I was in high school, I had a very good English teacher. And he knew he was teaching science students. And he often said, you know, scientists must write. I think there was also a book about this. I guess what he meant maybe was scientists must communicate. And I think this is very important. And I think every scientist should be obliged to buy at least one suit and be able to appear on public television once in his life, articulating what they do. And I think this is important because we need to do science communication for public engagement, science communication for policy engagement, because these conversations are important. Often we are talking to ourselves, policymakers want to hear more. Dan was mentioning this. Why is it not possible at the end of your research project to develop a policy brief about what your research can do to drive policy or affect policy, and write another one maybe to disseminate information to the public about what you do? So I think often we are talking across each other in terms of academia and policymakers. So I think it's quite instrumental. I had a personal experience of having been seconded to government for about 2 years. And I think there is that receptiveness to hear more about what we're thinking. And again, talking to the academia, and I was very, very happy to hear Professor Kupe's intervention at the very beginning there. I think the transformation that we need at the university cannot happen soon enough. We need to encourage our early career researchers to do more than perpetuate what has been going for a long time, and wait until they're too old to then reflect on what they should have done 40 years ago. So I think this is very, very paramount. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chiama. Now, Aldo, you have 9.5 minutes to help us make sense. And I would suggest possibly share also your top 5 takeaways in terms of action. What do we do? Please feel free to stay, colleagues. We'll take a photo afterwards and that will be easier. Aldo, over to you.
Hi then, colleagues. Thank you for this extraordinarily difficult opportunity that you have provided. Firstly, then I'm very grateful to participate in this week with the Department of Science and Innovation. I forgot to mention that she is the chairperson of the Governing Council of the African Open Science Platform. So working very closely with us, that call to action will certainly see action as we start implementing. Africa Day, united we stand, as Tawana has said, and this provides our framework for call to action. Let's make a list of what these actions are. We must recognize, please, the metaphors and the sayings that has been emanating since Monday, because this actually provides the framework for our actions going forward. So a new type of sciencing of Lydia, I think, is absolutely number one. Radical collaboration, my own one of open everything, if I may, and ambitious actions, as Kostas had said. That really, colleagues, for me, frames what our intent is. Little criticism, if you will. I think we sometimes get confused about this construct of open science. And we make it very difficult for ourselves because we're trying to be open in everything, because we're trying to change a magnificently complex system of science engagement. And what is open science actually? Is it not just the scientific endeavor that we are trying to align and make prominent and effective for all of us? That for me is open science. But we hammer slightly much on this notion of access, or Ed's $10,000 article cost, or this notion of knowledgeable components, differentiation between countries, etc. Yes, it is critically important, and yes, there is inequity in our broader system. But the action is on ourselves to change this. This is what we're currently doing. But there must be a broader understanding of what the multidimensionality is and what the ownership of open science is. That brings me to my next point, is that we do science for transformational change. That's it. So let us not get confused about the difficulty of a construct that many of us are not owning yet and call it open science. It's open science, it's an understandable concept. But let's take it further and make it understandable so that we can participate. So the actions are as follows for your consideration. You, us as universities, must own and understand open science. And unfortunately, from a university perspective, that is not the case yet. We wait for government, we wait for platforms, we wait for countries to do something. There's no statement by any university network that I've seen about their process of open science. Access maybe, but not the notion of equitable science and the scientific endeavor. So there's lots of work, colleagues, to do for you to serve as examples, to really integrate it into your systems and to make it understandable for everyone at every university and have them participate in this endeavor. The next one is funding mechanisms, and not affordability of publication, it's very important, but how research, and especially global research, is funded. And I can say that from a funder's perspective, I can say that from a government perspective. There's movement in that, whereas the Global Research Council currently understands and appreciates its $90 billion funding envelope of publicly available funding for science, and how funding mechanisms, selection, processes, inclusivity should be addressed. And there's significant movement in that, but it is acknowledged that, of course, there's still major challenges to overcome. The next one is our co-responsibility for the legitimacy of science. We also, in many cases, always think it's someone else's challenge. Every researcher, every institution, every funder, every government has that responsibility to defend the legitimacy of science, to strengthen it, and to take it forward. We have seen that there's a lot of legitimacy and understanding, appreciation of science with the pandemic. But we've also seen that a government will criticize or renege findings of their own scientists in this public space of wanting to use science for a public good. It will remain critical for us to be aware of and focused on this understanding of the legitimization of science. Responsible research assessment is a reoccurring theme constantly. And yes, again, from the Global Research Council's perspective, there's rapid movement, working with numerous publishing houses, a dedicated working group on how to transform, how to be inclusive, but really how to bring the quality forward of responsible research assessment. It is way beyond only the quality of the research, the quality of the findings. It's the ecosystem of RRA. And colleagues, let's be very clear, it starts also with you in your own internal research assessment policies and processes at a university. Do you have a policy that's inclusive? Do you have a policy on EDI as opposed to the binary notion of gender only in your own university system as you select, as you determine advancement, etc.? So again, it is not just the global problem or the funders' problems or the publishing houses' problems. It is the responsibility of each institution. I must stand still a little bit as one of the next actions, if you will, on the university ecosystem and the university environment. And Simone, with your great comments that you have made, I must in some way diplomatically not agree with some aspects. We're speaking of universities. It is institutions of higher education. So I think sometimes we miss the point that a university is part of an education ecosystem. And there are also other institutions that looks at the other components of this training landscape. But what our universities in many cases struggle to accept is this notion that they are not separate, that there must be a system of articulation possible from the other players, the other types of institutions. And that brings then that greater responsibility of the university to bear, to innovate and to be co-responsible for a greater ecosystem than just its own cohort of students. The next aspect linked to this is the fundamental change for the future that can be achieved from an undergraduate level. Of course, all university leaders present here understand that, but there are only a few examples that really takes this seriously. So if we speak of generational change, we can speak of a one-cycle undergraduate change. And what has been the discussion with your undergraduates on open science, apart from a few studies or maybe a selected course? Is there a broader approach to have a truly fundamental approach and way of educating undergraduate students that will become graduate students, that will become research leaders or other types of leaders to take this forward? A 1 degree change / one generational change. That is the challenge that we must take. Also in the university engagement, colleagues, I am not sure whether I understand this massive pushback on the notion of rankings. Everyone understands that it is in many cases skewed, that it costs money, resources is available. If you don't want to participate, don't. But still the far majority of leading research universities continue to participate. Use it rather, if you don't want to participate, as a framework for benchmarking, as a framework for your own competition. And let's be very frank, competition must stay. That's how we excel. We cannot be a socialist system and see everyone at the same level. That is where excellence comes from, and that is where that competitive notion will take us further. So we don't need identity crises for universities to see themselves. If you are small, then remain small, but be excellent, or work together with your neighbor. And I don't want to put this in too simplistic terms, but I must say that many of our universities, because of size or history, retains an identity crisis. But we need to change that notion for our own excellence to go forward. The next one is social justice. It will remain the absolute reason for why we want to be inclusive, why we must and should change, and why our scientific endeavor must fundamentally move for inclusion. The next one is leadership. Tawana framed this very well. You lead, you manage, and you engage. And these leaders must embrace change, lead others to embrace change through a perpetual process of change. But frankly, our leadership in various cases are poor. And we're not just speaking about the number one, the number two university executives. It is leadership at absolutely all levels. And what is our universities or organizations doing to inculcate that leadership to work in an open science environment, to be an enabler for science going forward? Last point is the critical aspect of policy. So Don, firstly, you're the least bureaucratic bureaucrat that all of us know. And that is the point, although a little tongue in the cheek, colleagues. We're not doing our own homework to engage policy for influence. And that loops back to the original statement on owning open science and understanding open science. So we always think government money, and yes, they support very well. But do we have an action plan to engage? Are we just speaking about money to fund open publication and access? Or do we speak of an enabling environment with government for us to go forward? Loretta has been very direct about the fact that there is a very strong legal and policy framework within many aspects of openness. Are we aware of those? Are we using those in our institutions to understand it and to take strategic directions or lines to government for us to influence and for us to take further? And then, colleagues, we can never keep with this argument that knowledge is unequal if we don't invest as countries in our knowledge systems. So if there's a feeling of colonialism, which is understandable, it's historic, it's still present. If there's a feeling of you cannot compete because you cannot do, it is because your country doesn't invest in science. And I'm speaking from my own perspective also. So it's been direct, colleagues, but there's critical aspects that must take us beyond our current discussion and levers of change for us to change. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Aldo. Please stay. A round of applause for all of us. Colleagues, remember there is a launch event happening over lunch, so we invite you now to walk over to the hub and enjoy. And see you back for the afternoon sessions. Thank you very much, Aldo.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome back to our afternoon session. We have a wonderful panel. I'm sure your brains are teeming with open science and open everything. I did come across a really nice saying, which was, it's very important to keep an open mind, but not so open that your brain falls out. So there are limits to being open. I hope everyone's quite satiated after lunch, and we can get into this session, which is Opening the World, the Value and Voice of African Science on a Global Stage. I'm not going to give too many introductory remarks. I think the stage was wonderfully set with this morning's panel. But I want to make reference, and I'll paraphrase, a statement that Dr. Isabella Bodicin mentioned in her speech yesterday, which was, Africa needs to take its rightful place on the global stage, to which she got a resounding applause when she made that statement. And I think that's very much what this panel is about, how we voice that, the method which we choose to voice that, and what the content of it is. So we look forward to hearing about all of this. The format of the panel is we'll have a 20-minute framing input from Prof. Oloni Saken, who is the Vice President of International at King's College London, and she's also an International Advisory Board member at Future Africa. After which we will have challenge statements and open discussion. We'll have 3 challenge statement deliverers, and then we'll have an open discussion with questions and then conclusions. All right, so with that, for me, please come. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It's great to be back. I got in at the tail end of last session, but I was very fortunate to have listened to Aldo give those concluding comments, and I thought that they were apt. And what I hope to do is challenge us to think critically about this question of the value and voice of African science on a global stage. I want to do 4 things in trying to frame this topic this afternoon. 1 is to pose a couple of questions for us to consider and consider deeply in order to problematize the idea of African science. The second is to offer an argument, and I want to propose that African science, however we frame it at this moment in its manifestation, is Janus-faced, if you like, double-faced. The third is to give in quick headline 5 observations. And the fourth is to begin to tie together the makings of a strategy. Again, 5 quick points in that respect within the allotted 20 minutes. So what is the question I'm trying to ask to help us frame this discussion? It is that when talking about the value and voice of African science on a global stage, I doubt that, I doubt that we can really talk of African science, really. Is it African science, or is it about science in Africa, or African scientists on a global stage? Let's be quite honest about what we're saying when we're suggesting the idea of visibility of African science. Can there be African science without removing the structural impediments that stifle the voice of African science? Those are the questions I want us to really think about if we want to take seriously the idea of valued African science and visibility of African science. As I said earlier, the argument I want to propose is that African science is Janus-faced. If we are to consider the idea of valued African science, we must deal with its Janus-faced nature and address the structural imbalances that impede the visibility of African science. You'll ask, or I almost hear you ask, what makes African science Janus-faced? Why is it double-faced? The notion of African science, when we have all the conversations we have in different fora in Africa across the world, tends to come across in one of 2 ways, or sometimes we're saying more or less, we're including the same ideas. All right? The first is that we tend to see as African science something that is depicted through the works of individual African scientists whose excellence is visible within or outside Africa. We have Africans in this space who are not located in Africa. I dare say that I'm one of them, who are located in institutions abroad, who work for those institutions, who are critical, engaging scientists in those institutions. The products of their work belong to those institutions. The agendas, more often than not, that they serve does not belong to Africa, it belongs to those countries and those institutions. Is that African science if it does not serve the larger benefit of Africa? Let's really ask that. The reason why, and of course when we want to celebrate it, whether in science or politics or whatever it is easy to claim those people and their products as African. And I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't claim it, but I'm asking that we question it very, very strongly if we're trying to get that transformation that is needed in terms of science, science for the benefit of Africa. But the reason why this is Janus-phased is that if you then look at Africa's own contribution, right, to the production of knowledge, to global science, it is so minuscule. Depending on who you read, you would hear that, if you like, we are 12 to 15% of the world's population. We contribute in terms of science in that sense, 1 to 2%, depending on what sources you're looking at. Our own internal sources, OECD and so on, that we produce 1 to 2% at most of that science. What, how can that be? India, with the same population as the entire continent, produces about 19% or so of global science. And so this is why I say that African science, however we qualify it at the moment, is double-faced, and we need to engage that Janus-phased nature. So how can we contribute in Africa in a way that we attract? So how do we contribute? If we look at African science, we need to be thinking about it as the science, the knowledge that is produced in Africa, for also for the world, because we're part of the global space, but also the space in Africa that attracts global scientists to Africa with the aim of co-ownership as an outcome, not junior partnership. And I think there's no better space to have that conversation. The next thing I want to do is therefore make 5 broad observations. And in doing that, again, I still almost pose it as a question, but I would give what observation I'm making in that respect. I want to believe that this has been discussed. The question of who funds African science or science in Africa has been discussed extensively. Who funds African science or science in Africa for that matter? It matters for the visibility that we're talking about. So if it's not an integrated approach in which governments, universities, continental frameworks are talking about science for the basis of supporting, even if you like, solving African problems, solving global problems. If we're not doing that, and if we're not funding, and again, depending on who, where you look, I think we probably are funding African sources fund about 1.3% of that global science. Okay, which in a sense you would say it's almost commensurate with its contribution to the science itself. It's very poor. But some of those reasons were given, and I heard that in Aldo's closing statement in a sense. Is it universities? Is it governments and policymakers? Where should we be laying that blame? Both. It requires integrated thinking, I would say. And therefore, the next related observation, before I say that, I know that we see the presence of Wellcome Trust, we see the UKRI collaborations and so on. If we're serious and we want to engage that funding space, we should be asking ourselves, what percentage of 6 to 8 billion pounds of UKRI funding should we be looking at for Africa? If Africa actually generates the vast majority of some of that data that we're talking about, right? But whose policy therefore shapes the African science agenda? African governments, continental institutions, the European Union, integrated, policy spaces. Where are we as higher education institutions in those spaces? We're almost nowhere to be found. It's not about, and I think the point was made by Aldo, it's not about the contribution to our own research. It's about the building of knowledge that shapes the rest of the continent. And there's something almost criminal about the idea that we have to go abroad to do solid research on Ebola. We have to go abroad to do solid research on malaria. Or we go abroad, see what happened during COVID. that we could not even be talking about sharing of intellectual property around any of those things because we're not seen as big players or visible actors in that space. Policy has to change, and it has to be driven fundamentally from the university space. Third observation, what forms of partnerships within Africa and with international partners will shape and make African science more visible? We need to get serious. Some of the most authentic partners of Africa and engagers in Africa are sitting in this space this week. And if we don't ask ourselves how we are shaping, the scale of the challenge is huge. And it's related to my next question about whose capacity delivers science in Africa. If I link that to the capacity that is needed to deliver science in Africa that responds and transforms African societies across the board, we have to take seriously the scale of the challenge. The demographic shift that we're seeing in Africa suggests that we need to be thinking about the hundreds of thousands in terms of the PhDs we produce. We're nowhere near there. If Professor Namange, who still chairs ARUA, I believe, were here, one of his favorite statements will be to tell us that China produces 100,000 PhDs per year. And in Africa, we're being asked to produce 100,000 in 10 years. How much of our problems will that solve, if not that we continue to go cap in hand and also rely on external institutions? If we're serious about our partnerships as university partners, nothing short of joint PhDs, doctoral academies by the hundreds on the continent of Africa should we be doing together. And I'm sure the ARUA Guild, I'm going to have to shout because, was that load shedding? Yes? Right. So I'm sure the ARUA Guild partnership has already been discussed here, and I'm not about to rehash that. There will be plenty of space to talk about it. But what I'm trying to say is that it's not a matter, it's not all right for my institution, King's College London, to send you, to just tomb Pretoria with 10, 15, 20, 30, however many we want to bring to Pretoria. But no one in Pretoria or in any African country can come easily to King's. There has to be something else that replaces that. There has to be authenticity in building joint programs. Jointly awarded, not you visit, not visiting to a lab and back. There has to be a way to help Africa build that capacity. That is what equal partnership is about. But that's a favorite topic, and I'm not going to continue. But the question of who owns African data, who owns African data has to be addressed once and for all. It is not all right for countries, whether the US, the UK, European Union, China, to cart data from Africa. Sometimes, and you've seen some of this in the media before, in one building, 5 hours, data being transferred abroad. Who's controlling this space? Why would African misery be taken out in terms of quantification and then interpreted elsewhere? Where is the infrastructure to help Africa begin to deliver, make sense of its own data, control that data, share the intellectual property if it wants, if it wishes? Because the reality is we're talking about open science. Science isn't open at the moment. If it were open, the outcomes would be different for Africa. So let me move to my last set of remarks. How am I doing? I think I'm distributing it okay. What are the makings of a strategy? What are the makings of a strategy if we look at this? I think there are 5 things. We have been looking at some of these things individually, not collectively. And that's the point I'm trying to make. Integrated policy, integrated strategy, not a separate strategy that brings higher education institutions together, even through alliances, which is great. The building of alliances at the moment is fantastic. And we're seeing that through what we're doing with ARUA and the Guild, Circle U, and all of that. It's only a starting point. First, we have to remove barriers to intra-Africa engagement itself. So it's not about I don't think it's okay to only look abroad. If South Africa is not going to bring Ghana and Ethiopia, wherever else, and it has to be ARUA plus, because ARUA is what? 18 research-intensive universities or more, maybe maximum 20 at this moment. I don't know who the new members are. That cannot be the basis. The same thing that I'm mentioning about international engagement, Africa external engagement, has to be applicable within Africa. Within Africa, it also has to be policy, in fact, governmental institutions and higher education institutions. I've said it elsewhere, I may be wrong, but this is an observation, that in the Guild, in the African Union, European Union relationship that led to the Guild ARUA, the African Union was missing in it. The only reason some of us are sitting in these relationships is because the EU and the European partners drove it, right? I'm not sure that our continental and regional bodies are very happy to see higher education institutions in these relationships, because for them it's a matter of a quota of that money is going to universities. Who cares about them? We need to resolve that. The second, oh, okay, I think I'm back. The second aspect of this strategy, integrated strategy, has to do with setting new clear terms for Africa's engagement with international and global partners. If we don't put an agenda on the table, if we don't set our own terms for that partnership too, and we simply say, yes, there's money, bring it, and I'm saying this to us as universities, it applies to regional organizations as well. If you have no agenda, if you don't know where you're going, then any road is good enough, and that cannot be the ways in which we set these partnerships. The third is building capacity for African science at scale. I talked about it earlier, and so you understand what I'm saying. It means reversing the pattern in which Africa is a source of data collection and not really the location for science infrastructure. If the labs aren't going to be here, and I can say that of health, I mean, look at the number of clinical researchers that have been rolled out of Africa and are supporting other health systems in the world. All right? No infrastructure for that. That has to change. But I should also say it's not just about natural sciences or the fields of health. In my own field, in the social sciences and security studies, where do we have the data? You use ACLED data. Where is ACLED data? You use Uppsala data index. Where is it located? Where, so we have Afrobarometer. That's not nearly enough. We need to get serious, around that. But so we need to take seriously the development. So my penultimate, if we're building this capacity, the development of a community of next generation scientists at scale is important, and therefore we need to use that to leverage the voice of African scientists on the global stage in the promotion of African science agenda. Those African scientists have to be levied for their contribution to Africa. And I don't think we're levying us enough. We need to do that. Finally, a more stringent agreements on the ownership and use of Africa data. Those agreements are not fit for purpose at the moment. If we want to get serious, Africa's own databases, we want to come to the continent, we can share it. The co-ownership of those things is vitally important, because at the end of the day, it means ideas, knowledge, everything is just, being fleeced out of the continent. And that makes higher education institutions no different from governments, no different from regional organizations and so on, because we're not protecting what we own. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Funmi. That was an excellent comprehensive landscape and framing of this panel. So now we're going to have our challenge statements, and our first respondent will be Professor Sven Stolen from the University of Oslo. And his comments will be 5 to 7 minutes.
So let's see. Happy Africa Day, first of all. Really pleased to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation, Professor Cooper. Very happy that you're one of ours from the University of Oslo side as well, and it's really a great pleasure to be here. It's also interesting to take part in an important discussion here. And I know Funmi from before, and it's quite a hard task to challenge a challenger, to be honest. So she already challenged us quite substantially. So you get now the perspectives from a simple chemist from the far north, but I'm also the chairman of the board of the Guild of European Research Intensive Universities. I would say that the three interlinked questions I would like to pose as a part of the discussion: how African universities can strengthen their contribution to global knowledge production and support the transformation of their regions through cutting-edge research and innovation. How do we do that? How inter-African collaboration can be strengthened while also developing equitable North-South partnerships, and how institutional and human capabilities best can be built, maintained, and developed. And I have some key messages I'd like to start with. First of all, strengthening African science is vital, of course. We heard that during the discussion here today, but it's also important not only for Africa, it's important for a global perspective. It's about the rightful position, of course, as well. From a European point of view, remodeling the African-European research partnerships through the African Union, European Union Innovation Agenda can be an important contribution to the greater goal. So we need to influence the policy development in Europe and in Africa. But do not wait for the politicians. Do not wait for the politicians. Long-term institutional and equitable African global North research collaborations are needed and can be developed if institutions do commit to this. A role model can be the cluster of excellence now developed by Aru and the Guild. We haven't discussed them much, Funmi, so I will explain a little bit what they are about. Strengthening African science is important. Africa needs to solve its own national and regional challenges with its own talent and know-how. Although, of course, some of these challenges are a direct consequence of the troublesome history. And the global North is morally obliged to contribute strongly. There are, frankly, still too little context between European and African scientists, and the short-termism of research projects funded by the global North does not secure building and sustaining these collaborations. And the conclusions to me are obvious. In order to further increase knowledge generation, avoid brain drain and dependence of the global North, more investment in talent, equipment, labs, infrastructure at the African continent will be needed. At the same time, a close collaboration and partnership with wider world of research and knowledge is important on equal terms. Long-term dedication is needed. The new approach to Africa-European research cooperation can be possible through the innovation agenda by EU, if we play our cards well. In February 2022, leaders from the two continents agreed to work together on a joint strategy for research and innovation cooperation, and that was called the AU-EU Innovation Agenda. The agenda recognized the challenges I just mentioned and highlights strengthening of research cooperation between two continents as a key priority. It also stresses the need for a long-term approach and the need to reverse the brain drain in African science. The IA is welcome, the innovation agenda. Africa and Europe have a unique opportunity to lead the way globally and rethinking how science can support sustainable development at the local and international levels. But we should not wait. We are not dependent on others. Show the way forward we need to do as leaders. And sometimes, of course, it will be easier for me from an institution in the global North, but still, we need to lead the way. We need to work more multilaterally as a collective with shared concerns, interests, and we need to go beyond the traditional forms of short-term cooperation. This is what we have been aiming at in our work between the Guild and Arua for the last 5 years, to create long-term institutional partnerships based on inclusive, equitable clusters of excellence designed to address societal challenges through research and innovation jointly. Our universities have committed themselves to support the long-term development of clusters for at least 10 years. Important also including universities outside the two alliances. So this is going to be an open type of alliance. Through the clusters, we want to develop a transformative long-term vision to build up Africans' capacities for science, strengthen South-South as well as North-South research collaboration, boost the development of doctoral education and research masters, strengthening science capacities through research infrastructure by strengthening the entire research pipeline. But of course, there are no magic recipe. And there are many ways in which we can cooperate better together, but I do think that the Cluster of Excellence have an enormous potential in showing how equitable cooperation in science can be developed. But still, it's only the start. For this, we need maximum engagement and commitment from the universities on both continents. And we need political commitment to the IB. So there's an African Union, European Union meeting in Addis Ababa at the 12th of June, I think. I think the politicians need to discuss the same questions that we are discussing here today. They need to act, and certainly we as university leaders need to act. So my challenge to us all here today is to, like Nike says it, just do it. We need to get started. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Phil Majwara, who is the Director General for the Department of Science and Innovation.
I thought quasi-politicians will get more than 7 minutes in the lecture, but I understand. Thanks to Fumni for those opening remarks, and thanks to the fellow panelists, Svein, Gerald, and later on, Tandy. I always like to give examples to demonstrate I know what I'm talking about. So the first example is an initiative which we think is a Pan-African initiative where we bidded to host the largest radio telescope in Africa, the SKA. And in doing that, we needed to demonstrate we are able to do that. We have built now a 64-dish array. And recently I went to Manchester to show the minister that when I go there for board meetings, it's a real place where real science is being done. And they showed us the picture that was taken by this telescope, the Meerkat 64-dish array of the Milky Way. I can't take you to Carnarvon to get a sense of what this picture is and how good it is. But for those of you, and I can see a lot of people with glasses, who have gone to an optometrist when you go and have your eyes tested, and then later on you wear glasses, it's just exactly that phenomenon, where something is blurred, and as soon as the telescope is switched on, you can see fine detail that have never been seen in this picture that is taken in Africa, 64-dish array built by Africans. But we've not ended there. We've worked with the Ghanaians because we are a consortium of countries that are working in this to convert a dish that was used for satellite tracking. But this dish is now in Ghana, part of the very long baseline interferometer, doing science in Africa. And then we are building capacity with the scientists in Ghana. And then the third bullet point on this area is that working with global partners, and this will touch to Sven and your point for me, we thought it would be great for us to have a telescope, but it will be greater if we start to build capacity. By the way, we have about 14% of viewing time on this SKA. We can't, as South African scientists, use all the time. So we needed to build capacity. So we trained young people in a bursary program, and I'm happy to share with you that Godina Mawoka returned to Ghana to work as a data scientist at FedEx. Nathaniel Karas returned to Madagascar to work as a deep learning engineer at Voxcroft. And Kelly Isle is working as a geographic information systems developer at Explore AI here in South Africa. Because having the telescope, if you don't have the capacity, African science will not get anywhere. One student who was part of this is now set up a Department of Astronomy in Mozambique and is supervising honors and master students. So that's the one story I'd like to tell you. The second one that I want to tell you is that we have been selected to develop a messenger RNA hub for the manufacturing of vaccines in Africa. So the World Health Organization decided to set up this mRNA technology hub and transfer. 6 of the spokes that are part of this hub are from the African continent. So we are very, very happy that this capacity to develop this new platform in vaccine development will be happening in Africa. And again, if you had given the Director General a bit more time, I would get into the details of where we are as a preclinical trial, vaccine trial that is going to happen and it's imminent. So that's a second example. So all of the work that is being done there is done by African scientists. The third that I want to give before the end of my time is the work that we've been doing as African scientists at CERN. I don't know if it's well known that when the announcement was made that a Higgs boson has been found at CERN, the African scientists were part of the work that was done at CERN. For those of you, say, European nuclear energy research at CERN. We have a South African version of these scientists. Recently, they've been asked to develop a fast detector here in the African continent to contribute to detecting these small particles when they are collided with other particles. And then the last point that I want to make is that we also try and purposefully support African scientists who want to be involved in the global governance. So I'd like to give 2 examples of these individuals, and one of them unfortunately is in the room, so I was thinking, Heidi, whether I should say this. But Heidi Heckman, sitting here, served as an International Science Council inaugural Chief Executive Officer. Because if we want to shape what's happening in these multilateral research organizations, our own need to be there. Albert van Jaarsveld is finishing, I think, his term in Austria. And then you all know Professor Abdul Karim, who is the president of the World Academy of Sciences and is a world-leading AIDS researcher. He's just been asked to be one of the advisors at the World Health Organization. Because we didn't have time, I was not able to indicate how each of these contributions for me are responding to the points that you've made earlier on. But I hope that Thandi Mgwebu, as she summarizes, she's picked up our responses to issues you've raised. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'm sure when we open it up to questions, there'll be further expansion that can happen. And now a last challenge statement from our very own Professor Gerald Omer, who is the Director of Institutional Planning here at UP.
Thanks. This is it. Thank you very much, colleagues. Happy Africa Day. Thanks for those thought-provoking remarks, colleagues. Thank you very much, DJ. I wish I could give you a couple of my minutes for you to make those other points. So, why are we talking collaboration, colleagues? It should be obvious, isn't it? You know, we live in so-called, global village. Things are integrated. What happens there affects Europe and the rest of the world. What happens there affects us. And then there's an important point that Fumi mentioned, the question around building capacity. If you look at PhDs on the continent, the levels are very low, so it's quite critical. I got quite excited when you made that point around doctoral academies. We're sitting at 72% here at the University of Pretoria, but we know that at other universities it's as low as 25%, 30%. And also the case of getting women involved in the whole thing. Those inequalities are more entrenched in that space. Now, we're doing a lot of science on the continent. Arua was mentioned. This is data from a study I did for Arua. This is from the 16 Arua universities, at least last year for me. I don't know if they're 20 now. So you can see it's growing. And this is a Web of Science. There are questions around why we should just work with Web of Science. This is growing at least at 9% per annum. So there's capacity on the continent. It's a good story to tell. It's not a desert, where there's no capacity to engage in serious science. Now, also, if you look at some of the things that are happening on the continent, in terms of the areas where the continent is excelling, you can see some of those areas. But there's another story. You know, you'll see, for example, public, environmental, infectious health, infectious diseases, environmental sciences, ecology, immunology, microbiology. Those are the areas where we're doing very well. But that's not everything, isn't it? So you will see, for example, if you look at the literature, if you look at the data, it's mainly in natural sciences and also in medical and health sciences. We don't see a lot happening in engineering and technology. We don't see a lot happening in social science and humanities. Also in agriculture, you know, we don't see a lot happening. And these actually mirror the patterns of funding. This is what the funders are interested in. You know, so we need to ask ourselves as Africans, if we want to generate knowledge, what are the questions that I'm not suggesting these are not important questions, but this is not all. It reflects the interests of the majority of our collaborators. And now, if you look at the patterns of co-authorship, the story even gets more pronounced. You'll see that is that orange. Those are publications with international partners. That's perfectly okay. But the shortest bar, those are collaborations within the continent. Now, for me, that is problematic. You know, we're not talking to each other. You know, we're not leveraging the capacities that we have within the continent. And again, this is the picture you're seeing here all reflects the patterns of funding and collaboration that we see. Okay, because it's also in terms of agenda setting. If I'm going to give you money, let's be realistic. We want equity. But if I'm going to give you money, it's highly likely that I'm going to determine what that money is going to be spent on. I mean, let's face it. The challenge you have on the continent is that, and I think Fumi made that point, is that we do not have significant funding coming from African governments and African institutions, generally speaking, supporting science on the continent. And I think that becomes a very, very important point that we need to look at. So in terms of my concluding remarks, one of the most important things that we need to do is to invest in science and knowledge institutions in the continent. To produce the PhDs that we're talking about, we have to put in resources. To produce the kind of science that we're talking about, we have to put in resources. I think it's Mahmoud Mabdani who made the point, and I think Professor Zeleza has also made that point, about this conference in Zimbabwe in 1985, where the World Bank says, look, there's no science going on here. Let's just ship these guys overseas and train them there and do that kind of thing there. So if you're going to have to get your institutions to produce a good scientist, you're going to have to invest in them. And Prof. Zeleza, I was reading those articles that are producing about your experience at USIU, and I think this was a very important point that you pointed out. We have to strengthen research capacity. Graduate education is critically important. Getting staff with PhDs is very important. The PhD for researchers is like a driver's license for a driver. It does not necessarily mean you're going to be a top researcher, but it's quite important to get you going. So it's an area which we need to think about. Then in terms of collaborations, this is a point I've already made. The collaborations we're seeing follow funding patterns and strategic interests. When the British Council decides to do business with Africa, it doesn't say all African countries. It's going to be South Africa, it's going to be Kenya, it's going to be Nigeria, and I don't know who else, 2 other countries, maybe Uganda, Tanzania, that's it, isn't it? So it becomes very, very important. You know, we need to find a way of putting in the resources that are required so that we can set the agenda. You know, we're talking about asking important research questions, yes. If you're not asking them yourselves, somebody else is going to ask them for you, okay? And the questions they're going to ask are going to speak to their interests, isn't it? Now, the questions of asymmetries in collaborative research, again, it speaks to the point that I mentioned earlier. When you look at the co-authorship that I talked about, almost 80% of those articles, the first, second, third author is from overseas institutions. I'm not saying that that is inherently wrong, but it tells you something. It tells you something, you know. So it's critically important that we invest in science, we support higher education institutions. There seems to be a trust deficit, not just in South Africa, but across the continent between universities or higher education institutions and the state and society on the other hand. We need to narrow that gap. Thank you very much.
panelists to come sit down, please. And, we have the roaming mics.
So it's not a question, perhaps a comment or a solution to the challenges that are posed by here. You see, I think that all of this, and one cannot deny all of the challenges that have been raised here. And the question, especially the things that Fomi said, require vice chancellors in Africa to have an intentional strategy. So, because I'm not a speaker, I'll go direct to an example. And the example, of course, has to be what I'm doing. I'm a vice chancellor, and I stand accused here. So, this is the thing that we thought about this problem at the University of Pretoria. And we decided, and I referred to it this morning, but I didn't want to elaborate on that because I wasn't just standing here as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Pretoria. So we created our strategy, an intentional strategy called the African Global University. And the sequence of the words is not accidental. It's not alphabetical either. It speaks exactly to the things that Fomi and the other colleagues raised. Because you see, I think that if you look at the early 2000s, there was another strategy, I think, or a marketing strapline which said something like this, a world-class African university. I found that very worrisome, how you become world-class before you are African. So, but let me explain our African global strategies that we appreciate the geographical space that is called Africa that we are in. And I'm using those words deliberately. Because geographic spaces are also a result of some other forces which we all know, right? So first, we appreciate that as a University of Pretoria, we had to do that. Because the history of apartheid said that South Africa was not part of the rest of the continent. So we had to appreciate that. So in the African Global University Strategy, we said we will choose 30 to 40 strategic partners, and those strategic partners will be distributed between the global north and the global south, right? And in the global south, particularly in Africa, because we are not. So if you look at the things we are doing now, the agreements which have actual programs, not the agreements that are in the drawer and nothing happens. That if we find that we have actually at least 10 to 15 now, African universities that we are doing very solid things together with. At the same time, we are also having strategic partners in Australia or Southeast Asia, in North America and South America, where I just came from the other day, as well as in Europe. But it's very intentional, it's very strategic, because we want to reverse these particular kinds of trends, and then to follow those things that Gerald showed up there, and to participate in the things that the DG was saying. Without intentional strategies, the situation that Fomi painted will be sustained and will continue. And then they will have to involve a multiple number of things. I'm now sounding like I'm a speaker, so I have to exit the stage right now. So, for example, trying to have models of PhDs that can be taught, be supervised both on the continent and abroad. And I studied at the University of Oslo, but I had the opportunity to spend 6 months home and 6 months in Oslo, depending on what I was doing. And I had supervisors on both sides. And they call it the sandwich model, some call it split side PhD and all of that. We can do it. Let me end by saying the following then, back to the notion of Africa not just as a global physical space. I think we have to talk about those Africans that are in the diaspora who can actually operate both in the global north and in the global south. I think in Nigeria they do it very, very well. So I think we also have to rethink the idea of where African science is being produced and the notion of global spaces of production, but ones that are intentional, made visible, and are done consciously and not voluntarily or by accident.
Prof. Coupe. So we have Connie there, but while we get the microphone in and we have update 1, 2, and 3, I want to give the panel a chance to respond to
You want us to do it now? Or?
Yeah.
Oh.
If you'd like to respond while we're going around, you are mic'd up, so you can.
Oh, I can do it.
Yeah.
Okay. The one that I'd like to respond to, I suspect Prof is directing it at me, but he's a gentleman. That if you have to be deliberate in the strategies that you develop in relation to the points that were made in your opening remarks. It doesn't happen by accident. And I think there were a couple of statements that were made about, do our regional quasi-political bodies and African or Pan-African bodies appreciate that the challenges we have in the continent will be solved by science? So until as scientists we get into those minds, and I'm saying this because as a DG who is trained in science, I no longer practice it, I've had to spend a lot of time in the South African government trying to achieve that. And it's not an easy thing in a world or in a country that says we need to build houses. Why should I invest in science? It's seen as something that really, come back in 10 years' time, then we can have a conversation. Unfortunately, I'm retiring, so I won't be there. So I have to think about critical ways of how to get into the skins of the political decision makers. So that's the only one I want to respond to. It's key. Without that, as scientists, you will have these conversations. If you don't have the resources that are unlocked, public resources to drive this, you will have the kind of publication profile that you have seen. Thank you very much.
That's a really important point, and in the African context, we have so many parallel priorities. Any other comments in relation to that? Let's go to Connie.
Hello. Yes, thank you very much, Niraj. Mine is to just draw our attention to these two words, African science. What does that mean? I don't hear about European science or North American science, so what is this African science? It is clearly not about questions that we are concerned about, especially looking at how skewed, that's a really shocking picture. Why should science in the whole continent be so skewed? And apparently it's also not about Africans working with one another. So when we discuss this phrase, African science, what are we even talking about? Just focus on this for a bit.
Matilda Azongcho is my name, postdoctoral researcher, Future Africa, University of Pretoria. Yes, I want to weigh in on the closing statement made by Prof. Stollen and also the remark made by Prof. Omar. It's concerning bringing in the politicians into this conversation. Why I took interest in this is because I had that thought in my mind as I was listening from the opening message. So I found it very alarming that there is a slow growth in African research vis-a-vis the global science. And why I took interest in this participation of politicians in the conversation is because I see that politicians are part of the problem. Why I say so is that the interest of politicians or governments in research in Africa is very diverse. While some countries are very keen about investing in research, others do not really see value in this. They're placing more priorities in investment in militarization to consolidate power. So I think that while we are discussing as academicians, the politicians really need to be part of this to understand the importance of research. Then secondly, there's also a concern about donors or funders not wanting to fund countries that are not practicing democracy. So the question that I want to ask is, who are they punishing? Are they punishing the governments for not practicing democracy or the suffering communities? Thank you.
Thank you. And one more question here before we open to the panel, and then we'll do another round.
Well, thank you. I'm Julian May from the University of the Western Cape. There have been some very interesting comments along the lines this morning and in this panel, which are about trying to change the science system. But they're quite contradictory. We want to have less competition, but we have competitive processes. We don't think that we should only judge research on publications, but look how many publications we've got. It suggests that we know we're dealing with a quite messy situation where the incentives pull one way, the rules are aligned another way, what we would like to do is in a third. Now, one of the things that also has come up is the notion of the Aurora's Centers of Excellence. I've been fortunate to lead two centers of excellence, one the DSI NRF Center of Excellence, another a German Africa Center of Excellence, and spent time thinking about, well, what is the role of a center of excellence? Personally, I don't think centers of excellence are there to out-publish and out-graduate everybody else. They are there precisely to deal with exactly this kind of messy situation, to do things differently, to explore, to pilot, to break the rules. And I'm interested in the panel's view. If we have a messy situation where we want to change the system, but we know we're going to have to deal with contradictions and messiness, then what do we want to do with our centers of excellence, whether it's Aurora or the World Bank or the DSI or the German government? What do we want to do with these things? Thank you.
So just to recap for the panel, we had a bit more clarification on what is African science. We had the political influences on the scientific agenda. We talked about centers of excellence almost acting as incubators for these complex, often divergent views. Who would like to start?
I'm happy to try. Start with African science, how to say, way of speaking, and end up with a center of excellence. I think, being Norwegian, no one will talk about Norwegian science. We will talk about Norwegian scientists and Norwegian institutions. So I think that's also what's the point here. It's African scientists, African institutions. It's also problem solutions embedded in the local context, whether it's Norwegian or if it's from different parts of Africa. So for me, that is what we are discussing here today. And in that respect, I also feel that, yeah, I agree. We have a lot of things that are going against each other with the center of excellence competition and so on. But I think we have to live with that. We have to try to align it a little bit better. I don't think that revolution is going to work. We need to work towards a different direction, so to say, more like a ship changing the direction. I think the role of the center of excellence here is to secure the equity in partnerships, secure that you also can build up the infrastructure that you need, and out of that you could also, take part in problem solution embedded in the local context. So I think the change we want to get through those centers is partly the long-term commitment and partly also the way of not being centered, if you go back in history, on how Europeans thought about challenges in Africa. It should be embedded in the African. That's important in those clusters. That's at least some answers.
Can I respond to two of them? The African science and then the centers of excellence from Julian. On this, I agree with you. There's nothing called African science, at least in my perspective. The time that it takes for the Earth to rotate around the sun is 365, and it doesn't change wherever you are in the world. Yeah, a virus is a virus, irrespective of whether you are in the world. If you want to find a way of dealing with that virus is the same. So I think I totally agree with you. Maybe what we should be thinking is, again agreeing with you, is what is the local context within which that science can be used to solve the problem here. Recognizing that not all science is to solve problems of today, because some of the things we have to do as blue skies research and try and understand the fundamentals of science. And we should be, as Africans, be involved in those issues and maybe develop them as part of the global community here in Africa. And then on the centers of excellence, Julian, I'm going to quote a South African example and how I think they have been conceptualized and perhaps where the thinking is in terms of how they need to evolve. In our case, and the one that you said you are lucky to lead, the idea was very simple. Can you build research capacity in these areas? Knowledge and training of master's, postgraduate students in the field that these centers of excellence were chosen. So there's a little bit of prioritization. I know the scientists don't like this, but sometimes if we are thinking about translational science, perhaps we have to have areas where we specialize. Now, if you've done that as centers of excellence, and I believe that all of the ones in South Africa that were chosen had done that. Now, the issue is, how do we begin to continue to build the science base, as we would call it? And in my metaphor, I say for any tree, you need the roots and the trunk, and if you don't water the roots and the trunk, at some stage is going to collapse. So we continue to do that. But where you are able now to give solutions, so this tree now is bearing fruit and we are beginning to get lemons coming out. And that's where I think at this point, so these must evolve, that's what I'm saying. They cannot remain the same centers of excellence if you've got a science system that continuously gets funded across the entire system. So you may very well perhaps find that somebody who funds you, if the funding is from outside, is for translational research in the centers of excellence. But in our case, in South Africa, we see them evolving, perhaps into something bigger than centers of excellence. That's really our thinking, where you will have both, doing science for the sake of understanding how the world works, but also where we can begin to work with industry, society to find solutions. In your case, you know very well, in food security and nutrition in particular here in South Africa, and inform policies that are as a result of the research you do, is what we now need. Thanks.
Can I just go back to this question of African science? And I'm glad that Connie brought us back to it. I was deliberately trying to problematize this at the start. So, and I think colleagues are right on this. There is science, but there is a politics of naming it African science if we want to go that route. It's the same way that because of the inequalities or the imbalances that we're talking about, if we want to be deliberate about saying we want to attract more investment in science in Africa, we can call it African science, but there is no science. I mean, science is science everywhere. In the same way that you have things like Black History Month, you have women's inequality, because you want to draw attention to those imbalances. Why not call it African science? I'm open to that, as long as we know that that's what we're doing. And it's not that we're now trying to classify something that is separate, that is called African science, right? The other thing that I wanted to respond to is this thing of funders not wanting to fund countries that are not practicing democracy. I don't really think so. I think funders have double standards. They say they're not funding non-democratic states because it's convenient for them. When their strategic interests are concerned, they don't care. They'll fund the devil if they need to fund, right? So I think let's not worry ourselves about that. We just need, as partner institutions, as African institutions, need to have an agenda and hold funders to that agenda. That's what I think.
No, thanks. I don't want to belabor the African science point. I think it's been addressed adequately. I don't see it as something exceptional, something different from what's happening elsewhere. I like the point about the local relevance and all that. But we have a history, as Fumi was saying, and we've got a particular reality, and we've been having these debates around decolonization. I don't approach the idea of decolonization from the point of view of exceptionalism or something like that, no. But we want to be able to tell our reality in ways that empower us, in ways that tell the full story, in ways that speak to our reality a bit more directly and respectfully. Okay, so I understand it. It's a broader concept. I really wouldn't pin it down to mean a particular thing. Now, there was the question around politicians. Look, there's a bit of a dilemma here. On the one hand, we acknowledge that science is important for socioeconomic advancement of society across the board. I don't think there's any politician or any sane Homo sapien who thinks otherwise. But then the politics of resource allocation kick in, and science becomes something that we can postpone, that we can deal with in future. Let's worry about the primary school kids who must go to school tomorrow. Okay. So the politics of resource allocation then kick in, and also, of course, politicians are very short-term in their thinking, and I'm saying this respectfully. So it's about the next election. The SCAR project might not win a politician an election, isn't it? But it's critically important. It's critically important. And it goes back to the point Fumi was mentioning, the point she made earlier, which I think is one way that might help us to address that challenge, the point around integrated planning. Okay? So that the planning is not as disintegrated, as fragmented as it currently is, where we've got economic policy on its own, we've got education policy on its own, we've got science on its own. We need to find a way of integrating this, so that we can see how science comes in and how it drives, the national agenda. Julian, you ask a very complex question. A messy situation calls for a messy solution. Tongue in cheek. But I would see centers of excellence as critical elements of the science ecosystem. They've got a role to play. They occupy a very particular niche. We don't expect them to provide us with a magic bullet to solve all these problems. But they play a very critical role in producing high quality science. They play a very important role in graduate education. They play a very important role in sustaining, collaborative networks and engagements and those kinds of things. So I would see them as critical elements within the broader science ecosystem. Thank you.
Yeah. Triggered by your point. Yeah. I just want to be unpopular amongst ourselves as scientists. When the scientists in South Africa during COVID found the Omicron, and we used data to track the movement of people to inform the decisions that needed to be made. And then we had to use the science system to produce ventilators. We've used this fruitfully to make politicians feel guilty that it's the little that the science have been able to do with your investment. So please, let's communicate about the work we do and make sure, as part of the third point of engaging with the science, when we have success, and I've seen how NASA makes this in the United States, whenever they've made a discovery, it's a big thing. We are very modest as scientists here in Africa. Just that point.
Absolutely. So I'm going to resist.
I was being controversial.
But suffice to say that we are working with the International Network of Government Science Advisors to help mobilize that effort, and certainly there is opportunity there. One, two, any other questions? Three. Okay. Ed. Yes.
I think I was one, sorry.
Number one. There we go. Sorry.
I can see that you've forgotten about me.
No.
Thank you very much to the panel and to the program director. For me, I'm interested in this African data that we spoke about. Who owns African data? This is an area that we've been grappling with. just to curate our data, to digitize our data, and to properly manage our data. Even on big projects, to have the data managed has been something that is a problem which requires a lot of resources to manage. And the second part is that we saw that within Elsevier, for instance, the countries in the global north, the editors there, they staged a walkout to say that there's just too much profit sharing and so on and so on. Now, the question is, from our side, does this mean that we have to establish our own platforms, like your Saelo platform, for instance, which was more of local journals and so on? So does this mean that the African continent has to do that because we are reliant on these prestigious journals from the north, which is why we had within that presentation of Professor Oma that very low level of intra-Africa collaboration. All that we're doing is to trace those prestigious journals there. So now, if then the North says, fine, Elsevier, let's forget about it. They are going to develop their own platforms. In the process, where are we? Are we into getting our own platforms as the African continent, which are going to be quite prestigious or what? Is that our interpretation of open science? And similarly with data, we've got lots and lots of data, which is not curated, which is not digitized, which is not properly managed or maintained. Does that mean we have to now start to focus on that and protect it and guard it? And when we talk open science, then we have something to offer. Thanks.
Thank you. So 2, 3, 4, and then we'll go for round questions. Oh, 5. Okay, but quick questions because we have to sum up as well.
Testing, there we go. That was a very, very, very good question. I could talk to about it for ages. I don't think we should. I don't think anyone should be chasing prestige. They should be chasing impact, and the two things are not the same. But that's a separate issue. I think names are really important because of what they connote. I've lived in 4 different countries in the world. I've lived in the US, I've lived in Australia, I've lived in China, I've lived in the UK. In Australia, there is definitely a sense of Australian science. In the UK, there's definitely a sense of UK science. In China, by gosh, is there a sense of Chinese science. In the US, it's world science. The US has a baseball tournament called the World Series. How often do they invite the Japanese to join? We've got, I think we need to think about Africa as in the sense of what is normal? What is the world? What's normative? And I think that it's important to maintain a sense of African science in the sense of thinking about what's the same and what's different, and making sure that you're not necessarily measuring or understanding scholarship in terms of a label that has been defined elsewhere. That's where Africa is a useful label, because there will be different types of knowing in Africa and different types of application in Africa, as there is in Australia and China and the UK. And the US is not universal. And that's how that's I think why it's a useful label.
Question up there.
Can I go in?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna speak from a very micro level because I am at an institutional level. I am a librarian, and I want to thank the Department of Science and Innovation for the policy that has come out, and also I was privileged to be part of the Open Science Policy as well as the AOSP during my time at the National Research Foundation. As a librarian in South Africa, I think the librarians have done a lot faster than the research departments in our institutions and faster than the academics themselves. We are always thinking ahead. But our challenge, as we speak, we are speaking of open science today, but I have not heard of an open science research chair in South Africa. What does that imply? Then secondly, I think if you look on your program, we are the first, I think, department in the university to challenge our academics. We had our first workshop on open data in the humanities and social sciences. Our academics, they don't understand what is research data. Particularly when we speak to the humanities, when we speak of open data, they are thinking of numbers. So they need an explanation. I think we now need to go back to the policy itself and ask, did we put what we call digital humanities in that policy? Or are we speaking to the STEM colleagues and forgetting the humanities? Then the other challenge that we are also picking as the implementers of open data is, have we started to talk about data research methodology in our curriculum at domain level? I don't think any dean or deputy dean can come forward and say they've started. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Okay, and we're running out of time, so please limit your comments.
Oh, thanks, MTV base, sorry. Oh, yeah, thanks. I'd like to also echo from other questions which already been asked. The issue of, the African scientists are keep on carrying the tradition of Euro or the global north, the pedagogies, the methodologies which have been rated as they rated into the rated. We wanted to ask the stats. We saw the graph there and stuff. We would like to ask or from the scholarship of climate change and me, modernity and evolution, the comparability of modernity and evolution of science, African science versus the other scientists. Yeah, the modernity. And the other one is the tools and instruments which we use. Are we waiting for people to come up, invent those tools and instruments to validate so we can conduct research and science? Thank you very much.
So we have 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. So 1 and 2. And then we'll wrap up the comments.
Is it on now? Yeah, it is. Okay. Dr. Kendi Gwantai from the University of Leeds. I just want to add to the phrase African science, and I know a lot has been said, but I really would like to argue for the deliberate and intentional use of that word, of that phrase, honoring what colleagues have said, obviously, that science is science. Yes, I do get that. But then what the second speaker said there so beautifully, and adding to what my fellow Kenyan, Professor Ouma, also said, the thing is the issue is one of leveling the playing field. The playing field is not level. And there is an element of restorative justice also in that phrase. Why? Because of all the appropriation and misappropriation that has happened around African knowledge, ways of knowing, and science. So it's not that Africans don't contribute to science, we do, but that is not acknowledged. When you say science, it's not synonymous with Africa or the African. I did observe an event, for instance, quick example, where it was a decolonial research event. Everybody there was white. There was one black person. And do you know what their role was? They were the poet. They came in and gave a poem, and that was it. And this is it. We are seeing, you know, in terms of culture, food, dance, music, yes, we are there, but science, no, Africans don't do science. Science, other people do science. So until we level the playing field, I think it is important that we be really intentional about using that phrase in the way that Funmi said, understanding that it is a political phrase that is taking us to a place where we need to be so that we can sit around the table as equals. And lastly, on the question of communication, I would love to see communicators sitting alongside the scientists in a room like this. We have talked about engagement, narratives. My colleague Louise was talking to me earlier about the meta-narrative of the work that we are doing. A lot of us are not schooled or skilled as communicators, but there are people whose job, whose area it is to do this work. They need to be here, because if they don't get it, then the narrative will not come out as we want it to. Yeah.
I am encroaching onto your coffee break, so just to accommodate you a little bit. Chris, last comment.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Christopher Isiki. I'm director of the African Center for the Study of the United States at the University of Pretoria. I just wanted to the role of the African academic or scientist in the diaspora, the role that they play in helping to amplify African science on the global stage. So you will understand that many academics and scientists occupy what we call a third geographic space between Africa and the rest of the world. Right? So we don't see brain drain. We actually see brain gain when you consider that many of these academics abroad actually engage in brain gain through knowledge circulation and knowledge sharing that they do. Professor Oloni Shakin flew in from London this morning. She's here, she's sharing. She will go back. These are ways we gain. So I think that we should actually ask vice chancellors. I know that our vice chancellor does a lot to encourage this knowledge sharing from the African diaspora, but we must go beyond begging for support from universities abroad by dedicating monies to get our academics, Africans, who are engaged in science, knowledge production abroad, get them to Africa and share the knowledge that they have to help to improve science on the continent. That is something that we should be deliberately targeting and putting money in, to get them to come. So it should go beyond just what UP is doing. Other vice chancellors should do so. Government should also put in wherever they can. I thought I should just say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. So we're not going to have time for responses, but given the caliber of this panel, I'm going to push you to give me a 30-second response that if you had one wish for the voice of African science on the global stage, what would it be?
Can I say my one wish?
Yeah.
That wish is about data, that Africa also enters a space in which we, collate, curate, manage our data, have our own database. There are not too many. China entered this, has its own way of ranking, of doing whatever it does. India is attempting this in very significant ways. Africa as a whole should do that. That's what a pluriversal world looks like. Thank you.
And there's a lot of people who say data is the new gold, right?
No, my wish should be, let's invest in science and science institutions. The last one would be the point around data. Local journals are not for our masters and PhD students. They also have to be for our top researchers. We have to publish in our local journals. Thank you.
Mr. DJ?
Yeah, I'm seeing myself in the AU Assembly of the Heads of State, demonstrating what scientists in Africa, the ones in the continent and the ones in the diaspora, listening to how the African continent can be transformed. There are two political leaders who had a vision about science. First one is Kwame Nkrumah, and then Nelson Mandela also set up the the Academy of Sciences in South Africa. So you can influence politicians to speak science.
So greater political influence, absolutely.
It's not fair to give a Norwegian the last word on an issue like that. But I think, to be frank, I think investments so that you build the institutions that are needed. Because when I talked about science, and I understand that African science can be a political term, I think that it's so important with scientists and institution. And when someone earlier today asked who owns the university, it's the scientists and the students. And it's a connection there. So to build strong institutions with strong, excellent scientists, I'm sure it's going to happen, and I look forward to see that.
Excellent. Join me in thanking these panelists. And now I have the pleasure inviting Dr. Thandi Mgwebi, who's the DVC from NMU, and she's going to do the wonderful task of wrapping up this rich discussion. Oh, you can take a seat here.
How much time do we have?
We have 10 minutes for the wrap-up.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Niraj. Good afternoon, colleagues. So I don't know whether we've settled on the debate of African science or science in Africa. So I'm going to stick to the script of African science that I was given. So I'm not going to divert from that. So I think as an opening for me is what's coming out is that to enhance the value and voice of African science on the global stage, I think it's very clear that it's important to invest on research infrastructure, funding, and education. So supporting African scientists and institutions to promote collaboration, fostering platforms for knowledge sharing and dissemination can help open uptake of science from Africa and ensure its meaningful contribution to global scientific progress. And I like the point made by the DG here saying not all science is designed to solve problems, because we've got blue skies research that we must allow to flourish. So for me, here are some key aspects that have come out of the value and voice of African science. I almost said of science in Africa. I think both. Let's stay with African science. There are 6 things that have come out. The first one is just out of my own, but I'm just integrating what has been spoken about in the previous sessions. One is diverse knowledge systems. Africa is home to diverse indigenous knowledge systems that have been passed down from generations. And these systems offer unique opportunities and perspectives and solutions to local challenges, such as sustainable agriculture, traditional medicine, and resource management. So recognizing and integrating these knowledge systems into global scientific discourse can enhance our understanding and approach to various issues. And I'm going to quote Costas, I don't know if he's still here in the room, yes, on what you said in your session to say, take ownership of what you produce. And that whole statement is so powerful at universities on how we can change university systems to take ownership of what is produced at universities. I think it will also take into consideration what we talk about a lot, about differentiation of universities, how different we are. And therefore, if we don't take ownership of the different knowledge types that we produce at those universities. So thank you, Costas. And then number 2, research and innovation. African scientists, like all scientists around the world, are actively engaged in research and innovation across a wide range of disciplines, addressing regional and global challenges, as I said, including health, agriculture, renewable energy, and so on. And I'm also going to quote from the previous conversation what Loretta said, that in retrospect, on everything that she has done in environmental policy that was actually open. And it wasn't called open science that time. So we're building on something that has already been happening. The evolution of centers of excellence for research and innovation, perhaps more research to translational research, is an important enabler. Number 3, addressing local challenges. The term locally relevant, globally enabled. I think it makes sense. I think I want to quote from Fumi's opening remarks about the local relevance. So science in Africa focuses on addressing specific challenges faced by the continent. Again, we need to take ownership of this, of the developments in HIV/AIDS, in malaria, Ebola, developing drought-resistant crops, promoting sustainable development. All of these are practices that are happening around the continent. Number 4, collaboration and partnerships. I think the issue of equitable partnership has been a thread that's going along across the sessions yesterday. In fact, throughout this conference. Svein, you mentioned it, Fumi mentioned it, the DG, Phil mentioned it. And the reason for these collaborations should be capacity strengthening and development. And there have been examples that Phil spoke about for capacity across Africa. The big scientific projects within South Africa, the SKA, the messenger RNA technology hub, the CERN work that scientists are doing, African scientists are doing around the world. And now I want to add the hydrogen strategy that's taking shape within South Africa. And this is infusing into the African continent because the partnerships are not only global, but are intra-Africa. There were examples of people that have trained in South Africa and now back in their own countries within the continent to enable the building of capacity. The 5th one that has come up is science diplomacy and policy influence. We recognize the importance of science and technology in driving development and shaping policy. And I think the point that is made is that African scientists' voices or representation contribute to shaping global policies that address pressing issues. At global level, there was an example made of our own Heidi for global governance, Albert at IASA, Karim at WHO. At national levels, science communication and engagement with policymakers is important. And although difficult, there are champions that we can use who are politicians. The examples of Kwame and Nelson Mandela, those are the big leaders and politicians that have championed science in Africa. The 6th point that's come out is bridging the global knowledge gap. That it links with the other point that I made, that Africa provides unique perspectives and insights that can bridge the global knowledge gap. So, by amplifying the African voices, we can foster a more inclusive and comprehensive knowledge base. Resource allocation is important. I thought Gerald was going to speak more about strengthening schools, the school system, the science engagement to strengthen the school system so that we get capacity that enters university to enable capacity at universities at a different level. So those are the 6 perspectives that I found were coming up. I may not have interpreted all, but now the actions. I came up with 7 actions because Heidi was not going to be happy with me if I don't come up with actions. The first one, build capacity and strengthen capacity. I think the COE model has been explained. The second one, integrated policy is required. So this is important when we enter into these networks, network of networks and networks, that we have the mindset of an integrated policy, because the strategy is integrate policies. Remove barriers for intra-Africa engagement. The issues of data. I think the African Open Science Platform provides an opportunity to do that. Funding. Leadership and investment in key areas is important. With the 54 countries in the continent, we've got different capacities, leadership level, infrastructure levels. It's important that the leaders invest in science. Number 5, action number 5, policy changes to be driven by universities for national context. Firstly, starting with internal strategies at the university, because I think the mindset can be changed at a university where knowledge is generated and built. Examples made by Professor Cooper at UP of the Africa strategy within the university, for example, and point made by Fumi on national context. And then the 6th action, communicate. And the last one, I think this was made, and I think this is very, very important. This was also made by Ahmed Bauer when he was speaking at the previous session on research that is needed on open science itself. Thank you very much.
That was a slick sum up. Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking all the panelists and our summation. I'm going to be a bit more generous than Haida and give you 21 minutes for coffee.
Hello, hello. Okay, let's get started. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. I was just worried for a second there. Thank you for restoring my faith. So welcome back from the tea break. We've had today really quite interesting discussions. We started with, open science and looking at different approaches and different parts of the continent and world. We then moved to talking about the value and voice of African science. We talked about African science, science in Africa. You could say this session is Science for Africa, okay? Just to throw another one in there, you decide. So it was a real pleasure to moderate this session on transformative research for Africa. Very pertinent. We know a key part of our development is ensuring our maintaining our human development resource, but also ensuring that we are taking care of our natural and built environments in the ways that nourish both us and the planet. So it's a real pleasure to have 3 sets of speakers today. I will introduce them one at a time, if you like, and they will come up and give a presentation, and then I'll introduce the next lot. So we'll be touching on health from a pandemic prevention perspective, more kind of One Health approach, food and energy. I mean, what else do we need, right? Health, food, and energy, that's it. So without further ado, it's a pleasure to invite the 2 speakers that I will be speaking on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and recovery. The first is Professor Vanda Makota from the Faculty of Health Sciences and Future Africa here. And I always joke that for some reason she's Vanda Makota. When I see her name, I think, what was her name? Surname again? It's something Wakanda. Something. So anyway. So it's just kind of all gets meshed up in there, which is quite apt, right? We're talking about the future of Africa. So Professor Wakanda will be accompanied by Dr. Sean Patrick, who is also at the School of Public Health, and Public Health Systems, both at the University of Pretoria. Welcome them, please.
Hey, thank you for that very unusual introduction. That was a first. So I'm going to speak a bit about what pandemic prevention, preparedness, and recovery means, and also in the African context. And instead of going into very specific research projects and boring you with virus data and all kinds of things, I wanted to explain what's going on globally, how it links nationally to South Africa, how it links to the continent, and then how it also links to universities. I heard in a lot of the previous discussions, and specifically things that NRF also said, we need to be more strategic. And to be more strategic in transformative research, we need to understand what's going on in the global environment, because that influences the funding. It influences our governments. It influences our universities, and we sometimes don't understand this environment very well. So I hope I'm not going to bore you with everything that I'm going to say, but I'm going to start with what's happening globally. And I think we all know there's an issue with outbreaks, pandemics, epidemics. We've known this for years. This is not new. We knew there's been outbreaks and pandemics before that's been devastating for the human population. We know that most of them comes from a viral source. We know there's this high diversity in nature. We know a lot of them are zoonotic, coming from an animal source. And we also know for years that this spillover from animals to people happen because of contact in this wildlife, domestic animal, livestock interface. We've known this. Then we had this really devastating COVID-19 outbreak, and it became more prominent that we need to look at these things collectively. So there's a discussion that's much more prominent in how we need to address prevention, preparedness, and response going forward. I like the word recovery also there, but I can't change this definition because everybody talks about PPR. But it's also about recovery that I will mention later. And there's this need to really bring in all the aspects where we have the animal, the environment, and humans, and look at it collectively. And it's to prevent what really happened with COVID going forward. I think everybody is in agreement on a global level, and specifically with the quadripartite, which is the FAO, now UNEP, also World Health Organization and the World Organization for Animal Health, that things need to change in terms of how we implement things on the ground. Okay, now I'm going to do the yelling for a while. Sorry, my slides look better on my computer. It's a bit cut off on the screen, but you can anyway not see it. One of the things that's really important is the discussion about what's driving disease emergence. And we've listed these drivers over the years. We would say it's bushmeat, or it's wet markets, or it's land use change, or it's climate change, it's health systems that collapse. But if you really go into the science, we have very little scientific evidence that specific outbreaks has been linked to specific drivers. And we have these opinions that we keep on repeating in the literature, and we say this is the important things. But going down to context level on the ground, for instance, in a rural community in Africa, we have absolutely no clue what's the real drivers of disease emergence. So in this context, and this is where the rest of my slides come from, we really need to look at a One Health approach, because we need to look at these drivers in combination with pathogens. And that's why some global initiatives happened, with one of the significant ones in 2021, when the quadripartite established the One Health high-level expert panel to advise them on how to implement One Health, and also on policy on One Health. And I have at the moment still the privilege to chair this panel together with Thomas from Germany. And it's really a multidisciplinary expert panel. And this is different from any other panels before, because the quadripartite never had one panel advising 4 UN organizations. So obviously quite tricky situation in some aspects, but at least it's a way forward. So OLAP is really looking at policy, and we haven't done a lot of work in the last 2 years on policy, but it will change in the future. But what we did do is, together with the quadripartite, develop strategic approaches to really address pandemic preparedness, response, and prevention from a One Health approach. One Health approach you can call different things. It's just a holistic, transdisciplinary approach looking at all the aspects that can potentially be involved. It's just a buzzword that everybody uses at the moment to call it One Health. So one of the first things we did, and this is also important if we talk about pandemic preparedness, response, and prevention, is what do we understand with these approaches? Because sometimes, long ago, we called it global health, which is just focused on human health. It's very anthropocentric. Then we changed these definitions into a One Health definition that said animal, human, and environmental health is interdependent, but better, we at least started talking about the environment. Then we got eco-health. There's been a very strong drive, eco-health and planetary health, where the definitions has changed to a more system-based approach. And then OLAP decided, together with the quadripartite, that we really need to look at a new definition that is really, truly One Health with very specific principles going forward. And that was one of the first things that we did. And this, for me, is also one of the principles around how we can address some of these really important issues for Africa going forward. It's an approach that we can use. And it says the same thing, that we need to recognize that the health of humans, animals, and plants and the wider environment is all linked. But it makes it a bit broader, where in the past we said we need to work multiple sectors. Now, if you tell somebody sectors, what do they think? Government departments. You know, it doesn't bring in communities that's on the ground to also into that picture. So the new definitions really put that emphasis on bringing communities into the picture, which includes also policymakers. It made it bigger. It is about addressing pandemics, but in that process, we're also addressing well-being. So the definition of well-being is in there. So it's not just about, is there a pathogen or is there not a pathogen? It is much broader than that, if you look at these approaches. And if you do these One Health approaches in the correct way, true One Health, you're going to address things like clean water, energy, food. You're going to take action on climate change, which is an overarching influence on a lot of these factors. And you're going to contribute to sustainable development in the process. So one of the things that's quite relevant that happened is a joint plan of action that was produced by the quadripartite. And there's been plans before. There's hundreds of plans for different diseases. There was a tripartite guide for zoonosis. But this is the first time that UNEP is part of one of these plans, bringing in really the environment into one of the action tracks, looking at zoonotic diseases, but also looking at neglected and tropical diseases. So it's really a plan mentioning all the other plans and filling the gaps that was never addressed in any of the other plans previously produced. So it brings in food, it brings in AMR, and then the action track that you're going to hear more about from Sean also is really strengthening the One Health workforce and public health systems while you're doing it. OLAP also developed a theory of change that is on top of the One Health Joint Plan of Action, because the One Health Joint Plan of Action is for a very specific mandate for 4 UN organizations. But One Health is broader. So this is a roadmap that people can use if they want to look at things through a One Health lens, mentioning all actors that you should consider in certain aspects and addressing certain issues, which will not also always just be UN organizations. It may be NGOs, it may be universities and some other organizations. The last thing that I want to say about the global environment has to do with a document that we published recently. There's been a lot of confusion about what prevention means, because we use the word prevention in public health basically to say that we're going to try and prevent one case of a human infection to go to another human, or we're going to just try and limit cases. But in terms of outbreaks and pandemic prevention, we use prevention in terms of spillover prevention. And that is really preventing that very first case of a virus or a fungi or a bacteria from spilling over from an animal or an environmental source to humans. You can think realistically. If a respiratory pathogen goes over into a human population, we will not stop it quickly. We were not very successful with that in any of the outbreaks. We really need to focus on the source and try and address that if we really want to limit outbreaks. And we won't prevent all of them, but if we can do some of them, it's already better. So from that, this is what's going on globally, and this is linked to funding. It's linked to discussions with the World Bank, with other funders. So it will trickle down into national governments and also into university and research funding in the end. So we need to understand this environment. In terms of national perspectives, and I'm just going to talk a little bit about South Africa, but this is relevant to all other countries. We always had the international health regulations, or since 2005, where we tried to prevent and control and have a public health response, very much public health driven. Yes, we mentioned zoonosis and everything in there, but drivers of disease emergence and prevention is not, prevention of spillover is not very prominent. And these documents will be rewritten in the near future to include this broader One Health approach. And we also have the JE, where people can actually evaluate themselves. Did it work very well? Probably not if we had a pandemic, because then we were not really ready. So all of these things are in the global environment going to be linked to these broader approaches on One Health approaches to address this. So for the sake of time, I'll just quickly go through this. I mentioned the IHR, but we also have this on the veterinary side. We've got the PVS reports where we can analyze how good our veterinary services are. So we have something on the human side, we've got something on the veterinary side, there's a little bit of overlap, but the environment has basically, the drivers of disease emergence has been missing from most of these conversations. And we also handle a lot of these things still in silos. Veterinary services handle the PVS reports, health handles some of the other reports that needs to be done. So South Africa and most of the other African countries here has all been moving towards having a One Health sort of national committee. South Africa also have one that's under Department of Health, where all the departments, and in our case, it's agriculture, it's environment, and it's health on these committees. And I think what's very nice about our One Health committee is that the universities also have a seat on there. So research is part of this package. We can't just address these things through public health institutes, animal health institutes, and governments. Research needs to be in these conversations. And I heard a lot of times today we say, oh, we're not able to influence policymakers, or we're not able to influence the government. We need to be around the table to do that. And that's not going to happen overnight. It is a long process of going to meetings, being in advisory committees, doing your part, and build those relationships to actually have change in the end. So there's regional partners. You've also heard from DSI on the African Union and CDC. So we also function in this African environment. So we can't, as a university in South Africa, have this narrow view of we're going to address this. It's firstly not just us, University of Pretoria. There's a lot of actors in South Africa. But it is a global problem. It's a continental issue that you need to address, and the same with some of the other issues that we're going to talk about today. So we need to know who's the actors in the continent that needs to be part of these conversations and be part of what we do. So to get to the role of universities, and this is something we developed recently in South Africa after a call by DSI and NRF for an Institute of Pandemic Preparedness and Response to the universities, so with a research focus. And the way we see research in this environment is really these three pillars where we have anticipation, you can call it prevention, we just decided on that word. We have response and we have recovery. So the anticipation is what I mentioned, where we need to really invest in prevention of spillover. So yeah, One Health approach is critical, looking at all these factors. And then you have the response where a pathogen is in humans, some of the great work that we've done in South Africa on COVID and Omicron and genomics, all of those things fit in there. Vaccines that needs to be research-based, therapeutics, and then the recovery where we also need to build resilient communities in times of peace. And how are we going to do that? Strengthening health systems is in there. Building a One Health or a transdisciplinary workforce, you can also call it that, is essential for universities to do. So I won't go into the detail of this, but it also has some overarching principles that I've heard a lot today. Leadership. We can't develop research without also thinking about how we develop leadership in universities and the workforce that needs to go forward. Data, open science, all those things are overarching principles that needs to be part of something like this. And this last slide, I'll just summarize that if you look at the context when we thought about this proposal and we developed it, and this proposal was developed by 8 universities in South Africa with several partners, and including government and institutes, which was a very, very difficult exercise. But but with a lot of fruitful outcomes in the end. And I think one thing that's important for me is that we have these discussions around transformative research issues only when there's a funding proposal on the table. That's when we start looking who in our university can do this. And then we start looking at who in South Africa can do it with us. And then who in Africa can do it with us. And that shouldn't be the discussion only then. It should happen before that without having a funding proposal on the table. Yes, we need investment. Yes, we need these things to be financed. But we should move away from our individual research areas and think about the broader picture every time we do something. If we really talk about transformative research and research that's going to change, that needs to be our outlook on an individual level, but also on a university level, on a faculty level, on a departmental level. We don't have the luxury to keep on doing things in silos. So I'm going to give over to Sean, who's instrumental in training the next One Health workforce and one of our emerging researchers in the faculty.
Thank you very much. So what we need to do in response is to train the public health workforce. And we do know that on the African continent, for example, the Masters of Public Health, they are generally the students that are trained in the competencies of public health. And they are the ones that do make up the One Health workforce, or that workforce for pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. What we do know is that we do have there's a disconnect between the teaching as well as when the students have the skills to actually go into the workforce. And what we have done is there's two different programs that are currently running. The one is the postgraduate diploma, and it launched coincidentally in May 2020, right in the midst of COVID. And when we spoke to most of the students, their main reason for entering the program is they heard about the pandemic and they want to see what they can do, how they can be involved. So since May 2020, we enrolled about 2,000 students across the continent. We have some international students as well. And currently in the program now, registered, there's about 900 students that are attending each of the modules. Majority of these students would then enter into the master's program, Masters of Public Health here at UP. And since 2000, the program has run, there's been about 1,000 students that have been enrolled. So there's quite a big value in having the program being run virtually. So in order to scale up the public health workforce, currently we're working on a Masters of Public Health focused on monitoring evaluation, so we know what some of these indicators are. How can we then advance the agenda for pandemic preparedness, prevention and recovery, if we then train these students to understand what indicators are, try and apply a One Health approach. And this program will then launch officially in 2022. So as far as the postgraduate diploma is concerned, when we launched in May 2020, it was the first one on the African continent. And what the main purpose of it really was is to reach as wide of an audience as possible. Students entering into the program come from various fields, whether it's from the law field, we had dentists even entering the program, to make us understand that the wide spectrum of skills that we need to address any of the pandemics would then be needed. These students, when they graduated, they then entered into some of these managerial positions. And we're currently doing a study looking at the students that have graduated, where they are currently at now, have the skills that they've learned through this program actually assisted them. If you think of the Masters of Public Health program, I'm part of a consortium of universities in South Africa trying to benchmark the MPH program, so that any student attending the program in South Africa would receive the same set of competencies. We would then be able to send them out knowing we've trained a unified public health workforce. Obviously, each institution has its own specific research strengths. And this then feeds into a larger project that I'm also part of, the Association of Schools of Public Health, to look on the African continent itself. How can we also harmonize that teaching? So any student on the African continent, if their host institution does not have the skills and we do have the skills, how can we partner and not reinvent the wheel, but that we actually try and address some of these issues towards pandemic preparedness and universal health coverage? So when we think about this and thinking of research, during the pandemic, we talked about how do we use what we currently have. So we had then gone to a point where in a very short space of time, there was an investment put into COVID-19, for example, but you had other issues, the malaria elimination agenda, for example, where there's been slow progress over a number of years. And what we propose is that if we start thinking of preparing for future pandemics, where do we start? What are some of the investments we currently have? How can we leverage on that? But also thinking of future pandemics, how do we change this, the thinking around that? And two of the main things that came out was this change in structure of accountability. So who is really accountable? We are dependent on external organizations. We've had this conversation as well. Who are there needs to be more engagement on the national and district levels, the traditional leaders, for example. And when you start having these conversations with the residents, you understand what some of these issues are. And that really leads to really changing in this, who actually decides what some of these interventions should be. And from our own experience, when you then create some of these interventions, have these discussions with the communities, there is more there's more accountability for that. So if you're then looking at a resilient health system for pandemic preparedness, some of the key themes that we have identified, we have discussed some of these, especially increasing availability, visibility, high quality data at all levels, new tools, for example. But more importantly, how do we use some of these themes and incorporate these back into the programs that we are teaching? So that is one of my objectives too, to try and incorporate that. So if you're thinking of resilient health systems for future pandemics, there are quite a number of things, but one of the main things really is to think of communities as being these, as a partner in the thinking process. We start developing these, and as part of the student training, to also start training those types of skills so that we can establish this accountability and this active involvement where communities then become involved in preparedness, essentially for any pandemic response. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So thank you both. I think really important topics that were mentioned there, and I definitely took notes of a couple of things. And so please keep your questions. I want to make sure we have time. I'm going to ask the other speakers to not avoid my gaze, because I will give you a 5-minute heads up, and then I will proceed towards you, and I will end with a bit of a rugby tackle. So yeah. So the next one, and don't underestimate my size. I'm used to play rugby. So we move from health to food. So we're talking now about sustainable food systems. And it's a pleasure to welcome Professor Lindiwe Majele-Sibanda from CGIAR, Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research in Montpellier. Welcome.
It's so good to be back home. I did participate in the inaugural Africa Week, but what I see this week is, oh my God, you've pulled all stops. Congratulations to the organizing team. I'm so glad I wasn't part of it. I would have died. So well done. Just proud to be here, and I think one of the best well-spent weeks in the world and for Africa. Congratulations. Now, I'm supposed to take you to my world. I was here until December, but January 1, I fell in love with the new courtship, and that's where I am. It's the CGIAR, and we are all about food, but more than food, it's food systems, it's water systems, but more important, making sure that the institutions we have are fit for purpose. So I'll run you through what is CGIAR. Complex, it's been called SIGA in France, but please stick to CGIAR. We are all about transforming food, land, and water systems in a climate crisis. And the main thing is that the world has changed. So we need to retrofit and make sure we are fit for purpose. And the purpose being SDG 1, eradicate poverty, but SDG 2, zero hunger by 2030. And I want to start by saying if we don't win as researchers in Africa, we would have failed, because we are the museum for hunger, we are the museum for malnutrition, and any institution working globally or at local level has to address that challenge. So, what is CGIR? We are the largest research network committed to delivering public goods for farmers. And who are these farmers? We are talking 500 million smallholder farmers in middle and low-income countries who rely on farms, on farming, to generate a livelihood, but who also feed us with the food they produce. So it is our duty to deliver public goods that will make them farm sustainably, but more important, be healthier and richer, because farming is a business. Agriculture is supposed to produce food for us, but more important, it has to be done in a climate-smart way. So we are in a transition because we know the value of research. We know the value of R&D as a powerful tool for delivering development. World Bank has said it, that 2 to 4 times investments in development, the returns are 2 to 4 times more when you do it for agriculture. More important, that the returns can be 10 to 1, SOAS reported on that. So there is no brainer. You have to put money in R&D to deliver sustainable food systems. But why aren't we doing it? It's because maybe we have not thought about the right institutions, but we've not also made it visible how you change and be fit for purpose. Looking at the 50-year history of CGIR, we know the different institutions in CGIR. In the 1960s, the father of agriculture, Norman Borlaug, invested in Asia, taking them out of poverty and hunger in the 60s by bringing in improved seed that was bred from CIMMYT in Mexico, took it to Asia. That's what is called the Green Revolution. So in the 60s, you have the Green Revolution. Rice, wheat, maize results in more calories. But the challenge we have now is not about more calories. It's about nutrient-dense food. So how has the CGIR evolved over time? In the 70s, our emphasis was on genetic resources. We built gene banks across all our 15 centers. In the 2000s, the challenge was policy. We set up the Policy Institution in the United States, Washington, D.C., IFPRI. But now where we are, 2022, we are going through a reform. And what are the complex problems that we are facing? Number one, climate change. We need to adapt, we need to mitigate. 2, poverty reduction. We just cannot be in a world where 1 in 2 are poor. 3, nutrition, health, and food security. Over 800 million going to bed hungry is just not good enough. It has to be reversed. It's become worse with COVID. Number 4, environmental health and biodiversity. We have to move the needle on that. And finally, gender equality, youth and social inclusion. As CGIR, we have adopted those 5 as our key performance indicators for impact, against which our investments, our performance across all our centers is going to be measured as we undertake our new strategy. Now, going back to who we are, we have 12 top-class research centers across the world that have come together to form one CGIR. We work across 108 countries. The gene banks that we have close to 700,000 germplasm accessions, and we work with partners, including universities globally. 50 years experience per center gives us close to 500 years of experience across the whole network. Those are the countries where we work. Our headquarters are in different countries for the different institutions. But just to highlight some of the impact, if you look at the wheat, when you look at the wheat varieties that are being used in the world, about half of them have come from our centers. If you look at the value investment in rice that is going on, we claim close to 10 billion annually based on the seed that we have produced as CGIAR that is then used for doing business in rice. Sweet potato, some of you are familiar with the orange flesh sweet potato, which has vitamin A, very good during COVID times, and that is one of the flagships of what CGIAR has produced over time. We don't want to just dwell in the past. We want to look at, in a climate-challenged world, what do we need to be doing? We have transformed by coming together to work together under one mission, because we realize that the problems that we now face are bigger than one institution. We need to deliver a healthy diet because it's currently unaffordable. What you call healthy is expensive. What is cheap, affordable, is cheap for your body and disease-causing. We also are facing a global crisis, climate change. It means the seeds we bred in the past are no longer relevant. There are major risks, and we in agriculture are also generating greenhouse gases. So we need to improve the way we do business. We need to respond to the biodiversity challenges that we've created, and we need a better fit of what we do as the largest public entity in delivering public goods. Now, what have we done? We are going across all the centers to work in an interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary fashion to address the Sustainable Development Goals. And the other thing is we're working in a systems approach rather than each center doing one commodity and publishing. We're starting from the challenges we face and putting together teams that work across centers to respond under our new mission, which is to deliver science and innovation that advances transformation in a land, food, and water systems during a climate crisis. We are in this crisis for the long haul, and therefore we have reformulated our structures to respond to the most urgent crisis. The 5 impact areas I have highlighted. This is the new CGIAR, responding to those 5. No more research for romance or publication. You need to tick the boxes in terms of how many of those impact areas are you addressing and how will you be evaluated? And that's what our funders are looking for, and that's what the world is facing as major challenges, and we have to respond. Now, we are in partnership. We have to work in partnership. No one is fit for purpose on their own, and I've elaborated. But at regional level, we are also aligning with political structures. My colleague Vanda did say that we need as researchers to break out of our comfort zone, get close to where the policy decisions are made, and align with the geographic arrangements. I'll just give you a highlight of some of the initiatives. Currently, we have a $1 billion budget, and we're implementing 33 initiatives feeding into the 5 impact areas. So on climate resilience, we're building climate resilience, benefiting 300,000 farmers, at least 30% of whom are women, to withstand climate variability and extremes. So we post that as the title, and then we get the different centers to come together and formulate a program, which we call an initiative, that will run for at least 3 years, but can then be expanded with KPIs that feed into the impact areas. Another example on healthy diets, as you can see, we're developing tools to guide decision-making for healthy diets to make them affordable. Third one, I'm sure Barend would like this, realizing gains across water, energy, food, forest, and biodiversity systems. I think we used to have IMWI work on water. We have another institution on food, but we are now coming across together to design big programs that respond to impact areas. Now, digital innovation, you can't do anything these days without equipping people with the tools for digital innovation. Another one on food diet diversity for East and Southern Africa. This is just to give you a flavor. The best thing we've done is all these projects are now on our website. You can touch a button, see in your country what is CGIAR doing. Who are they partnering with? And challenge that, create space for yourself. Because for us to be known and seen, we have to be around the table. And we've agreed we go transparent so that we can benefit the countries rather than do research for publications. In Africa, what are we doing? Africa has been left behind. The Green Revolution was for Asia. This is our time. So we have reorganized ourselves. We now have country focal persons, regional focal persons, and a strategy for Africa, which we are launching June 6th in partnership with the African Development Bank, FARA, the AU Commission, and CGIAR, so that we work collectively with a common purpose to deliver these public goods. I've spoken about the country and regional presence because without partnering with those who make policies, without partnering with universities and local researchers, you are not responding to local problems. And then that's the Abidjan Agreement we signed with the African Development Bank, and we are now moving to action plan. We signed an agreement, we have an action plan, we are launching it June 6th, and we are rolling out implementation on that. So we are ready for Africa, and now we want universities to look online at what CG is doing so that you can claim your space and be part of the partnership drive. I've got one more slide, but it looks like it's not coming, but that was just to say partnerships are key. We cannot deliver on the SDGs without riding on the opportunities. And by having this public website that is showcasing our initiatives, the next round of initiatives is going to be developed next year. Start reviewing those, start claiming your space and partnering with the CG. No one will knock on your door, you knock on their door and demand space for what you want to do. So that's it about what we are doing in CG. Thank you very much. You didn't have to stop me.
Yes. It's amazing how much on time people get when the threat of a... Anyway, next. And finally, we have, and I do want to make sure we have time for questions from the audience. So the last, so we've had health, we've had food, and now it's a pleasure to get into energy transitions, really critical, as we had a transition earlier. So I'd like to welcome Professor Rula Inglesi-Lotz from the Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences here at University of Pretoria, and she's joined by Professor Samson Mampweli, who's the head of the DSI Energy Secretariat at the South African National Energy Development Institute. Thank you.
Thank you, Tolu. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard I'm glad to be back home. For me, Future Africa is a little bit more than home, since I was in the initial groups that were putting together Future Africa, so I'm very happy to be back. Thank you for inviting me. I just wanted to share or celebrate with you Africa Day, although you might look at me funny, that Greek that talks about Africa Day. I must say that I'm an African by choice and not by birth, so happy Africa Day to all. So thank you for inviting me for this extremely important topic of the energy transitions. I was hoping load shedding will fall on my session so that I can make a point, but it happened a little bit earlier, sorry. But the point was made. Tolu also reminded us of the transition we had earlier. I would like to share with all of you that the points I will make today come as thoughts and themes from the research we are doing at the Energy Economics Unit at the Economic and Management Sciences faculty. It's a recently established unit, but we've been doing quite a lot of work on energy transitions, the importance of energy to economic growth, etc. So thanks to my colleagues for doing all the hard work with me. Africa and South Africa and the rest of the world, we have a challenge to transit our societies and our economies to them being more equitable and them being more sustainable. However, how do we do that is not a clear cut. It's not straightforward. It's not the same for everybody. The moment we hear energy transition, the first thing that comes to mind is dirty fuels to clean fuels. Dirty fuels consumption or generation of energy to cleaner ones. However, the term energy transition goes beyond the energy and environmental impacts and effects that such a transition will have, and it goes towards the socioeconomic effects we experience and we need to anticipate and be ready about. The current energy crisis we experience here in South Africa also makes this challenge even worse. We have the energy transition, the international commitments on emissions reductions and climate change, and on the other side, how do we meet the needs of the population, the energy needs of the population? And all of that, doing it without severe socioeconomic effects. I will speak about jobs and skills in a bit. So energy transitions, first point I would like to make is they cannot be established, they cannot happen without talking about technology transitions. Energy transition cannot happen without looking at how we generate and how we consume energy. Energy transition cannot happen without thinking of the storage technologies we have or we should acquire to continue. AI, smart metering, smart appliances, all of these are parts of the greater technology transitions that we're going through and that the energy transition depends on. However, these technology transitions and energy transitions have the potential of creating or exacerbating income inequalities. A very simple example, how many of you have a solar panel at home? The academics don't have enough money to buy this. So the bosses around here, where's the big bosses not here to see that? Low-income households cannot afford going through the transition. Middle and high-income households not only can afford, but also they get the subsidies to help them going through that. We heard about a recent subsidy for solar panels in South Africa, but that is not going to cover the full cost of a solar panel. So who's going to use that subsidy? The middle and higher income households. So we have the problem of deepening income inequalities by going through these technology transitions if we're not careful about it. Then another part of this income inequalities is skills inequalities. Who has the skills to take us through these energy transitions? Middle and high income households. We're talking about access to education that is a problem in the African continent, so we have to import skills like me. Another thing is energy transitions need to start looking at what the local communities want. I speak about low-income households, but regionally the rural households. What do they need? Because we sit in nice boardrooms with nice generators and air conditioning and all of these things, and we decide what we're going to do to help the low-income households in a rural community. We don't bring them around the table, we don't ask them. So as a community that wants to go through these energy transitions, we actually need to bring them into the table. It's their future as well. Access to financing has quite a lot to do with everything I said just now. It's who has access to financing? And are the financial systems innovative enough to cater for the developing worlds or global south, we heard, for these needs, for the institutions that are established already? Do we have the financial institutions to assist? Local capacity and skills, and I think that's one, a little bit debated item, because if I start telling you that we need to employ only people from South Africa for South Africa, we need to develop the skills only here, and we do not need to care about the rest of the world, I go into the extreme of localization. The other thing of we don't need the skills here, we don't need anything, we will import everything is exactly the other extreme of depending on the global markets and the global environments only. So we need to find a way in between. But what I'm arguing here is we need, again, the local communities in the middle. We need to develop skills for the local communities to be able to participate in these energy transitions. Not only take them and put them through a higher education system, but assist us to go through this energy transition. Job creation, yes, that's also a very debated topic. Renewables will create jobs, but going from coal to renewables will also make jobs lost. We don't have the elasticity of substitution between the skilled versus unskilled or unskilled versus skilled workers is not where it should be to make sure that the coal miner that is going to lose their job in the Mpumalanga region will be able to find a job in a solar park in the Western Cape. Finally, everybody mentioned collaboration and partnerships, and I think that's becoming an underlying theme in everything we discuss in science. It cannot be done if we're not all together. And by that, I refer to multidisciplinary approaches. I cannot work without the engineers, and I cannot work without the policymakers. Academia, policymakers, engineers need to work together, bring the local communities in. And within all of that, we need the different fields, we need the different disciplines. Just to close, because I don't want to be tackled, it is important, because she also knows how to run. She hasn't said that. So to close, it is important to recognize that all of these energy transitions in Africa, but also the rest of the world, are only a gradual process. It's like training to be fit. You're not going to be able to run a marathon the first day you're going to get on the road. We need to train. We need to be persistent. We need to be patient. And we need to include more and more people so that the force is bigger. So with that, I will give over to my fellow speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The program says Dr. Titus Mate. I'm not Dr. Titus Mate. Sometimes I'm Dr. Titus Mate. But today I'm Samson Mampieli. Yeah, I've talked about energy transitions. I've talked about the energy crisis in the country, both in formal platforms and the media, to an extent that sometimes when I'm walking in the mall, people see me and say, there's the professor of load shedding. All right, but today I'm not the professor of load shedding. I'm going to touch on load shedding and some of the issues around it. I'm representing Sanedi today. Sanedi is a state-owned company that is under the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. We work with closely with the Department of Science and Innovation. Myself, I'm the head of the Department of Science and Innovation Energy Secretariat, looking after the energy RDI programs for the Department of Science and Innovation. Our role as Sanedi is basically to direct, monitor, conduct, and implement energy research, basically coordinating all the research activities in the country. Whether we're doing it to the best of our ability so far, that's a story for another day. You can ask the CEO when he comes here. We also have a role of conducting research, and basically we do everything research in the energy space. We're not focusing only on renewables, even on fossil fuels, clean coal technologies, and things like that, as I'll later demonstrate. Over and above that, we also charged with the responsibility of taking some of these products to the market, basically through licensing and other means. This slide is talking about the drivers for the energy transition. And it's talking specifically to the South African environment. And the first driver is the aging infrastructure. We have the average life of our coal fleet is about 40 years. The life of the coal fleet itself is not a problem. The problem is how it was maintained over the 40 years. And the challenge has been that it has not been properly maintained over the 40 years period. We've got two coal power stations that are relatively new, that are also still giving problems, Medupi and Kusile. Yeah, if I start talking about those, then I'll be tackled because I'll go over and over. And then we have climate change. and the commitments that South Africa has made, which is also, I'll go into the details of that at a later stage. The finite fossil fuels resources, I've had lots of debates with people in the coal sector, and at some point they didn't like me much, but I think when I started to talk about clean coal technologies, they started, liking me. But they always say to me, we've got coal reserves that can take us to 100 years, and I always ask, then what happens after 100 years? Who will be there to, to provide, what resources will be there to provide energy? The economic benefits, I'll touch on that as well. Financial sustainability and competitiveness of some of the technologies, the current technologies, renewable energy technologies and things like that. When you look at the socioeconomic conditions, the South Africa has got a very high rate of poverty across the entire country. We've got people who are very rich, and then we've got people who are very poor, and those who are very poor are in the majority, unfortunately. And if we don't do anything about it, when they don't have the food that you are talking about, they may end up eating the rich. So we need to do something about it. The high unemployment rate, it's the highest amongst the youth. We're looking at 66%, and these are the people who are actively looking for jobs. There are those who have given up, looking for jobs and things like that. The economy has been stagnant for quite a long time. The projections are that towards the end of this year, the growth will be at about 0.7%, 0.7%, and at the beginning of next year, the economy will be at about 0.4%. So we've got a big problem there. Environmental issues. Although the number, that we contribute, 1.17%, it may sound very small, 1% out of the whole world, and we're worried about this. But that 1% is quite big if you look at, the tonnages that we're putting out there, and if you look at its impact when it combines with what the rest of the world is emitting. In terms of policy, we are implementing the Integrated Resource Plan 2019, and according to that plan, we are going to gradually retire some of this coal fleet, which is where I ran into problems with some of the coal lovers. We are going to retire about 12 gigawatt of the old and inefficient coal fleet. And then we'll have to bring in about 18 gigawatts of renewables and gas, a mixture, in the next, until 2030 or so. The whole idea is the decarbonization of the electricity sector, because it's the main contributor to our emissions in the country. And this is just emphasizing what I was saying in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions, the electricity sector being the major contributor, followed by transport and others. However, there are other interventions in the transport sector. For instance, we have the green transport strategy, we have the introduction of electric vehicles and things like that will come on board. I won't go into the details. I've talked about the IRP 2019, which we are implementing, but as part of the Energy Action Plan announced by the President to try and deal with the electricity challenges that we're facing in the country, the IRP is also being revised, mainly because the technologies have evolved. We're looking at because it's based on the least cost technology. So that work is taking place. I think in the next 2 months or so, there will be a draft IRP, a new version of the IRP. In terms of the just energy transition, we're looking at the decommissioning of the coal fleet that I've talked about. But the highlight here is basically, we want to do that at an affordable scale and pace. So because of the challenge that we're facing at the moment, we don't want to fast track the decommissioning of the coal fleet. We want to first fix the coal fleet and ensure that it gives us the energy that we require. And then after, we'll then decommission and do things such as your repowering with clean technologies, renewable energy and gas. The repurposing of the coal fleet. At the moment, we're busy with a program at Komati Power Station where some of these things have started. The restoration and repurposing of coal mining land, the development of the local infrastructure that we're driving, the economic diversification to support local livelihood, the enterprises, local enterprises and job creation, supporting the workers, during the transition. Raola has talked about the fact that during the transition there will be job losses. What do we do about those people who lose their jobs? And we're starting to look at certain models that, for instance, we can have some of them owning some of the new renewable energy plants elsewhere through some share schemes and things like that. I see I'm left with 5 minutes. Is it 5 minutes? Oh, okay. I still have a lot of time. So I've talked about, okay, I'm told I'm left with, I'm about to be tackled, so let me run. So in terms of the transition to lower carbon technologies, we're looking at the decarbonization of the electricity system, mining, transport, development of the new economic opportunities, such as the green hydrogen. Through the Department of Science and Innovation, we have what we call the Hydrogen Society Roadmap that talks a lot about how South Africa will respond to the green hydrogen economy and what programs and projects we'll be doing. I've talked about electric vehicles, microgrids. ESCOM is busy with the microgrids programs as well. They have some of those things happening at Komati Power Station as well in terms of the manufacturing. The strengthening of and modernizing of the grid. Our grid is a big problem. We need about 180 billion rands to strengthen the grid so that we can bring in new generation capacity. We can't bring in new generation capacity in certain areas. The skills, yeah, I can go on and on. Let me stop here for now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to invite all the speakers to the stage, and just as they come up, I invite questions from the audience. I'm sure there are questions. We've literally covered all that is existential to our existence. So as they're taking a seat, can I see some hands? One there and one there. Okay, we'll start with you. Just please don't forget to introduce yourself beforehand.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Siraka Kisimana from the University of the Western Cape. I've got a small question to the gentleman, the middle, the second. Yeah, I was privileged last year to attend, to be invited by the African Union during the preparation for COP26 to think through about the African position at that particular conference. One of the issues that was raised, I think it was by the Minister of Energy in Namibia, which I think is quite relevant. And when I think about it, I start thinking about the relevance of the African science that was discussed earlier. He asked a question about, in African context, when we talk about energy transition, what do we mean? What do we transit from? We are transiting from what to what? Je m'explique. Let me explain myself. Since the 1980s, the industrial sector on the African continent has been stagnant. So African continent as a whole, probably South African as an exception, is still finding its really industrial path. And if we speak about energy transition, are we jumping in the train which we don't know where it is heading and the way it is coming from? Okay. Do we really understand what we are talking about?
Sure.
The cost effective of it, the implication at all levels in all spheres that we can think of, economic, social, and so forth and so on, given the historical context of the continent as a whole. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to take the other question, and then I'll come to you. If you've got, if there's any other person that's got a question, catch my eye. I am going to be looking for alternative gender. So, yeah, okay. Okay, you go.
Sure, thank you very much. Yeah, maybe it's David or Amanzikazi. Yeah, it means huge waters. You see, the country was advised to be NOAA, to build the ship grid. So my question to these other ones of the climate energy, the energy transition speakers, we would like to ask, man, if like now, is it feasible for the country to invest over 5 years for the ship grid? Is it feasible? Because we see it's not even creating local jobs for the locals. So okay. For the other panel, I think this one goes both ways. As we see, we are facing this crisis of the dirty water in the Tshwane region around local.
Yeah.
So we like to ask if we see the impact there could be, especially in food security, the crisis also, the other outbreaks that could stem out from there. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I think that's for the food people. Okay, there's one more there. I'm going to take, okay, if you want to share it, then all of you have to give very punchy questions, and then I will come round for one. So if you want another question, then give the evil eye to the person talking. So the next one over there, and then Heide. Okay, and then Heide.
Is that me?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure. Thanks. I'm Margaret Chitigamabugu, here from the University of Pretoria. Just a general question, because when you were talking, finally I thought, okay, I belong to this conference, and because personally I'm an economist, I'm very concerned about issues of poverty, inequalities, unemployment, and so forth. And I felt that this panel was speaking to issues to my heart. I wanted to understand, just from your own thinking, what prevents us from working together to try and solve these problems? That's the one question. Now to the energy team, particularly with energy research, I will call you with the name here, Titus, your other name. My question is, I wanted to just get very clear understanding. If you got a rand today, or a dollar, for investment, is my understanding that you are saying you invest it in coal rather than in renewables, just to be clear. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. My name is
Please note your questions.
Okay, my name is Vuyo Mjimba from the Human Sciences Research Council. 2 questions. First is for the lady in green. You addressed the supply side of energy transition. Yes, we know. So, having done mathematics some couple of years ago, I know equations must be. What's happening to the consumption side? I think a transition is there, and I think this consumption side is has got cheaper technologies that even the poor can get. So that it also goes to Samson. Then my second question is to Prof. Majele Spanda. CGAR, Malabo Declaration, this, that. Oh, where are we going? I've heard this before when my hair was of a certain color. Now it's changed color. I've heard this. For me, what's happening in those value chains? Are we efficient? What synergies are we growing? Last question. You gave us 500,000 small-scale farmers. If the African Continental Free Trade Area works, there's going to be an urban pool. How are you going to address that transition? Because there's be that urban pool, which means you're drawing labor from agriculture. Right now, we're dependent on agriculture, most of us because we're poor.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm going to call it there, just to give you enough time to respond. So if the speakers could please see this as your final comments, so please respond and as your final parting remarks. So we'll just start in this order.
The lady in green first. Okay.
Yes, lady in green.
I like that. Thank you for noticing. I have a few comments. I very like the question of what is energy transition after all. I was in Saudi Arabia in February, and the energy transition there is not from coal to renewables, the discussion we have here, but from oil to green hydrogen. Different. If you go to a conference in Nigeria, and you ask about energy transition, well, I was there 4 years ago, and 4 years ago when I mentioned energy transition, they said, we don't need it. What energy transition? We're fine where we are. If you go within a country, rural and urban environment, what is energy transition? During load shedding in a rural environment, some households never had electricity anyway. So what load shedding? What are we talking about? Some poor households went from electricity to biomass, to wood. The urban communities went from electricity from the grid to self-generation. So a different type of transition. So we need to get out of this idea that there is one energy transition, there is one path, and all the countries and all populations, all societies need the same energy transition. The train that you spoke about, sir. We get on a train where we're all together. No, sorry. We start from different shares of renewables in our generation, different shares of coal, different availability of resources. Because I can't come here and say, South Africa should invest in hydro. What hydro? Where will we find it? So it's a different transition. Yeah. If I go to Zambia, and I speak about hydro, they will tell me, we've been having it. What transition are you talking about? So that was the one comment. The second comment is on demand-side management, or back there to the gentleman. What we experience in the energy crisis at the moment in South Africa is not a supply only, it's not a demand only, it's a demand and supply problem. It's a mismatch of the supply and the demand. It's the supply not covering the demand. And we're not even growing as much as we should, so we should start thinking. Indeed, the technologies with the right management, with the proper institutional quality, can reach the low-income households much easier than having to change a whole fleet of ESCOM. Yeah. There's no point. But changing household after household might make a difference. So I think with this hope of making a difference, I will give the floor to the next speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I'll start with the difficult one. What are we transitioning from? And I'll put the South African context. So in South Africa, up to 90% of our electricity was produced from coal. Until recently, until we published the IRP 2010. And the idea when we started with what we call the REAP program, the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producers Program, was first, it was a public-private partnership to encourage investment into the sector from everywhere, the international community and the locals. Secondly, it was industrialization of the sector to ensure that some of these technologies are made in South Africa and create jobs and grow the economy in South Africa. Thirdly, it was economic growth, obviously, using that particular sector. So the transition had all those legs, including the decarbonization of the electricity sector. In the context of South Africa, that is what the transition is all about. I'm not going to go into the continent. Raul has talked about that. The second question, and we can talk more about this, I've got a bit advanced knowledge on it. And then the second question about the power shifts, I think he was talking about the power shifts, to say they're coming here, they won't create any jobs and all that. So when we model the IRP, we look at various things, and I'll touch on the other question of that about the cost as well. We look at the least cost technology, and then we look at the adequacy. We ask ourselves, or we ask the model, it's called the Plexus model. We ask the model, will we have adequate supply of electricity if we have this combination of technologies? And then we ask the same model, at what cost will we be able to produce electricity, which is the levelized cost of electricity production over a particular period. And what we assumed in the IRP 2010 and also in the IRP 2019 was that we would have adequacy only if the coal fleet is operating at above 70% energy availability factor. Now, we have a big problem because the coal fleet has been hovering around between 50 and 55% energy availability factor, which means that we don't have adequacy. What do? Then we bring in other sources of electricity, which is where what we call the risk mitigation or emergency procurement program came in. It was not only the power ships, it was the power ships and some PV with battery storage, so that because we need dispatchable power.
Okay.
And then the power ships were then stopped by environmental groups. I was one of the first people to say no to power ships when they were announced by the president in 2019. But with time, and that was because of some of the reasons that you mentioned, we're not looking to create an industry in building power ships in South Africa. We're not, it's only, we're importing even the gas that we'll be using in the power ships. And the period, the contract was a 20-year contract, which was not necessary in my view. They're supposed to have a short-term contract.
Right.
So some of those things are being addressed, and for us to have adequacy, we need to allow the power ships to come on board.
Okay.
I've dealt with your question.
I'm going to have to cut it. Hopefully you're here in the evening, because then it'd be good to continue the conversation. But I do want to give the other, because we're going to wrap up in 3.5 minutes. So I just want to give the other panelists a chance to just give their final thoughts and maybe addressing any other questions that have been posed. So Professor Wakanda?
I think I will address Margaret's question on why we don't always work with other disciplines. And the reality is we're still very siloed. We all say we're going to do transdisciplinarity, but we're in faculty systems, department systems. The funding is still very siloed. You know, if I still get a call that's just focused on pathogens, I don't think about bringing in an economist because there's no space in that grant. But I think we need to create structures where those conversations happen. It needs to start with a conversation and then change the environment where it's also part of the funding environment. The way we set up centers of excellence, the way we set up centers in universities, everything is still siloed. And we need to get away from that. But we need to recognize that to address these complex problems, and it's not just true for pandemic preparedness and response, we need basically everybody around that table to address things like poverty, socioeconomics. And I think the conversations are changing. We just need to look at how the structures can also change to accommodate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe just to pick up on that, I think part of it is our training. We were never trained to be development actors. We were trained to be experts. And when you're an expert, you are complete. You can work on your own and deliver a product. But the challenge we face is defining the problem. If problem is SDG 2, zero hunger, who should be around the table to address that? It means we have to start from the mother of those children in the household, to the farmer who produces the food, to the processor who can add value to make the nutrients dense, fortify the food, to the retail shop who wants to make a profit, but make sure the food is affordable, to the processing factory, to the aggregator, to the policymaker. But in most cases, we start from, I'm an animal scientist, I'll produce more goats and I don't care what happens. So it's from farm to fork, but let's start from the problem. What is the development problem we are, societal challenge, and who should be around the table to solve it? Let me now go to the gentleman who's heard it many times. You're going to continue to hear it because we have not achieved zero hunger. We are going to continue hearing it because climate change is here and our systems are not climate smart, and our technologies and the science that we are delivering as solution is not responding to the challenge. You're worried about the urban shift. I went to school when 80-20, 80% of Africans live in rural areas. It's now 60%. It's because we have not invested in agriculture yet. We know the returns from investing in agriculture are 4 times more effective in reducing poverty.
Right.
The youth would stay in the farm if there were technologies that give them more income, more yield, and better nutrients, and send their children to school. But we tell them it's in town, and that's not true. It's not sustainable.
Thank you. Dr. Patrick, your final remarks.
Yes, I think just as a final remark, I think from what we're hearing is these are all opportunities for integrating these discussions into teaching and learning, because that's really where we need to start. So when you start having these discussions in class, looking at how you are bringing the experts in the field, you have those conversations, and when you start those conversations at that level, students start to think that way. You start to develop these projects around these different types of transdisciplinary type of projects. That's the only way that you need to start that, and those students filter into the larger projects we are involved in. That's when you get your faculties to merge together with just 1 or 2 small projects, and that's really where the thinking needs to start.
Thank you all very much. I just want to give you, I think this has been such a rich discussion. 3 overarching, cross-cutting things that I've heard just cutting across the board. The first is a need for a holistic systems approach. So to that point, I want to draw out the links between the health, food, and energy. You alluded to it, Prof. Mambweli, when you mentioned, you're drawing coal all the ground. Who would be there? So if we're damaging our health, what is the point of coal if it's not for us, and ensuring that we can, so really drawing those links. Even on this panel, I think we didn't really do that as well as we could have done, so really important there. The second is the importance of not just partnerships, but sustained partnerships, and I heard you talk about that as conversations and participation. So sustained conversations with public, with the policy actors, not just in moments of crisis, because you have to build that legitimacy in peacetime, as it were, but also with research collaborators, again, not just for funding, but building these conversations and building these relationships and networks in a sustained manner. And the third point is equity. Equity by design. Equity with respect to access. Access is affordability, it's availability, it's appropriate. So thinking about the context. So if we're thinking about this all together, we have to think about the kinds of institutions, be that academic, be that government, be that private sector, that really ensure we're enabling these cross-cutting approaches to come into being, so that we ensure that we're building truly the science in, of, and for Africa. So with that, I would like to thank the speakers and thank you all.
Good evening all, and thank you very much for coming back to this session after such a very long day. Some of you, I understand, have been here since Monday. I haven't been here since Monday, but since Sunday, I was sitting in rooms like this in Monterrey in Mexico, and then I had to run here. I don't suffer from jet lag, so don't worry. A very warm welcome to Africa Week 2023. It is wonderful to see all of you here today. I would like to thank the Department of Science and Innovation, as well as the National Research Foundation, for partnering with the University of Pretoria in its key leadership event, and for your ongoing support in proactively furthering the goals of Open Africa, Open Science. Welcome to our guest speaker, Professor Paul Tiambe Zeleza, Associate Provost and North Star Distinguished Professor Case Western Reserve University, Cleveland, Ohio, United States of America. And Professor Tiboho Moja from the New York University and a senior fellow at the University of Pretoria Center for the Advancement of Scholarship. Now, the center has a close relationship to me because for some strange reason, it's the only center that reports to me. At best of days, when they're doing nice things, I like it until the admin work comes to me. And then I send it away and say, well, what's that got to do with the Vice Chancellor? Welcome also to all our dignitaries, local and international guests, academics, university representatives, and leaders of networks and organizations. It excites me to see who is here and what we can achieve together. The theme, Open Africa, Open Science, is particularly close to UP's heart, and it is the cornerstone of our Future Africa campus, a Pan-African space with wonderful facilities for transdisciplinary thinking, research, and learning. This is pursued in partnership with national, continental, and global research communities, government, civil society, industry, and the media. I think you can feel that vibe since we've been here. At UP alone, about 44% of the research we conduct is with international collaborators. That number needs to grow up, and we're trying to grow it. And we are strong proponents of the internationalization of knowledge, a borderless knowledge environment, and a global open science movement. The launch of the Knowledge Equity Network, which we did at lunch today, and the inaugural Future Africa Global Lecture this evening, Visions for the Future of Africa, that Professor Zeleza will deliver, as the first in a series, forms part of the Future Africa strategic objective to foster a culture of bold ideas, distinctive thinking, and transformative research that can make a significant difference in addressing the many issues, many mentioned today, confronting Africa and the world. Our focus is on African solutions for the UN Sustainable Development Goals, popularly known as the SDGs, and Africa Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Locally and globally, we are facing very serious issues, including climate change, burden of disease, you can go on, inadequate health systems, widening inequality, and the persistent unemployment. And, as I said earlier this morning as well, something I like to emphasize, the twin interrelated crises of our humanity and our planet. And these are not temporary crises. In every way, we are living in an era of rapid ongoing change, coined creative destruction by Austrian economist Joseph Schumpeter back in 1942, and even more valid today. It is the process by which new innovations kill off previous ones, currently within a very short period of time. It can be destructive, but it also fuels human advancement, as it forces us to remain at the forefront of innovation, equipped with the relevant qualifications and skills. And as you know, there is a dispute with some right-wingers about whether we universities still offer relevant skills to the market and the economy. Artificial intelligence chatbots like ChatGPT, a product of generative AI, are a good example of creative destruction. Some of you who teach might not be too amused about that. You don't know what you are reading and who actually wrote it. And at our Senate meeting last week, we spent some considerable time talking about this. Launched in November last year, it dramatically changed how people perceive the future. Before November, most people didn't envisage such intelligent chatbots. Successive ChatGPT models are now rapidly replacing each other, and at a speed that, the lecturers can't keep up. You catch a student on ChatGPT, they're already on another different one, and it's much smarter than the last one. And the last laugh belongs to the tricky, cheaty student. How best to manage them as a major conversation at universities and across societies around the world right now completely changes the world of academic assignments, assessments, and research, among other things. Generative AI, in general, raises very serious urgent ethical questions, which we neglect to address intelligently at our peril. It also compels universities in Africa to move faster in populating the global knowledge repository you heard from a session this afternoon with new and local knowledge and innovation as AI systems rely on existing data, and we know existing data have a hegemonic, it's a hegemonic repository from the global north and not necessarily the south. South Africa and the continent is still seriously underrepresented in terms of knowledge and intellectual representation on digital platforms. Therefore, we should acknowledge academics like our APSA Data Science Chair, Professor Vukosi Marivate. I don't know whether he's here this evening. I think he told me at tea that he will come tomorrow. And his colleagues in communities like Masakane. Masakane is an African word which means let's build each other or let's build together. That is a Pan-African membership who are tackling this challenge head-on. To be very, very simple and specific, they're trying to see whether they can use machine learning, natural language processing to populate digital platforms and such environments with African languages. So if successful, they could resuscitate or reverse the trend where many African languages are on the verge of disappearing or being extinct. We are strong opponents of open access and open science, you heard this afternoon, which requires the active commitment of each and every producer of scientific knowledge and holder of cultural heritage. Open access contributions include original scientific results, raw data and metadata, source materials, digital representation of pictorial and graphical materials and scholarly multimedia material. In October 2010, Stellenbosch University was the first African university to sign the Berlin Declaration on Open Access to Knowledge in the Sciences and Humanities. UP was the third, signing in August 2011. We were a little slow on the foot there, but perhaps I was not here. UP has a number of open research platforms supporting open access to publishing, research, and data. The library division at UP started engaging in open source research data management way back in 2009 and has since made significant progress since then, implementing the Figshare data repository in 2019. All data flows into a centralized system that anyone can access. UP Space is an open access institutional research dissemination tool that hosts UP's research articles, conference papers, creative outputs, and UP's electronic theses and dissertations in an open manner that increases the visibility and academic standing of researchers and the institution. To date, the repository hosts over 72,000 publications. UP Journals is an open access publishing platform for open access journals hosted by UP. It is aligned to the Scientific Electronic Library Online, CIELO, South Africa's premier open access journal database. The right to fair access to research requires a giant leap forward that could never have been imagined when copyright laws were conceived. Digitization needs to be explicitly considered in negotiating or reforming copyright to ensure that laws include essential research tools such as text and data mining. There was a reference to people in the humanities not understanding what data is. But actually, I think Eliki and Faye, they do. It is the pursuit of open science. It is essential for all of us to cooperate in ensuring and defending the right to research and to identify and address barriers to conducting and accessing research. It requires solidarity between all African countries and between the global south and the global north. The latter has the lion's share, as you heard this afternoon, of research at this stage, but all countries need to accept the responsibility to facilitate research and ensure there is fairness and fair use in its accessibility to all. Fair access in this era needs to include the right to freely use technology and AI as an aid in the pursuit of knowledge and research. An overriding degree of scholarship today is done using computational research, which creates unprecedented access to thousands of references relevant to the research. This is part of the wake-up call to think and do differently. And we need to be the change makers. Universities, graduates and researchers are more important than ever as leaders in the future of society, the future of work, and the co-creation of all forms of knowledge and innovation. To achieve this, we need to reimagine international collaborations and partnerships and global engagements. Earlier this year, ladies and gentlemen, in this very room, we met to discuss this very topic of reimagining. And we had 8 sessions and 2 cocktail functions. It was sponsored by the United States Embassy, but we also had universities from around the world and around the continent. Again, we left this room with an affirmation that that task is not only urgent, but we run very serious risks if we don't proactively do that. We need to be deliberate and urgent about dismantling disciplinary silos, boundaries, and borders. But here I don't mean also destroying the foundations of disciplinary excellence. That is always foundational and important. The problem is the following: societal problems and challenges do not come neatly packaged into disciplinary thinking or national boundaries. It requires bold new thinking and an upwelling of transdisciplinary research that offers a unique opportunity to build on each other's strengths and areas of expertise. These are but glimpses of the visions for the future of Africa. And I look forward to hearing our guest speaker for the evening, Professor Paul Tiambe Zeleza, who will offer us the insights of his vision. Before I introduce Prof. Zeleza and ask him to deliver his message, our Minister of Higher Education and Innovation, Minister Dr. Blade Sibongikosi Zimande, is unable to join us today, but because today he was presenting the budget vote of his ministry. Of course, we as Vice Chancellors have an interest in that budget vote. He actually had kindly invited us for a breakfast this morning to do that budget vote. But, I tried to see whether I couldn't catch a 5 a.m. flight, have the breakfast, and join here, but that would have been a bit much. You still are one person. Zimande, as I said, is unable to join us today. However, he sent a pre-recorded opening address. And now, let's play the video and hear the minister. He might announce an increased budget for research, transdisciplinary research, and a budget for the University of Pretoria to host more such gatherings.
Professor Tawana Kupe, Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of Pretoria, Professor Paul Tiambe Zeleza, Associate Provost and North Star Distinguished Professor at Western Reserve University, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to address you here on the occasion of the Africa Week 2023, which serves as the convening platform of some of the African continent's thought leaders in the science, technology, and innovation space. I believe that the minds in this room are geared up towards having meaningful conversations on how to use science in service of society, a science for social justice. I'm delighted to address this auspicious audience on the topic of African science for the global public good. Science is indeed a public good and is a foundation for innovation. Applied science all the more serves as a contributor to the economy, utilizing knowledge to develop more practical applications of science, emerging in technologies as well as inventions that are used to solve the world's challenges. The social scientists also continue to play a powerful role in many respects, and it is through their insights many a times that we are able to have better evidence decisions, integrating the voice of many different communities as well as stakeholders in the discourse of science as a whole. The topic of science for society is of particular interest to the national system of innovation. The knowledge enterprise is indeed one of the public goods that have been utilized in the promotion of societal development. It is therefore important to use African science for the global public good, more so because the African continent has proven many times its ability to be a knowledge producer as well as a knowledge broker. The African continent indeed has in many instances proven its ability time and again to produce prolific academics that have championed evidence-informed scientific advice for policy and have gone to be appointed in many institutions that are central in the development of the African continent. Over and above this positioning of the African research and innovation agenda is able to position the continent to leverage investment through the value proposition of the potency of the African knowledge enterprise. Principles of science in service of society underpin the work that we do. It is imperative that key actors in the national system of innovation understand that science, like any other public good, is aimed at contributing to improving the lives in society. As science progresses, it does so in such a way that knowledge is firstly produced and thereafter knowledge is utilized to solve pressing problems in society. We have evidently seen this during the COVID-19 pandemic, where South African scientists contributed to the discovery of variants as well as mutations of the virus. Moreover, we saw some of our scientists contribute to the development of COVID-19 testing kits. In this regard, an example is a private-public partnership between the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research as well as a local biotechnology company, Cape Bio, which managed to manufacture rapid COVID-19 polymerase chain reaction test kits that eased the reliance of the country on imports and made it easier for other counterparts in the continent to gain speedy access to test kits. This is a prime example of science as a public good, wherein science was used to contribute to a nation's and continent's overall good. Another example is the Bioeconomy Strategy 2013. Although this overall objective is to increase its GDP contribution, the more specific sector targets are relevant to society in South Africa. The health targets, for example, are based on the burden of disease as identified by our Department of Health. Our agricultural targets seek to support the emerging small-scale farmers to enable them to participate more meaningfully in the economy, and we have created a specific program on the uses of indigenous knowledge. The latter is not to make big pharma richer, but rather to create sustainable livelihoods for traditional knowledge holders and their communities, helping to give rural communities not only an income but also pride in their heritage and culture. In my address during the World Science Forum, which was held under the theme Science for Social Justice, I mentioned that it is crucial that African science leaders work together in building a common African science and technology research agenda to enable our societies to tackle major developmental challenges of our time. I wish to reiterate that such an agenda would need to facilitate much more effective Pan-African policy interventions to direct our continent towards sustainable development. The mission of the Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy for Africa, STISA 2024, is that we would see an acceleration of Africa's transition to an innovation-led, knowledge-based economy through improved STI readiness in Africa, as well as enhanced research, innovation, as well as entrepreneurial capacity, and the implementation of specific policies and programs in STI that seek to address societal needs in a sustainable way. This could pave the way for transformation, economic recovery, and reformation in our continent. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we must have strategies on how to retain the brain's trust of the continent. This can also be done through leveraging from the expertise of the members from the diaspora. The 5th African Forum on Science, Technology and Innovation highlighted this importance, wherein recommendations were made around building robust research and development to address challenges that plague the African continent. In this regard, a key message was that we need to tap into the African diaspora, youth and women to strengthen the national and regional innovation systems in Africa. Science must be inclusive, with women and young people being equitably integrated into the system. Science is a collective effort. It is important to protect the integrity of science in a world that is growing skeptical of the value of science sometimes. Lastly, the United Nations has declared the year 2023 as the International Year of Millets. Commemorations such as these draw attention to lesser-known topics such as co-ops and their nutritional benefits. They also foster a global exchange of ideas, research and development, as well as bolster trade. Later tonight, you will have an opportunity to learn more over the cocktail dinner about the various dishes that are prepared through millets and their health benefits. I thank you and I wish you a successful Africa Week.
Thank you. Very succinct, pointed, and insightful comments from our minister. He is very passionate about a support for the science and innovation ecosystem and what that can do to contribute to our country's development. So now I'm going to introduce Professor Paul Tiambe Zeleza. He's Associate Provost and North Star Distinguished Professor at Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio, USA, as I said earlier. He received his undergraduate degree from the University of Malawi, his master's degree from the University of London, and his PhD from Dalhousie University in Canada. A transdisciplinary scholar, his work covers a wide range of fields, including African economic history, development studies, intellectual history, diaspora studies, gender studies, human rights studies, cultural studies, and literary studies. Professor Zeleza is a highly accomplished scholar and academic administrator who has held several distinguished positions in universities in Canada, the United States, and Africa. Prior to his current position, he was Vice Chancellor, President, and Professor of Social Sciences and Humanities at the United States International University in Nairobi. So you can imagine Paul and I were talking about the trials and tribulations of being a Vice Chancellor every day. Then one day, we're talking nicely and I say, Paul is always on the other one. My brother, I want to tell you something. It is not official yet, but I'll be leaving my position. I said, perhaps I should delete his number. The guy is no longer in the same WhatsApp group. He's widely published and has authored and edited 27 books, and several have won international awards. One of them is his latest is this particular one. And this Paul produced this book while we were, in the same WhatsApp group as vice presidents and all of that. So the book is called Africa and the Disruptions of the 21st Century. As if that was not enough for Paul to be working on this and our headaches. So Paul, what does Paul do? He sends me the manuscript. Please, my brother, read and send your comments. Plus, when you finish, write a blurb. So you will see at the back there, I had to write something as well. And Paul knew I was still working on budgets and all of that thing. So Re-envisioning Africa and the American Universities for Publication is another book that is going to publish this year. He hasn't bothered me for a blurb yet, but I'm not sleeping well because I know it's coming. And the Chronicles of African University Leaders, a volume of reflections by former vice chancellors of some of Africa's leading universities, to be published next year. I should perhaps not become a vice chancellor quickly so I can have a chapter in there. Professor Zeleza has worked as a consultant for the Ford and MacArthur Foundations on their initiatives to revitalize higher education in Africa. And his research on the African academic diaspora led to the establishment of the Carnegie African Diaspora Fellowship Program 10 years ago in 2013, which has sponsored more than 600 African-born academics in the United States and Canada to work with universities in 9 African countries. If you like, this is a brilliant scheme to reverse the so-called brain drain, or to actually, in a sense, not see it just as a problem, but also as an opportunity. He has also raised tens of millions of dollars for institutional advancement and research. I would now call upon Professor Paul Tiambe Zeleza to deliver his response. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the first Future Africa Global Lecture. Paul is a historian and you are witness to history. You working from.
Good evening, everyone, and good morning, good afternoon to those who are participating virtually. I wish to begin by thanking my brother for those very kind remarks. This has been one of the most impressive and delightful conferences I've attended in a while, and therefore, initially I said to myself, there is nothing really I can add to it. In fact, I told several people that one of my experiences in Kenya was that when it came to your turn to talk and you have nothing to add, you simply say, I concur. And I was tempted to say, I concur with everything that has been said over the last 2 days, and therefore, let's go and party. But I thought that would not justify the cost of the ticket coming here. And also, certainly, that given the importance of today being the 60th anniversary of Africa Day, I better say something. And it also happens to be my birthday. Africa and the world find themselves at a dizzying crossroads, characterized by massive, messy, complex, and contradictory developments and disruptions. Nothing seems immune to the accelerated march into the economic, political, geopolitical, social, cultural, technological, and ecological transformations of the 21st century. This represents simultaneously a reckoning with the systemic deformities and inequities of the 20th century and the tantalizing aspirations of masses of people for a more livable, equitable, humane, and sustainable world in the unfolding century. Higher education institutions are deeply impacted and imbricated in the construction of the contemporary world in all its complicated and tumultuous dynamics. These are the two sets of issues in my presentation. I begin by offering a brief and broad outline of what I consider as the key forces that will structure the 21st century, in which Africa must become a player, not a pawn, if it is to ever realize its long-deferred Pan-Africanist dreams. The visions of the Africa we want must be placed in the maelstrom of these global developments. Universities have a profound role to play in developing the capacities and imaginations for Africa's future, which constitutes the second part of my presentation. The two sections are derived from my recent two book projects. One titled The Long Transition to the 21st Century, A Global History of the Present, which I'm currently writing, and the other titled Re-envisioning the African and American Academies, that was just completed and will be published later this year. The long transition to the 21st century. African visions of the future abound, currently embodied in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and a plethora of regional and national aspirations. Globally, they are the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. They all evoke the enduring triple dreams of African nationalism for self-determination, development, and democracy. The protracted struggles to realize these visions are tied to the unyielding demands of the infinitely complex and rapidly changing world system. As we prognosticate Africa's trajectories in the 21st century, we must untangle the deep forces that are restructuring the world and develop effective strategies to navigate them to Africa's advantage, a task that is the primary province of universities, think tanks, and policymakers. Historically, the continent and its peoples have always been central to the histories of humanity and our planet. The modern world is inconceivable in all its dimensions: economic, political, cultural, demographic, and epistemic, without the massive contributions of Africans during the long, barbaric centuries of Atlantic slavery and colonialism, whose benefits were reaped by the metropoles of Euro-America. Everything must be done to avoid such a fate as the 21st century unfolds. In the long transition to the 21st century, I identify 5 major forces along which the world is likely to spin. What I term, first, the rise of the people; second, the emergence of planetary consciousness; third, the digitalization of everything; fourth, the great demographic reshuffle; and fifth, the restructuring of the geopolitical order. But the rise of the people, I refer to the growth of social movements and struggles for emancipation, empowerment, and the development of political regimes about the politics of mass mobilization in defiance or defense of the prevailing political order, in pursuit of the interests of ordinary people or the elites, and the expansion and contraction of participatory spaces for the marginalized and their deployment in factional struggles for power by fractions of the political class. Since World War II, the world has been characterized by three major political developments. First, the growth of powerful social movements coalesced around struggles for decolonization, civil rights, women's rights, and environmental rights, among others. Second, the contestations between neo-imperialism, democracy, and autocracy. Third, the rise of populisms, what I often refer to as the globalization of tribalism. Overall, the decolonization of Africa and Asia after World War II represented the most significant political development of the 20th century and one of the most powerful waves of democratization in world history. At the turn of the 21st century, the world was transfixed and transformed by struggles for democratization, resulting in the so-called third wave of democracy. Each region had its own constellation of social movements, political dynamics, and epicenters that crisscrossed in complex and contradictory ways with others across the world. Before long, democracy atrophied in many of the post-independent states as autocratic regimes emerged, only for democratic struggles to resume from the 1980s. However, from the 2010s, democratic recessions accelerated globally as authoritarian populisms spread, although mass support for democracy remained high. For post-colonial Africa, the struggles for the second independence in the 1980s and 1990s were fueled by the abortion of the independence social contract under the draconian structural adjustment programs, SAPs, that were imposed with reactionary fundamentalist zeal by the international financial institutions with the connivance of Africa's crass, corrupt, and unpatriotic ruling elites. The African transitions to democracy were quite varied and characterized by progress, blockages, and reversals. In many countries, the wily political classes soon learned to manipulate the new electoral politics through the mobilization of the sectarian identities of ethnicity, religion, and region, and in some repressive regimes re-emerged. But the fires of popular revolt against tyranny and for social justice endured and continued to erupt from time to time. By the emergence of planetary consciousness, I refer to the intensifying circuits of human connectedness, communication, and awareness, thanks to the time-space compressive propensities of globalization and digitalization. The world has undergone different phases of globalization, during which flows of all manner of human artifacts have accelerated and intensified, from capital, commodities, and culture, to images, ideologies, and institutions, to values, viruses, and violence, and to people, plants, and pollutants. The rapidity with which the COVID-19 virus and its mutations spread from December 2019, when it was discovered in China, was staggering. The unconscionable global vaccine apartheid exposed by the pandemic was a wake-up call for Africa to establish more robust healthcare systems and vaccine manufacturing capacities, which requires synergistic partnerships between government, private firms, universities, and other research institutions. The Great Recession of 2008-2009 engendered widespread economic desolation, deepening inequalities, the decline of the middle classes, a rising sense of powerlessness and hopelessness among ordinary people, and raging popular distrust of elites and establishments. Although Africa fared slightly better than other regions due to the existence of large reserves relative to annual imports, reduction of dependence on aid with their punishing conditionalities, and reliance on remittances and FDI, diversification of export markets from the West to Asia, the structural fundamentals of African economies remained the same. In fact, dependency on primary commodity production and exports increased, while manufacturing fell from 21% in the 1970s to 7% in 2012. Thus, industrialization and raising the value chains of African economies remains a pressing imperative. A key development in the contemporary world is growing environmental consciousness as the onslaught of extreme weather events increases. It has been galvanized by a scientific consensus, the tireless work of environmental movements, and the renewed international commitments to sustainable development goals. African environmentalists have been active in the global environmental movement because of the disproportionate impact of the climate crisis upon the continent's ecosystems. Unfortunately, stubborn pockets of climate change denialists persist. Climate mitigation efforts signed with great fanfare at international jamborees are often not honored. Hence, one of the most heated issues at the COP27 conference held in November 2022 in Egypt centered on establishing a robust loss and finance facility, a kind of global climate reparations fund. By the digitalization of everything, I refer to the increasing convergence of digital, biological, and physical systems through the integrative capabilities of the internet, artificial intelligence, and robotics. It is transforming all aspects of economic and social life, including education. Often called the fourth industrial revolution, it is generating, as with the previous industrial revolutions, winners and losers, and wealth and inequality. Potentially, it represents science, technology, and innovation on steroids. 4 key trends are evident in the global STI landscape. First, the growth of digital technologies has provided developing countries with potential technological leapfrogging opportunities. Second, a global reshuffling is taking place as Asia, led by China, overtakes Europe and North America in several key STI indicators. Third, research has become increasingly internationalized. Fourth, in addition to government, R&D investments by business, firms, intergovernmental agencies, and philanthropic foundations are rising. Africa actively participated in the previous 3 industrial revolutions, but was not a beneficiary as a provider of enslaved human labor and raw materials that produced and reproduced its underdevelopment. Africa must ensure that it benefits from the 4th industrial revolution. This requires, first, raising digital literacy in African educational systems and society. Second, African countries must become producers and not simply consumers of technologies produced elsewhere. Third, they should build digital capacities, including high-performance computing, HPC, essential for big data storage and analytics. In 2017, Africa had 0.2% of global HPC capacity. Big data from African countries is largely stored in the so-called cloud controlled by large global firms. This is the face of 21st century digital imperialism, in which digital platforms owned by the major technological powers are capturing one service industry after another across the world, from transportation to hospitality to health to entertainment. Fourth, they need to vigorously partake in the construction of the global digital governance regime and not be reduced to taking rules crafted in Europe, America, or China. Finally, Africa needs to optimize its benefits from the green mineral boom as it holds large reserves of minerals essential for digitalization and decarbonization by raising the value chain through manufacturing, promoting decent work, and upholding environmental protection. By the demographic reshuffle, I refer to the changing global demographic regimes, patterns of migration, and the related processes of education and work. Africa's centrality in global demographic dynamics will only increase. In 1960, often regarded as the year of African independence, the continent accounted for 9.34% of the world population. 20 years later, it was 10.7%. In 2000, it rose to 13.2% and reached 17.22% by 2020. Currently, about 60% of the African population is below 25 years old. And by 2100, the continent will have the world's youngest population with a median age of 35. In 2050, Africa's population is projected to grow to 2.49 billion, a quarter of the world's population, and expected to rise to 4.28 billion in 2100, or 40%. This is why many contend the 21st century will be an African century. Educating and skilling Africa's youths to reap the demographic dividend is one of the biggest challenges and opportunities facing African countries and is fundamental to the trajectory of this century globally. Managing international migration is a major political issue in many countries and will grow as countries in the global north and China age and the youth population in Africa explodes. In 2020, international migration represented 3.8% of the world population from 2.8% in 2000. Many of the world's international migrants are workers and refugees. There are also huge numbers of internally displaced people. Currently, most Africans migrate to other African countries. In 2020, 23 million migrated within the continent and 11 million out of the continent, of whom 28% went to Europe, 13% to the Middle East, and 6% to North America. The further the destination, the more educated migrants tend to be. 42% of sub-Saharan Africans in the United States in ages 25 and over held a bachelor's degree or higher, compared to 33% for both all foreign and US-born adults. The economic, social, and human capitals of Africa's old and new diasporas need to be mobilized vigorously and strategically for Africa's development and repositioning in the world. Already, the new diaspora is Africa's biggest donor. In 2019, it remitted $84.3 billion. By the restructuring of the geopolitical order, I refer to shifting global hegemonies, hierarchies, struggles, and changes in the world system. The emerging economies claim a growing share of the world economy. By 2021, the relative shares of the world's GDP of $146.78 trillion in purchasing power parity was 52.42% for the middle-income countries, 46.30% for the high-income, and 1.04% for the low-income. China, which overtook the United States in PP terms in 2016, had the largest GDP of 27.31 trillion compared to the US with 23 trillion. And of course, the US keeps insisting on nominal values so that it still looks like the biggest economy in the world. This marked the long return of China to a status it had enjoyed before the era of European imperialism as the world's largest economy, and has become the most serious economic and strategic rival for the United States since World War II. Hegemonic rivalries between the two superpowers have intensified over trade, investment, technology, security, and geopolitics, as each seeks to bolster its alliances and win hearts and minds in the global south. The US-China trade war of 2018-2019 ushered the process of decoupling between the two economies and threatened deglobalization. Following the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, the United States and Russia renewed their diplomatic offensive in the global south, reminiscent of the Cold War. Many African countries remain wary of becoming pawns in great power rivalries. Memories of Western imperialism and colonialism are deeply embedded. So is disdain for Western hypocrisies and self-serving arrogance, and widespread resentment against America's endless wars, most recently in Iraq, Afghanistan, and the destructive interventions in Libya. It is imperative that Africa's geopolitical interests, for which the Western powers have shown little interest, are paramount. This includes reform of the United Nations Security Council and the international financial institutions, better market access, and support for climate mitigation efforts. As China eclipses the United States in trade and investment in Africa, in 2021, trade between China and Africa reached $254 billion, while for the US, it declined to $64 billion from $142 billion in 2008. Western scholars and politicians have taken to warning African countries of China's nefarious intentions about the dangers of a debt trap and creeping colonialism, as if they are the unblemished custodians of African interests. The warnings betray a demeaning infantilization of Africa. Other regions and countries have even larger trade volumes with China than Africa, namely ASEAN, the European Union, the United States, South Korea, Japan, and Taiwan, in that order. Yet, nobody says they risk the infection from the Chinese virus of super exploitation or authoritarianism. China-Africa trade relations are as transactional as they are with other regions. Revisioning African universities. Nationalist and development dreams. Contemporary African higher education institutions are products of multiple histories and traditions, but almost invariably, their missions, values, and purposes reflect the complex demands of African nationalism. The nationalist project sought to achieve what the late Tandika Nkandawire called 5 historic and humanistic tasks: decolonization, nation building, development, democracy, and regional integration. African nationalist leaders such as Kwame Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere had great expectations of African universities, that they must be locally rooted and relevant, as well as globally minded and competitive, produce well-trained graduates, undertake high-quality research that address the pressing challenges of their societies, advance frontiers of knowledge, valorize African knowledges, promote the Pan-Africanist agenda through collaboration, serve as centers of critical thinking, intellectual inquiry, and robust national debate, and cultivate social attitudes and values for informed citizenship. In other words, almost everything we've been talking about over the last 2 days, you can find it in the writings of these founding presidents of Africa. This vision of the role of African universities was widely shared among African intellectuals and the leaders of the mushrooming universities, who sought to overcome the elitism, inaccessibility, Eurocentrism, and limited curricula and ambitions of the colonial universities, as well as forge distinctive identities and mission. They envisioned a developmental university. The economic literature showed that the quality of human capital is a key driver of economic growth and development. This consensus crumbled under the neoliberal gospel of SAPS that came to view higher education in Africa as an expensive and unnecessary public expenditure for the elites, which was far less essential for development and poverty reduction than primary and secondary education. This dubious thesis was based on studies that purportedly showed rates of return for society were much higher for primary education than for higher education. The new inane orthodoxy was later jettisoned following the rise of globalization discourse and the discovery of knowledge economies and societies, which restored the essential developmental role of higher education. Numerous policy reports by the same agencies that had attacked investment in higher education in the 1980s and 1990s spelled out the case for more knowledge-intensive growth based on increased attention and investment in universities. Concerns were increasingly raised that the continent's stock of tertiary level skills was too small. Academic studies on the positive linkages between higher education and development proliferated. They showed the limitations of conventional rate of return studies and how Africa's production was significantly below its production possibility frontier because of low levels of tertiary education. Once again, it became accepted that education and economic growth are mutually reinforcing. Some studies even showed education has a much larger impact on economic growth in African countries than physical capital, and higher levels of education tend to have larger development impacts than lower levels of education. However, this did not translate into increased public funding. Expenditure per student in 33 African countries declined from $6,800 in 1980 to $1,200 in 2002 and $981 several years later. Lack of clarity and agreement about the role of higher education in development at both national and institutional levels persisted. And so in most countries and universities, no effective development model was articulated beyond fancy rhetoric. expansion of higher education. In most African countries, higher education institutions were established after independence, as the colonial extractive economies did not need large numbers of educated labor, and the functionaries of the colonial state despised and feared the educated elite who led the nationalist movements. In 1960, there were only 71 universities across the continent, most of them in South Africa and North Africa. At independence, many countries did not have a single university and boasted of a handful of people with college degrees. In the 1960s alone, 94 new universities were founded, as the new states sought to overcome the debilitating legacies of colonial underdevelopment by expanding education at all levels, which was deemed imperative for the Africanization or indigenization of the civil service, the generation of human capital for socio-economic development, and cultivation of civic values for nation building. Hardly had higher education found its footing when structural adjustment programs were imposed from the turn of the 1980s that devastated higher education. In the 1960s and 1970s, value was placed on the university as a public good, while under the neoliberal regime, it was seen as a private good, and privatization was emphasized, which was reflected in the exponential growth of private universities, privatization of public universities, and growth of other tertiary or post-secondary, private tertiary or post-secondary institutions. The increase of private universities was also a response to accelerating demand from Africa's burgeoning youth populations that could not be met by public institutions, the rising need for skilled labor, and the burgeoning middle-class aspirations, as well as claims for access and equity by underrepresented regions and groups, including women. Further, it arose out of needs by specific groups in society for different types of higher education that promoted their cultural heritage. The rise of Christian and Islamic institutions was an expression of this trend. As African economies recovered from 2000, there was explosive expansion in the number of higher education institutions and student enrollments. In 1999, there were 626 degree-granting higher education institutions. The number rose to 1,852 by 2020, in which private universities outstripped public ones, 101 to 749. The number of tertiary institutions, students rose from 6.16 million in 2000 to 16.13 million in 2020. The enrollment ratio increased accordingly, although it remained much lower than other world regions. In 2020, it reached 10% for sub-Saharan Africa and 33% for the Arab states, against a world average of 40%. Female enrollment continued to lag male enrollment. Sub-Saharan Africa had the lowest gender parity index in the world in 2020, followed by the Arab states. Thus, despite remarkable growth, massification has yet to be achieved. It will require huge investments and commitments by all the stakeholders. The expansion of institutions and enrollments has not been matched by the growth in faculty, resources, and facilities, which undermines educational quality, as faculty-student ratios have deteriorated in many countries. Generally, enrollments have tended to rise much faster than qualified faculty can be trained and secured. Under neoliberalism, academic labor was increasingly devalued, so that academic careers became less attractive and increasingly amounted to taking vows of poverty. The inadequacy of graduate programs, even at flagship institutions, compounded the problem. These deficits must be tackled if African universities can deliver on their promises. Managing challenges and reforms. The challenges facing African higher education are well known. I'll focus on two: funding and governance. Financing higher education is a challenge around the world, but it is particularly acute in Africa because of the state of the continent's economies, the exponential growth of enrollments, poor entrepreneurial and philanthropic cultures, lack of effective and coordinated national policies, and weak systems of institutional leadership and financial management. As the crisis of funding universities deepened in the 1980s and 1990s, compounded by SAPS, a series of reforms were undertaken. World Bank data for 27 countries covering the period 1980 to 2021 shows government expenditures on tertiary education in Africa as a percentage of GDP increased in 15 and declined in 12. But everywhere, in terms of expenditures per student, fell because of the rapid growth in student numbers. This was a global trend. Pressures increased to reform funding of higher education among the three main sets of actors: the state, students, and the universities themselves. The menu of measures varied among countries. Some governments introduced education levies, created trust funds for higher education, established agencies to administer grants, borrowed or mobilized funds from bilateral and multilateral partners and financial institutions, launched tax relief measures for imported educational materials and for investors and philanthropic donors, and tightened loan recovery capacities, including installing a graduate tax. They also initiated new financial models, including performance-based budgeting, input-based budgeting, and allocation of resources through performance contracts and competitive funds, in addition to historically based budgeting. The introduction of cost-sharing measures increasingly transferred the financial burden to students and their families. This encompassed the introduction of tuition fees or sharp rises, establishment of dual-track tuition fees for different groups of students, imposition of user charges for services that were previously free or heavily subsidized, reduction in the value of student loans, grants, and other stipends, outsourcing of accommodation and food services to commercial vendors, and the creation of publicly supported and commercial loan schemes, as well as institutionally generated student aid or scholarships and work-study programs. Higher education institutions undertook revenue diversification strategies by raising tuition fees, increasing faculty, contracted research and consultancies, fundraising efforts, creating businesses, enhancing modes of delivery through the expansion of distance and virtual education, introducing fee-based continuing education courses and certificates, investing in the stock market, leasing buildings, facilities, and land, and offering fee-based services on campus. In addition, cost-cutting measures were widely adopted. Despite national variations in funding regimes, the general trend was towards privatization, which had serious implications for education as a public good. University governance and management have become increasingly challenging because of the proliferation and polarization of internal and external stakeholders. The former includes students, faculty, staff, administrators, and governing boards, while the latter consists of the government, alumni, regulatory agencies, parents, donors, media, and institutional partners, including other universities, the private sector, international and intergovernmental agencies, national and foreign governments, non-governmental and community organizations. Governance is about the roles, structures, and processes of participation and decision-making by different stakeholders in a university. Leadership entails the articulation of the university's vision, mission, and values with internal and external stakeholders, promoting the university's distinctive traditions and strengths, and overseeing the development and implementation of long-range strategic plans and goals. Management involves overseeing the day-to-day running and effective operation of the university, from academic and student affairs to finances and human resources to facilities and security. Portfolios that are directly overseen by deputy vice-chancellors, vice-rectors, or vice-presidents. Leading African universities, as my brother would attest, is exceptionally difficult because of the inordinately complex internal and external challenges they face. The lack of leadership development opportunities in many countries and institutions mean that individuals often assume leadership positions without preparation and lack of skills in strategic planning, financial planning and management, human resource and performance management, research management, market research and advocacy, fundraising, and partnership building. In many countries, the governance and management of public universities is undermined by excessive politicization and tribalization of appointments of vice-chancellors, autocratic management styles, excessively intrusive university councils, weak cultures of shared governance and academic freedom, and the bane of corruption. The private universities are often beholden to the repressive and mercantilist injunctions of their proprietors. Tackling these challenges requires the intervention of all key stakeholders. Governments should focus their student aid schemes on those who most need it. Develop innovative taxation policies to fund higher education. Create enabling conditions to encourage the growth of philanthropic donations and facilitate the mobilization of diaspora financial and intellectual resources. Universities can promote financial sustainability by cultivating alternative revenue streams tied to their core capabilities, rather than establishing business that have nothing to do with universities, including butcheries and bars, and strengthening their fundraising systems, creating an entrepreneurial ecosystem, fostering inter-institutional collaborations, building external partnerships with the private sector and other sectors, adopting more sophisticated and transparent budgeting models to ensure efficient utilization of limited resources, and ruthlessly curtailing the cancer of corruption. Leadership appointments must be based on verifiable qualifications, competence, experience, and aptitude, and systems created for leadership development from student leaders to department chairs to college deans to senior management to vice chancellors to members of council. Enhancing knowledge production. Universities are knowledge producing and dissemination institutions, which has several dimensions in terms of institutional values, research, productivity, and social impact. Since colonial times, African higher education institutions, scholars, and artists have been struggling for intellectual decolonization, decentering the epistemic architecture and meta-narratives of the Eurocentric academy and its hegemonic knowledges. It centers on two intellectual maneuvers: deconstructing Western epistemological hegemony and building vibrant African knowledge systems, which requires expanding the quantity and quality of African knowledge production in all branches of knowledge and raising the global presence of African knowledges. In the immediate post-colonial era, Africanization of personnel was a priority, which was soon achieved. More demanding was intellectual Africanization, the epistemological and ontological hierarchies of European and African knowledges in the post-colonial academy. There were spirited debates about the local and global identities of the African university, its domestic relevance and international affiliations, about liberating it from its pervasive colonial, institutional, intellectual, and ideological architecture. But the decolonization project was fraught, partly because of the duality of the African intelligentsia itself, immersed as it is in complex and often ambiguous epistemic identities and interests, rooted in the intercultural connections, linkages, dialogues, transactions, and translations of knowledges between Africa and Euro-America. The struggle for decolonization is about epistemic freedom and cognitive justice, valorizing the knowledges and ways of knowing of all human beings, dismantling the Eurocentric conceits of eternal and exclusive Western self-referential universalism. It must encompass struggles for multiple epistemologies, ontologies, methodologies, perspectives, practices, and languages in pursuit of epistemic pluralism and intellectual hospitality, a radical openness to otherness. Africa's research production and positioning, as we have heard in this conference, in the global knowledge economy remains alarmingly low. African states, intergovernmental agencies, and universities trumpet the importance of STI and have created policies and agencies to promote it, but progress has been limited. According to the 2021 UNESCO World Science Report, Africa's R&D expenditure as a proportion of GDP stood at 0.59% compared to a world average of 1.79%. In 2018, the continent's share of the global expenditure R&D of 1.77 trillion was a mere 1.01%, the same as in 2014, compared to Asia's 45.72%, the highest in the world. Further, in 2018, Africa had only 280 researchers, 2.5% of the world total, and a ratio of 3.26.4 researchers per million inhabitants, the lowest in the region, while Asia had 969.9 researchers per million inhabitants and accounted for 44.52% of the world's researchers. In terms of scientific publications, in 2019, Asia accounted for 48.01%, while Africa's share was 3.5%, less than Italy with 3.94% or Canada with 3.6%. Africa's record of publications is even lower in the cross-cutting strategic technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, including AI and robotics, biotechnology, energy, materials, nanoscience and nanotech, and optoelectronics, in which the continent accounted for 3.11% compared to Asia's 60.11%. The only area Africa enjoys dubious distinction is publication with international authors, 55.40% compared to a world average of 23.48%, and Asia's 24.4%. Much of the international collaboration is with countries in the global north, a clear indication of an extreme form of epistemic extraversion that replicates the external dependency of African economies. Not surprisingly, in 2020, Africa accounted for 0.5% of patent applications worldwide and 0.4% of patent grants, compared to Asia's 66.6% and 58.1% respectively. This data underscores Asia's exponential rise in the global knowledge economy, the relative decline of Euro-America, and Africa's continued marginalization. Africa's low performance can be attributed to several factors. First, poor alignment of SDI policies to the prevailing needs of society and national development plans and lack of coordination. Second, inadequate and unstable public funding and low levels, sometimes non-existent levels of private sector investment in R&D. Third, poor SDI infrastructures. Fourth, unsatisfactory scientific literacy and advocacy for popularizing SDI in society. Developing highly productive and impactful research knowledge systems requires massive funding, strong research infrastructures, and publishing, dissemination, and translation capacities. It is imperative to create vigorous interdisciplinary collaborations within universities that addresses the big challenges facing society. Vibrant research reward systems and intellectual property policies and knowledge ecosystems that align university institutions and associations, research organizations and networks, and the assorted collection of think tanks and consultancies, international and intergovernmental agencies, and non-governmental organizations that often translate scientific knowledges into policy, practice, and public discourse. It is also essential to forge effective interinstitutional networks at national, regional, and international levels, especially within Africa itself, the Global South, and the African academic diasporas that should be mobilized systematically as a source of what I call intellectual remittances. Finally, the futures of universities. Emerging out of the COVID-19 pandemic, which exposed and exacerbated the structural deficiencies and dysfunctions of higher education and other sectors, universities need to take stock of their experiences as they refashion their futures. It is a brave new era that demands and will reward institutional resilience, innovation, and flexibility. Debate centers around the competing axes of restoration of the pre-pandemic past, reforms based on lessons learned, or transformation to future profit. A more demanding and comprehensive value proposition of higher education must supplant the conventional telos and institutional resilience fortified. During the pandemic, universities sought to continue providing teaching and learning, producing research and scholarship, promoting impactful engagements with society, and serving as hubs of innovation and entrepreneurship. Of course, some institutions manage the pandemic better than others. The multiple crises exposed by the pandemic compel universities to adopt a fifth mission, what I call the duty of care, internally to their own constituencies and externally to their various stakeholders and society. The pandemic brought to the fore the question of student, staff, and faculty well-being. In the post-COVID-19 academy, mental health must be put on the top of institutional agendas. The duty of care is fundamentally about social justice. So, it must encompass the promotion of humanistic and ecological values for the sustainability of our society's humanity and nature. The pandemic underscored the imperative of building institutional resilience, which entails the ability to withstand and rebound from difficulties and adaptability to new contexts. Reinforcing the resilience of higher education institutions requires engaging in scenario and contingency planning, creating emergency reserves, setting up chain of command during emergencies, maintaining effective internal and external communication, strengthening IT infrastructure, and establishing robust mental health services. The pandemic threw into sharp relief three critical dimensions of institutional resilience: finances, leadership, and cultures. Institutions that best navigated the pandemic enjoyed strong financial models and financial literacy among their stakeholders, exhibited collaborative, cohesive, communicative, transparent, and trusting cultures, and were led by leaders who displayed financial acuity, crisis management skills, entrepreneurial and innovative mindsets, technological deftness, multi-genre communication skills, intercultural competence, political savviness, empathy and respect for all constituencies, high emotional intelligence and agility, flexibility, capacity to learn, resilience, moral compass, and accountability. During the pandemic, universities were forced to undertake technological adaptations that seemed destined to hasten changes in learning, research, and institutional operations. The VC shared with us some of those. There are heated debates among academics, consultancy firms, and educational groups about the role of digital technologies in teaching and learning to prepare students for the demands and opportunities of the 21st century. Possibilities were opened for multiple modalities of face-to-face, online, and hybrid learning. However, the pandemic revealed the unequal distribution of digital literacy, devices, platforms, and bandwidth within and among countries, institutions, and students. UNESCO rightly warns against what it calls platform imperialism, in the exclusion of underprivileged groups, the primacy of the logic of business, the redefinition of the social by digitality, and privileging of numerical data sets over other types of data, knowledges, and quantitative narratives. A critical issue for higher education institutions as we emerge from the pandemic concerns curricular design and instruction. Higher education institutions have a responsibility to raise society's awareness and understanding and inform public policy on pressing local and global challenges, create practices in their own institutions that promote the global commons through solidarity and cooperation based on the principles of non-discrimination, equality of opportunity, and social justice that encompasses ecological justice, and effectively harness scientific discoveries for public good. Students must be prepared to live in a rapidly changing world, to become change agents and lead productive and positive lives. The new social contract for education must advance pedagogies of cooperation and solidarity. This entails learning that is collaborative and participatory, problem-oriented and experiential, promotes interdisciplinary, intergenerational, intercultural, international, and information competences, and treasures and sustains diversity, pluralism, and inclusion. In a crisis-ridden world full of unknown and evolving circumstances, students must be exposed to and master disciplinary knowledge, interdisciplinary knowledge, procedural knowledge, and the application of knowledge, for which they need cognitive and metacognitive skills, social and emotional skills, and practical and physical skills. They must develop what some call transformative competences. For research, UNESCO has proposed open science as a key aspect of a new social contract for higher education, which has been discussed profitably at this conference. Building a global knowledge commons also requires rethinking internationalization by replacing hierarchical and equal and asymmetrical partnerships with those based on co-ownership and co-creation, mutual benefits and accountability, consortia and networking. The issue is not about raising Africa's historically dependent internationalization that would only reinforce its epistemic marginalization, but promoting transformative internationalization to bolster its epistemic recentering. The pandemic brought out several issues critical for research agendas of the post-pandemic academy. 5 stand out. First, the imperative of robust investments in research capabilities that focus on solving pressing problems and crises. Second, the necessity of institutionalizing effective interdisciplinary, interprofessional, and transnational collaborations and interventions. Third, the importance of collaboration among research universities, organizations, and networks, policymakers, and international and intergovernmental agencies, as well as industry. Fourth, the vaccine apartheid, so cruelly exposed by the pandemic, underscores the critical importance of research ethics in institutional, interinstitutional, and international engagements and exchanges, which should be undergirded more by the generative principles of open science than by the prevalent, commodified, proprietary, paternalistic, transactional, and exploitative relationships. Fifth, the multiple crises exposed or engendered by the pandemic raised serious issues about scientific productivity, practices, impact, power, and rankings that sanctify global academic capitalism. Moments of crisis are opportune for re-examining the past and reimagining the future. Scenarios of the post-pandemic 21st century academy are being drawn by individual scholars and institutions, as well as by consultancy firms and national, regional, and international organizations. One example is the scenarios developed by the OECD, 4 for the higher education sector and 6 for universities. The 4 scenarios include institutions operating in networks, institutions focused on serving local communities, institutions pursuing new public responsibilities, and the development of what they call Higher Ed Inc. The 6 scenarios for universities include the traditional university, catering to the elite, the development of entrepreneurial universities catering to the masses, emergence of a dominant private tertiary sector, the scaling up of lifelong learning and open education, and the emergence of a global network of institutions in which university studies become demand and mostly market-driven, and learners define their own course of study. And then the final one is they envisage the disappearance of universities as qualification benchmarks spread to many more sectors. African educators and policymakers must vigorously participate in re-envisioning the future of universities to ensure they are not condemned to borrowing models from elsewhere that do not promote their fundamental interests. This is essential to reclaiming the 21st century as truly ours. In a way, the previous few centuries since the emergence of the modern world system have not been. It is a struggle that is simultaneously economic, existential, and epistemic. Thank you.
Professor Tiboho Moja, who is the department chair at New York University and also doubles up as a senior fellow at the Center for Advancement of Scholarship at, of course, you know, University of Pretoria. Where else, you know? Tiboho is a very experienced professor, widely published, but also has advised at ministerial level in South Africa and elsewhere. So, not to belabor her very long CV, could you join us here and make a comment on Professor Seleza's presentation? Ladies and gentlemen, I can assure you the cocktail is brewing and it's about ready for for consumption. So just be patient. Over to you. Yeah, no, I think you can speak from there if you want, because you're wired, aren't you? No?
Yes, I'm wired.
Yeah, you can sit here.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm wired. I need my cocktail first.
Jane, where are you going? The cocktail is happening.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I know I'm standing between you and the cocktail, but no free lunch, no free cocktail. So let's end it somehow. Well, I just want to thank Professor Zeleza for your comprehensive analysis of the complex and contradictory development challenges that Africa faces, especially now in the 21st century or so. And listen carefully as we talked about the 5 major forces that are shaping changes that are happening, ranging from social movements to democratization, digitalization, and all these forces that I imagine that are shaping what is going on within our own world at the moment. You also reminded us of the fact that we as Africans need to benefit from the 4th industrial revolution and the green mineral boom, and also touching on what needs to be done. I'm usually amazed at how, being at New York University, when I talk to people about the 4th industrial revolution, most of them don't know what I'm talking about. But what we know, and sadly, is that they will benefit more from it before we benefit from it. We know it, we have it, we're talking about benefiting. What we do next is what's going to be important. You also made strong arguments that Africa must be a player and not a pawn in order to realize its long-deferred Pan-Africanist dream. This Pan-Africanist dream is articulated once more in Agenda 2063. And this was adopted in 2015, which I was appalled, to be honest, when that came up, especially with the targeted date of 2063. And looking at the average age of the people who are adopting it, that by the time we reach it, maybe half of them, if not all, won't be there. 48-year plan. So that's one of our challenges. We need development now, not in 2063. We are already running behind. Having said that, you articulated all those, then pivoted to talking about the role of higher education in navigating the challenges and shaping Africa's future. You talked mainly about the challenges that we face and the fact that we need to re-envision or rethink higher education. When you talked about that, I always cringe. When I hear the word re-envision, rethink, I cringe, and you smile, and I know why you're smiling. Paul and I go a long, long way. In the early 90s, we were also re-envisioning higher education. Today, we are still re-envisioning higher education. When are we going to stop re-envisioning it and actually do it? So we did that, and just a quick anecdote where we were re-envisioning it with Paul and Gerard, who was here earlier on, was a fourth, oh, he's still there? Yes. It was a fourth foundation-funded activity to re-envision higher education. And we're put in this nice room, sort of more like therapy, lights dimmed, music playing, candlelight, and we're told to fall asleep and redream what African higher education should look like. So we lay there listening to music and re-envisioned higher education. And today, at this time, 7 o'clock, we're still re-envisioning it. Maybe we should dim the lights and re-envision it in a different way.
Leave
Also.
that for the cocktail.
Okay, we'll leave it for the. And Having heard that, Paul, you mentioned your forthcoming book is also called Re-envisioning. Can I beg you to change that? You can take my advice or not, but we have had too much of this re-envisioning or so. Because I would argue that for change, we need radical strategies for impact and not keep on rehashing the same things that we have said. I looked at your 5 points that you put on the board there. I've heard them before, but maybe it's because of the field I work in. It is the same, oh, I did something by touching myself. It is the same ones, same strategies articulated differently. And I'm always waiting to hear something new. In your presentation, you emphasize the state of higher education. You emphasize the lots of challenges for a vehicle that is meant to play a role in development. You did that more than the vision, even though you talked about the vision. And I'm sure it was a well thought out choice for a lecture entitled Vision for the Future. You talked about the vision a little bit towards the end as a bookend. So I would say, similar to the discussions we had earlier on today, where we talked about the debate on African science, where we explained that we need to be clear on meanings. What do we mean by higher education in Africa? And we need to do that and analyze its contributions fully. The title alone, we're talking about higher education, which is a very broad term in a very big continent to start with. I read somewhere an article that I was reading, looking at something about higher education in South Africa. And the article stated that South Africa has over 4,000 institutions that were very diverse as well. I was taken aback, but how people are even counting what is higher education. So when we talk about that, I imagine we're talking more about universities, even though you talked about higher education. So the numbers come down a little bit. Again, we talk about Africa, which is very big. We are the ones that are quick to criticize others that treat Africa as a monolith. Therefore, I would say we need to guard ourselves from falling into the same pitfalls in our desperate search for solutions also. We as Africans can freely talk about Africa in that way, but we don't allow others. It's the same as in the US, where African Americans or Black can use the N-word, but nobody else is supposed to use it. But that doesn't change the meaning of what it is just because it's used by you or somebody else or so. I think as we explore what we need to do for higher education to really transform our society, we need to consider and remember that the challenges manifest themselves differently in the diverse and evolving nature of African societies. And we need to address them, taking that into consideration so that we can be specific about what we're talking about rather than express it in very broad terms. Talking about the social movements, the powerful drivers of change, but we need to keep in mind too that those social movements also face their own challenges, the infighting, their own power imbalances and so on. And therefore, not assume that they are there to help change the systems or so, but we need to interrogate and analyze their successes, their failures, their complexities, as well as how they drive change on the continent. What is it we can learn from that we can pull from that? Going very quickly on some of the things, you talked about digitalization challenges again, which also needs to be analyzed and addressed given the digital divide within and between Africa. And I know you are aware of those, but as I say, we get into this sort of slide into just assuming and talking about it like that. And the last one on on what you're talking about, some of those factors that bring about change, you talked about the change in geopolitical order. And for Africa in particular, we need to be looking at the implications of China-Africa relations, which has got both its positive and negative sort of challenges. And looking at what I want to mention with that, with those positive and negative challenges, is that looking through the literature, I'm always struck by the fact that we always see what's written in literature as China-Africa relations or China-Africa whatever, never Africa-China. Where you place the word is political and very important. So where are we sliding to in that? Yes, there are positive things. I won't elaborate on that one now, it's out of this. So I would continue to say, as we consider the role of higher education in shaping the future of Africa, what we talked about in the last 2 days were partnerships and networks, which are central for delivering on development. And you rightly pointed out as well that the great African leaders of the 60s promoted Pan-Africanism agenda that was to be achieved through collaboration. So that's not new, that's something we need to pick on. They envisioned Africa, or they visioned it. We are the one re-envisioning it. They visioned Africa that would collaborate and work together. And yesterday I was impressed by the term that was used by Professor Simone Buitendijk, talking about radical collaboration. That's one of the things I'm taking back with me for this, because there's something in just putting that word, radical collaboration or so. So collaboration has been there before, but let's re-envision it as radical. So through networks, I believe we can bridge the divide between countries for the benefits of the continent and shape Africa's future. But we do have those networks. They are working. We need to build on them. We need to encourage them. We have many examples, the ARUAs, the World Bank Centers of Excellence, and so on. And we have seen positive outcomes out of that. We have talked about some data, bibliometric data, that indicate that through international collaboration, there's more productivity, there are more publications coming out, the scientific papers that are being produced are low, but they're growing, numbers are growing. Gerald, you talked about that as well today, so I can see you nodding there, and so on. So I'll conclude, my comments are very short on this, that I would conclude by saying Africa's development is to be considered in the context of the global development agendas. We cannot isolate it from that. And taking from what Thandi said earlier on, just before we broke for tea earlier on, you mentioned a point that I like that said, knowledge produced in Africa provides a unique perspective and insights that can bridge the global knowledge gap. So being aware of that, being aware of the power that we have, that we are bridging that, we then need to work on that, work on our institutions of higher learning, capacitate them, fund them, so that they can play their role for our own development. Thank you.
So if you look at the program there, and then you see that it was written that it's going to be a conversation between the three of us. But yesterday, my mother turned 85, but I couldn't talk to her because I was flying until, I landed. Then I could talk to her before she went to bed. Mother has always imparted certain wisdom on me. And Tiboho is my sister, Paul is my brother. Says, if this appears a clash between your brother and your sister, you must mediate. So I'm not going to participate in the conversation. I will, over cocktail, I think, mediate between my brother and the sister. So, but I think, let me end. I think that we should proceed to cocktail, if you agree, my brother Paul.
I agree fully. And I want to thank Teboho for those comments. she's advertising the book because all those issues are dealt with in depth.
Yeah. See, I mediated very well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, when I wrote the blurb to Paul's book, the last book, well, one of the last before the one, I said, Paul Zileza has written a tour de force. His lecture was a tour de force. And then, when I'm waiting for her book, which I'm also writing a blurb, it's in draft form, a robust response was offered by my sister to that. And I think on that note, it is wise for us to, actually, because I got a WhatsApp, the cocktail has brewed. Please drink your case. So thank you very much, Paul. Thank you very much.